I may have gone too far this time. Anyway, hello. Welcome to the monstrosity. I am Simon, and I am here today for ASTRO, and only for ASTRO. For the unaware, I love ASTRO, like the K-pop group. I love them so bad. Long-time viewers of my channel will know my very first history of was a history of ASTRO, and admittedly, it was a very different vibe, it was a very different everything. It is definitely not my best work, but I am proud of it. The issue is, though, that, I made it 3 years ago now. More than that. 3.5? I made it 3.5 years ago now. So the issue is that I've become better at making these deep dives. My history of ASTRO, again, I am proud of it. It's essentially going to be this video through, I think it was May of 2022 is when I made it. It's going to be this, only it's going to be, super surface level. I'm not going to dive into things. I'm not going to get super into it. If you want, a 40-minute quickie run-through, that's the video for you. I will put it in the description. It obviously does not cover certain major events, we'll call it, because it was May of 2022, but it'll be down there. It's a quickie view. This is not quickie. Anyway, back to this video. This video is because I've always been wanting to remake my early history ofs, and I always knew I was going to remake the ASTRO one eventually, and I figured this is the perfect moment. This is their 10th anniversary, if I post this when I want to, which I probably will, because I'm giving myself a lot of time. So this time around, I'm prepared. With my EXO video, which is just as long, I was not prepared. I'm prepared now. I know what I'm getting myself into, and I'm ready. So, back to this video. It's their 10th anniversary, which, pause. I have such vivid memories of ASTRO debuting. I remember it so clearly. I remember so specifically where I was when I watched their debut music video for the very first time. I was in my parents' house, obviously, because it was 10 years ago. I was a child. But I was in my parents' house. It was in the living room. It was I had 20 minutes to kill before I had to leave to catch the bus to school. And I used to take that time, because this was back when releases would come out at, whatever time it was in Korea. I think it was midnight in Korea, which was, no, not midnight, noon? Whatever time it was. Releases used to be at 8 a.m. here, where I live, and I used to watch them before I would go to school. And I remember that's how I experienced ASTRO for the first time. I remember that so clearly. I remember sitting on the couch, I think I had my iPad propped up on the side of the couch so I could watch it hands-free. I don't know. But I remember it so clearly, and that was 10 years ago. That's crazy to me. Anyway, my credentials. I am Simon, and I am a crazy person. I have been a diehard stan of this group since before they debuted even. I got into them, I want to say I got into them in late 2015. I watched To Be Continued before they debuted. And I remember I watched OK Ready as it was happening. So it was at some point in between those two. I guess we have a timeline at some point in this video. We could figure it out. But either way, I have been a massive fan of this group for their entire existence, pretty much. Every minute of ASTRO's experience is something I remember with visceral vividness at this point. I'm a crazy person, and I decided to approach this one differently because I'm a crazy person, and this is the all-time favorite group of mine, and I decided that normally for my history ofs, right, I don't watch all their shows, right? When I made, what's a good example of a group? EXO. I didn't watch EXO Next Door for my EXO video, right? Because that wasn't important. It didn't matter. And frankly, ASTRO shows don't matter either in the grand scheme of their history, but the difference is I watched them anyway. I decided for this time, I'm consuming everything. I should clarify, I should specify. I'm not consuming everything. I didn't watch all the Anu dramas because I don't care about the Anu dramas, but every, what I consider a mainline ASTRO show, I have consumed in its entirety. Which was a lot. It was kind of wild to think about, because I started this video in, late 2025. That's when I started these notes. And late 2015 is when I got into ASTRO. And I was sitting there, watching To Be Continued. And I was 10 years ago, possibly to the day, I was also watching to be continued. And it made me a bit emotional. We need to move on because I've been rambling too much and I'm going to start crying. So, shoutouts. I have to give credit where credit is due, which brings us to my handy dandy shoutout slide. First, Smoky Glow. Smoky Glow is the reason I make long videos. She's a YouTuber. She has returned. I feel like you could find the evolution of Smoky Glow's channel for the past 2 years just by watching the shout-out side of my history ofs, but either way, she's back now. She's actually posting moderately consistently, but she's a YouTuber. She used to make evolution on videos, which I adored. Or I guess adored. She hasn't made them in a while, but I loved them when they came out. And they're what originally inspired me to make my own deep dives, to make my own history ofs. Like, obviously, it's not an original concept, but she was my inspiration. So I'm going to put her channel and her evolution of playlist in the description. Shoutout number 2 is The Bestie. Admittedly, when I made my first History of Astro video, it involved scrolling through our entire DM timeline on twitter.com, which was a choice. If you have a bestie that you send a lot of tweets to, don't scroll through your Twitter DMs, especially ones that were at that point like 7 years old. It's a scary place. It's a dark place. I wouldn't recommend it. But the bestie tolerates me. The bestie lets me sit her down and yap for like 10 minutes about where I am in this video and how it's going and how I'm feeling and how I'm doing and all of it, because she doesn't care. She doesn't give a fuck, but she does because it's for me. Also, she's the reason there are slideshows. She told me at this point, like 2 years ago now, but she sat me down while we were watching the Grammys, and at some point I was making my history of Miss A. And I told her I was going to make a history of Miss A. She was like, you should make it as a slideshow so you have like better visuals. And I was like, baby girl, that's so smart. That's brilliant. Let's do it. Lastly, Bean. Oh my Bean. Bean is admittedly going through it in this current timeline. We were on the phone for a while yesterday. But Bean is the other reason I can make long videos. Like, Bean supports me to no end, and the bestie at least like cares about K-pop as a concept. She has a favorite member of ASTRO, for example. Bean probably doesn't know what ASTRO is prior to this video. At least she would, exclusively in the context of the other video I made about them. Like, this is not her wheelhouse. This is not her area of expertise, but she supports me. She tolerates me. She also lets me yap nonstop about the videos I'm making. Like, I sent her a picture yesterday, I think, of like my total page count for these notes. She was like, Simey, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I was like, Bean, I don't know. Anyway, last thing before we can really start astroing and like getting into Astro themselves is I have to do my disclaimers, okay? None of them are scary. I just want to cover my bases, because if I can't be normal about this group, I can't expect you to. That's not fair. That's a double standard, and I'm not going to do that. I'm crazy about them, so I'm expecting you to be crazy too, so we're going to cover our bases. First and foremost, item number 1, Moonbin's death will be discussed. I will be discussing it, not necessarily at length, but like it does have a section later in the notes, and I just want to make that abundantly clear right now. I'm going to get into it. I will be putting a timestamp on screen when we get there. I'll have one in the description. There will be timestamps galore for the people who want to skip that section, who maybe just don't want to have to engage with it. I respect your stance. That was me for a long time. So I just wanted to make that clear up front, and right now, Moonbin's death will be a topic of discussion. We'll get to it in probably like 3+ hours, but we will get to it. And when it happens, I will give you like a verbal warning. I will pause what I'm doing and be like, hey, it's time. We're going to talk about it. Skip to this timestamp if you don't want to engage with it. But I just wanted to make that clear up front. Item number 2. I am diabolically insane when it comes to ASTRO, okay? Like, I already said it, and we've already yapped a lot, but I want to make it, like, real clear, okay? I'm crazy about these boys. I'm crazy about their discography. I'm crazy about their dynamics. I'm crazy about all of it, especially their discography, actually. I think ASTRO's discography is one of the most underhyped in K-pop. Their discography is so good. They have such good music, and I'm so excited to talk about all of it. But on top of that, I have a lot of ASTRO things. If you watch my first ASTRO video, you'll see I had like fun little props physically for like every section, because I have a metric fuck ton of ASTRO merch. I ironically don't have anything to wear, which I was realizing as I was like getting ready, and I was like, I wish I could just like go buy something, but like I wanted to film today. And I didn't want to wait for something to ship from presumably Korea to here, which would take like a week. So I decided I was just going to wear this. This is like a normal hoodie that I wear all the time. But like I have a lot of ASTRO merch. For this video, my current plan is I'm just going to show off like my albums and stuff. But who knows? I might change my mind. I have a lot of stuff, so like, just beware. Item number 3. I'm not covering everything, and I need to make that so clear. Yes, I watched every single Astro show. I also admittedly watched them all in the span of like a week and a half. I can't promise I even talked about all of them at this point. There were a lot. There's a lot of Astro shows. But I'm not covering everything, right? Like, I watched them all. I engaged with the whole cinematic universe of Astro. And I'll talk about most of them. Most of them I do have, like, sections for, I know that. I can't hit everything, but more importantly, even outside the shows, like, Astro's done a lot of shit in their times. And I'm not covering everything. This video is long enough as it is. Item number 4 is that I have opinions. I have a lot of opinions about Astro, and I want to make sure that you all know that they're opinions. Because I'm of the opinion that Astro doesn't have a bad song, but there are songs that I like less. Specifically, there's one single that I don't like very much that I think a lot of people are going to get mad about. So I just want to cover my bases now by telling you that I have opinions about this group, and you can have different opinions. Oh, also, one more thing. It's not on the slide because I'm just now realizing I should probably warn you. This video only covers through 2025, okay? We're not doing anything in 2026 exclusively because it's currently December 26th as I sit here. Now, granted, I don't plan on one-shotting this filming process. That's a lot. But I just wanted to, like, clear that up. This is going to be, like, my exit video, right? If you watch my exit video, you'll know. For that video, I just ran through 2024. And then if there's anything major, like if Astro announces a new album, we can talk about it. But other than like a true mainline release, I can't imagine I'm gonna alter. My notes are 100 pages long, or like almost. They're in the 90s. So like, I have a lot of things to talk about. I don't want to add to it. Okay, we're done with the not Astro stuff. Now it's actually time to talk about Astro as a group, and as always, I have to introduce the members. The members are what make Astro Astro, and just like in my first video, I'm gonna go in age order to pretend I'm normal and unbiased, with the caveat that all 6 of these men are some combination of my best friend, my child, and my father, in one case, all 3 at the same time. So, starting us off, Kim Youngjun, aka MJ. He was born on March 5th, 1994, and is our main vocal of the group. Actually, pause. Can I go on like a side tangent for like 5 seconds already? So as I was making these notes, I was looking at my OG Astro notes, like the ones I made for my first video. Those notes, mind you, are 12 pages. These are 90 something, so we have more to say. But more importantly, I just think it's really funny that I made that video like right during Myeonjun's trot era. So I make a joke about him trotting, and nowadays he doesn't really trot anymore. I think that's amusing. Vibes-wise, Myeongjun is the happiest person I've ever seen exist in this world, and I'm only kind of joking. This man is always in a good mood, and he's also loud. And I want to warn you, if you go back to watch Astro content, like maybe it's been a while for you, and you decide to in the week and a half watch every single Astro show that was ever released, I would just like to warn you that Myeongjun is a loud boy. He's very loud, and if you don't like loud people, you're not going to enjoy him, although you're also not going to enjoy me, because that does describe me, like loud and kind of short. Anyway, let's have some Myeongjun fun facts. Okay, first, as previously mentioned, he had a trot arc. He went on a whole trot show. He was in a trot supergroup with We of Pentagon. His solo debut single is a trot song with a 12-year-old. It's a lot. On top of that, he auditioned for JYP. JYP did not take him because JYP hates talent, but he did win a scholarship to like a Seoul Arts College. I'm not sure how that worked, but I'm just gonna go with it. Also, he was in the musical Everybody's Talking About Jamie. That's where this picture is from. It's very blurry. I'm so sorry. But like, it's a show about a drag queen. It's icon shit. Moving on. Next we have our lovely leader, Park Jin-woo, aka Jin. Jin was born on March 15th, 1996, and is the leader, main rapper, and lead dancer of the group. Jin is also another short king, and he's like 5'7". And when I say like, I mean he's actually 5'7". And I say actually because his official height is listed as 5'8", and at some point the members are doing a VLive. I remember watching this one live, actually. I remember this vividly. There was a VLive going on, and I think it was Moonbin. It might have been someone else. One of the members was like, he's a lying bitch. He is 5'7". As for Jinwoo's vibes are a lot depending on what era of Astro you're watching. Early Jinu, smushy. Smushy little guy, bestie poo. He's just vibes, okay? After that, he has his real rapper arc. That's what this picture is. This is his real rapper arc. He was large, horny. It was a whole thing. There was also the middle ground where he was simultaneously both really smushy and fully stripping on camera. It was a lot. He's sort of leveled out in the time since. He's now just back to being vibes. He's kind of just like Papa. Like, that's Papa. Anyway, let's do Jinu's fun facts. First fun fact, back during that real rapper arc, I feel like it's an arc a lot of idols go through where they're like, I want to be taken seriously as a rapper. That's a separate conversation. Anyway, during his real rapper arc, he went on Show Me the Money. I have no explanation for this one. He was on screen for literally 3 seconds. I did watch the entire season. I would say for him, I would be lying. It was back when I watched Show Me the Money religiously. I can't explain it. Other fun facts. Jinu has a large tattoo of a lion on his chest. I don't know if it's really showing up in this image as I look at it. A little bit. It's a lion. It's a lion like inside of a crown. That's the vibe. He has another tattoo right there. But that brings us to our other Jinu thing. Jinu's our unofficial big boy. I've established this in recent videos where every K-pop group, at least every boy group, has their unofficial big boy, the member with canonically the best abs. Jinu's one of the 2 members that had that job. Good for Jinu. And we'll get to that other one in a second. But first actually I'm opening my drink. Hold on. Okay. I'm having a summer berry Waterloo seltzer today, if you were curious. But anyway, the reason we're here is for Chanu, aka Lee Dongmin. He's our next member. Genuine question for the room. How many of you knew his legal name was not Chanu? I'm just curious. I'm not saying it with judgment. It's just a genuine question. I'm curious because Fantasio did choose to give him a whole-ass legal name for his stage name. To be fair though, I, and pretty much everyone that I see online, still refers to him as Anu. Like, I call him Anu throughout this video. I don't call him Dongmin. I don't know who the fuck Dongmin is. But either way, this is Anu. Anu was born on March 30th, 1997 and serves as our sub-vocal, visual, and face of the group. As far as vibes go, and I say this with love for the man, Anu's kind of just there. He doesn't do much during ASTRO content. To be fair, he's quieter. Like, there are the loud members, and then there's Anu. And Anu does get, like, shouted down by, like, Moonbin and Youngjun and Sana and Jinu, depending on the day. But, like, I'm trying to think what else I would tell you about his vibes. He loves his members. He does. Like, he loves those men so bad. What else? People ship him with Moonbin. I don't, but people do. That's all I got for facts. Let's do fun facts. First fun fact, he's part of that, like, 97 line crew, like the one with, like, Jaehyun and Jungkook and Mingyu. This is him and Mingyu. So, like, he's part of that friend group. He also lived in the Philippines when he was, like, 10 because he wanted to learn English. And to be fair, I do personally believe he has the best English in the group. I don't know if they've ever officially stated this stance, but that's my stance. Last Anu thing is not a fun fact, but it is a story. Who's ready for story time? I'm going to put this wand down. We're going to have full-fledged story time, okay? Who's ready for story time about Cha Anu and myself? So, back in 2018, I saw ASTRO live. I went to an ASTRO concert. We'll get to it when we get to 2018 in like 5 years. But I remember so clearly that I wanted like a specific tier of seats because the front tier was the most money and you would get high touch for it, but you also got like a bunch of other shit that I didn't want. I just wanted high touch. So I remember like clicking through, using the price to like figure out what tier I was getting. It was a whole thing. K-pop concerts used to be so messy. They still are. But they used to be worse. They used to be messier. Either way, I got the tier that had high touch. That's the point. And the concert ends. I was also alone. This is relevant information. I was alone. I was alone in New York City with a phone that could not sustain a charge. It was a whole adventure. I could frankly make a whole story time about my time going to this concert. But either way, we get to the end of the concert, right? And I had high touch, so they were like, okay, people with high touch, and like I think you had to show something. Maybe it was just vibes. It might have just been vibes. Either way. They were like, people with high touch line up, and then like you'll do high touch, right? So I line up, and I'm going through high touch, and I remember so clearly, I'm wearing this like dark V. Actually, I should get the shirt. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I put on the shirt. Clearly, I'm wearing a shirt now that I was not wearing before. Either way, I was wearing this shirt. You can't really like tell. It's just like a dark V-neck. It's not a super complicated shirt. I could have just described it. Either way. So I'm wearing this and like pants to High Touch. I'm in line. I get to the members and they're all also wearing like dark V-necks. And I get to Anu, and mind you, ASTRO had, I'm not going to say an exclusively female fan base, but it was a lot of females. And to be fair, for me as a man who stands a lot of boy groups, this has always been fun for me. I've had many a strange experience at High Touch being like one of 5 men in the room other than the men on stage. But either way, I get to Anu, and Anu clocks me as a man. And usually what these men do when they see another man is they're like, oh shit, it's a man. And they'll usually try and say something. Maybe they do this to everyone, actually. That would make more sense. Either way, I get to Anu, he points to my shirt, points to his shirt, and is like, we match. And now whenever I think about Anu, I think about him telling me that we match. Okay, wasn't that a riveting tale? Are we all so invested in that story time? I hope you liked it. Now it's time to talk about Moonbin. First thing about Moonbin is that his name is Moonbin. Like, his legal name is last name Moon, first name Bin. That is his legal name. He got it when he was born, which was on January 26th of 1998. And during his time with ASTRO, he served as the main dancer, lead vocal, and center of the group. Now, Moonbin is an icon. Okay, Moonbin would first enter the entertainment sphere at age 6. He was a model. He was specifically a child model. He was also an actor at one point. He was in Boys Over Flowers back in 2009, but most famously, he was in the TVXQ music video for Balloon when he was like 8 years old. I should have put it on the slide. It's the smushiest thing I've ever seen. Okay, update. I decided I had to find the picture. This is from some ancient Soompi article from like when ASTRO debuted. But this is baby Moonbin, back when he was little Yuno. This is Yuno of TVXQ. This is baby Moonbin. I think about baby Moonbin a lot. Anyway, back to Moonbin and the content I've prepared to talk about. So Moonbin's vibes. They are a lot. Moonbin is said with love. This was my favorite member, okay? Like, mind you. Like, Moonbin is my son. He is my best friend, and he is a chaos gremlin. That man lives for chaos. He's also a bit of a whore. Again, said with love. Like, he did whore for many of the late years of ASTRO. Other Moonbin fun facts. First and foremost, his sister is Moonsua of Billy fame, and also being part of that, like, weird pre-Blackpink YG girl group. Who remembers that? Who remembers when YG was going to debut a girl group that wasn't Blackpink? Or was it after Blackpink? I think it was after Blackpink. No, whatever. This isn't about her. She's his sister, though. Like, sibling vibes, okay? Other fun facts. Moonbin is beloved by the industry at large, okay? That man had so many friends. He was close with, like, most of 17 because he was besties with Seungkwan. He was also famously besties with Shinbi of Yotachingu. This is them as a duo. Aren't they so cute? He had so many friends. Last thing is that Moonbin lived in my personal hell. He has a dog allergy, and, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that deep. Like, look at Geno and cats, but also imagine not being able to fully enjoy dogs. That would be so sad. Moving on. Next, we have our only official former member, which is, of course, Park Min-hyuk, aka Rocky, who was born on February 25th, 1999. Now, Min-hyuk would leave ASTRO officially in February of 2023, but during his time with the group, he was their main dancer and lead rapper. As for Min-hyuk's vibes, Min-hyuk is self-admittedly quieter than a lot of the other members. Like, again, we've established there's the loud lineup, and then there's the quieter side. Min-hyuk is probably the quietest member, I'd say, but, like, that's only when he's, like, in, like, introvert terms, it's like when he's around people he hasn't, like, calmed down around. Like, when he's on ASC or something, he's a lot quieter. When you watch him in, like, ASTRO official content, once you're, like, an hour deep, he's wilding the fuck out. He's with his family. He's having a good time. Other Min-hyuk fun facts. First and foremost, he is our token twirler. No, you did not mishear me. This man loves to twirl. If I had $1 for every time he twirled in, like, a performance or a music video or alone in his room, I could probably retire and buy a small country. On top of that, he has a black belt in Taekwondo. He went on the absolute fever dream that was hit the stage, and he was the first ASTRO member to be introduced to the public. Also, he has a brother. His name is Jongin. And Jongin is an idol. He debuted in an idol group, I think in 2023. Oh, I didn't write it down. I want to say 2023. He was still in ASTRO when they debuted, so don't quote me on that. But they debuted. Minhyuk produced their debut album. That's the point. He produced their debut album. Admittedly, the group is quite AWOL, and his brother did sign to a different agency, so I don't think it's going well for him, but I think it's cute that Minhyuk produced their debut album. And, last but not least, my son, my boy, Yoon Sana. Sana was born on March 21st, 2000, and serves as the main vocal and maknae of ASTRO. Actually, can I just say, having now re-experienced all of the ASTRO canon in a very condensed timeline, being a Sana stan is not for the faint of heart. Okay? If you are a Sana stan, like Sana's your number one boy, and he has been since ASTRO debuted, and you still stan him now, you are one of God's strongest soldiers, and I have the utmost respect for you. It is not for weak people. Anyway, some Sana fun facts. First and foremost, he cannot drink coffee. I would personally cry, but thankfully I can. Number 2, he learned guitar. He can play guitar. This is him playing the guitar. He learned guitar in like 6 months, which I think is cute because he learned it from his dad and his brothers. Sana also, I want to say famously, but at least famously to me, almost didn't debut in ASTRO, which is insane. I cannot imagine ASTRO without him, mainly for his voice, more than anything else. Like, ASTRO vocal line, aka we're not looking at the rappers, but also this does apply to Minhyuk. They all have really nasally voices, like they're a lot higher, and Sana adds a good variety. He is their Uhyun, and I can't imagine what their songs would sound like without him. Also, if anyone was curious, the reason he almost didn't debut in ASTRO is that they said he looked too young, and then he grew like a foot and came back, and they were like, never mind, you're fine now. And I think about that. I think about that often, because imagine looking at, mind you, Sana was 14 when he made it into ASTRO, maybe 15, barely. So like, imagine being like, yes, 15-year-old, you are too small, you look too young, oh, you grew a foot. Never mind, you're fine. For a frame of reference, this is what Sana looked like when they debuted. That's very much still a child. Also, Sana's tall as shit now. So, like, whatever, it doesn't matter. That's the lineup. That's the lineup of ASTRO. That's my family. Now let's talk about the timeline. Okay, so, the timeline of ASTRO has a lot of starting points, as do most groups. I'm choosing to start us off in August of 2015. To be clear, by this point, the members were, like, known entities, both, like, within the company and had done, like, mini concerts and shit. Like, they were known. Okay, but this is when A, the official lineup was announced, and B, the name of the group was announced. Like, this is when ASTRO as a concept became a real thing, so this is where we're starting. But, more importantly, August 2015 also saw a launch of To Be Continued, ASTRO's show that they were in. It was what I watched to get into them, and rewatched to make this video. To Be Continued, mind you, is not like a fake show. That feels me. This is like a real show. Like, it's real. It has a plot. It has written scripts. It was aired on NBC from August through September. It had a female lead. Like, there was a lot going on with this show. This was a real show. I know I said this already, but I keep thinking about it. And now that I'm, like, looking at it, like, I was watching this now, in 2025, and I was remembering watching it in 2015, but more importantly, like, look at them. They look so small. They were so young and smushy. Also, because we're honest on this channel, I'm honest. You can accuse me of a lot of things. And not being honest about my own embarrassing moments is not one of them. Because, true story, I forgot how Moonbin used to sound when he was a teenager. Admittedly, it is not like that different from when he was an adult. But it is something, and I forgot about it, and I made a noise that frankly can only be described as resembling a dying cat when he first spoke. It was a very jarring experience for me. Anyway, I'm not going to give you like a beat-by-beat plot recap. I'm not going to give you any plot recap. This is a show with a plot, and that means a recap of it would require me to explain the whole plot, and I don't want to do that. So it's not getting a recap. I could do it, though. I want that known. I could do this probably from memory. Here's your basic premise, though, okay? ASTRO is still a group, like they're still ASTRO, and they're debuting as ASTRO the next day. Like they're about to make their like official mainline debut, like publicly, like debut. And then magical shit happens. They get sent back in time, and they have to like relive the whole thing, and it's up to Kim Se-yeon. Kim Se-yeon was the female lead, not to be confused with this female lead, whose name I don't remember. I'm so sorry to this woman, but she's also a female lead. It's up to the Kim Se-yeon and the members who like still have their memories to sort of like reunite them. They have a fight, there's a fight, but they have to reunite and like re-debut, and it's like a whole thing. Kim Se-yeon apparently has lived through this timeline like 3 times now. That sounds awful. I'm so sorry to that girl. She made it out though. It's a weird show. It's like canon adjacent to their personalities. And like, I'm sure it was more accurate in 2015 than it is in 2025. But also like, Moonbin apparently in the show is like a violent soul. Like, I established he is a chaos gremlin, which he is. But apparently in the show he's like violent. Like, he has a violent history. And I'm like, that's incorrect. That's not canon. Minhyuk's in like an underground dance scene. I think he's too shy for it, personally. Like, I think if he had friends, he would only dance with his friends. I don't know. It's like canon adjacent. It is also worth noting the acting is mixed, I'll say. The members who were the most convincing were Anu and Moonbin, which makes sense. Both of them had acting experience before ASTRO. And then Jin was fine. Minhyuk didn't really do anything. Minhyuk is not plot relevant to the show. I'm so sorry. I love the boy. That's my number 2. I love that boy. But like, he does not do anything in the show. Myungjun has a plot, and he gets really, really annoying by the end of it. Admittedly, I watched this in one sitting, and like, when you watch, this is the thing I learned with Myungjun. I'm just gonna say it right now, and it's gonna keep coming up. When you watch ASTRO in one sitting, Myungjun can get really, really grating really fast, and then you take like a 20-minute break from him, and he comes back, and then you're fine. But like, Myungjun was tiresome. Also, Sana was cute, and his plot was cute. It was all about him and his girlfriend. Like, it was a cute plot. He could not act for his life in it. He was 12, so I'm willing to forgive him. But he wasn't 12. He was like 15. But he was a child, so I'm willing to forgive him. But like, don't go into this show expecting real performances. Actually, I want to talk about Moonbin's plot too. I have already established that Moonbin canonically has anger issues and is a violent soul with violent tendencies. However, Moonbin, if you don't remember what Moonbin sounded like when he was 16 years old, which he was 16? He was 17. When Moonbin was a teenager, before like he had fully matured and like developed the voice that he had as an adult, it's very unconvincing. I'm just gonna say that. It is a very unconvincing, violent soul when he sounds like a little wet puppy. As a whole, though, it is a cute show. I do think if you have like a couple hours to spare, it's not like a waste of your time if you're already into ASTRO. I frankly would not recommend this in the modern day as the best way to like get ASTRO, but if you are gonna hypothetically engage with every canonical piece of mainland ASTRO material, it's not a bad time. Additionally though, To Be Continued did not just give us a mixed bag of performances, it also gave us music, specifically 2 songs that would appear on ASTRO's debut album. The first one is in episode 2. It's like the first minute of First Love, which I guess is also Puppy Love, because Anu's solo is First Love. It's First Love. I called the ballad on ASTRO's first album First Love, okay? Just getting that out of the way. It's the first, like, minute of it. It's not the whole song, and I will get to it. I will talk about that song more in length in a few, maybe, like, 20 minutes. But I love that song. I remember so vividly watching this show in 2015 because the other song was like a full song. It was readily available on YouTube. This one wasn't, which meant I had to like deeply hunt for it. And it was so exhausting. And I'm so happy it's like readily available to me now. And I may or may not have cried when they did it in the show. The other song they do is Cat Eyes, which is again also on their debut album, and this song is my shit. Again, I'll talk about it more when like I get to their debut album and I run through the songs on their debut album. I love this song, and I loved it so bad when I first heard it, to the extent that I went and I downloaded a lyric video, because there wasn't like an official studio released version of this song, right? I downloaded a lyric video with the audio from the show so I could stream it constantly. I was obsessed with the song. The song was my shit. I also will say, they tease Cat Eyes so well. Like, you hear the background music for it way earlier in the show, right? Like, you hear the background music, I think as early as like episode 5. And you don't hear the lyrics though. Like, you just hear the music, but the music itself is like fun. If you've heard the song, you know, like, the music is fun, it's engaging, it's catchy. You're like, let's do this. Like, walk with me here, give me a song. But you don't actually hear the full song until the finale. And I do vividly remember, because when I first watched the show, I did not watch it in one sitting. I watched it over the course of like 4 days, and I remember being so gagged at the finale when they did the song. Like, it was a moment. Anyway, that was to be continued. ASTRO was a public entity at this point. They were a known force, and in promotion of said force, they went on their Meet You project. This is essentially just a busking tour. They did a bunch of street performances, but it helped them grow a fan base. Also around this time, we got our first ASTRO series, I'll call them. To be clear, the first one is ASTRO Play. They dropped on YouTube. I did not watch every episode of ASTRO Play. Here's the thing. I have vowed to watch every mainline ASTRO show. ASTRO Play is not an ASTRO show. I will concede a big factor in this decision is that there are 200 plus videos in the ASTRO Play playlist, and some of them admittedly, like the ones from 2015, they're like 30 seconds long. I could watch 230-second videos. That's doable. A lot of them are like 20 minutes long, and that's more of a time commitment. Like, I would genuinely argue if I committed to watching every single ASTRO Play video, I might not get this video done in time. The second one we have is ASTRO Toga. This one is the one that I like more, personally. I've watched some ASTRO Play. Again, I didn't watch all of these, but these are definitely more enjoyable. They're all like self-filmed. It's very behind the scenes-esque. And the main reason I like this one more is that every once in a while, ASTRO will drop just like a full-fledged music video as part of these. And they're always like the funnest music videos. Also, because one of the ASTRO Toga episodes that I watched was this one, I do have to tell you about it because it's now been living in my mind for the past like 2 months. So, I don't know when it was. At some point in history. After Sana became like an adult. Anu went on like a 5-minute monologue about Moonbin and Sana's ass, like their respective asses, and spanked each of them and then rated the spanks. I promise this is a lot less weird with context, but it is still weird with context. Anyway, around the same time, we also got the release of ASTRO's like Kakao Talk Plus Friends account. I'm envisioning like a celebrity Facebook page where like you can follow it, maybe a MySpace-esque vibe, I don't know. But they did say that once they hit 10,000 followers, they would announce their debut date. December saw them clearing 10,000, so they said that they would be holding their debut showcase at the end of January. This thing sold out in like a minute, like immediately sold out. The demand was already very much there. Also, around the same time as their showcase, we got ASTRO's second and final pre-debut show with ASTRO OK Ready, which aired from the end of January through mid-February. I think it ended on like the 18th. This one also was released on NBC, and it is much more of your standard pre-debut fare. There's no script, there's no plot. It's way more my shit. They do also introduce the members with like the whole Star Wars 3 theme. It's an iconic opening. If you want something amazing, go watch like just the opening of this show. You don't have to watch the whole thing. Go watch the opening of the first episode. It's very fun. But also, this is a much better way to get into the ASTRO members, I'd say. Like this and one show I'm going to get to in forever. It's one of their 2021 shows. I think are like the two best to get into ASTRO because this is just them vibing. Like there's no script. It's just them being their goofy little selves. It's a fun time. Also, while I will not give you a full recap of everything that happens, because this show is plotless, I can pick and choose what I talk about. So I'm going to zoom through the episodes really quickly, because I did really like this show. Episode 1's main thing is a photo shoot. Specifically, it's this photo shoot. It's the photo shoot for the show, which I think is fun and cute. It is also like fun, goofy times. It starts with Jinu and Sana are like the last two to wake up and get to the car, so they have to make their own way to the photo shoot, while obviously being filmed by like adults who will definitely just drive them there if they're running too late, I would assume. But either way, they have to get there themselves, then it's photo shoot, that's like halfway, okay? Then we get like a quickie interview. There are quickie interviews interspersed throughout, it's a whole thing. But quickie interview, then we get a coffee break, which is iconic because Sana looks really cute. He's in this like pink bow tie. It's one of his cutest looks. Wait, actually, we're doing another story time. I'm putting down the wand. Wand is down. Wand down, story time. So, part of the show, and the coffee run specifically, is that they spike Jinu's coffee with vinegar. And I was thinking about it because story time now. Back when I was a senior in high school, I fucking hated my school. I am not alone in that. This is a common thing, especially from my school, but I hated my school. So I just never would go. And I would instead, like, use any excuse to go late, okay? Especially because the first period was prayers and I never wanted to go to that. But either way. So I would often go to IHOP before school. I would just go to IHOP. I would always pay in cash because I'd get in trouble if I put it on a credit card because my parents could see my credit card bill. But I would pay in cash. So if I had enough cash, I'd be like, Slay, let's go to IHOP. We're going to get IHOP, then we'll go to school. And I went with a couple friends one time. There were 4 of us. I remember this vividly. And one of my friends went to the bathroom. And while she was in the bathroom, one of my other friends tried to, like, spike her water with hot sauce. And the thing is, I don't know if you've ever seen water before. Water is clear. And hot sauce is red. So the first friend got back from the bathroom and was like, what the fuck did you do to my water? It's pink. I'm not fucking drinking that. And I'm now sitting here like, why didn't she just spike her water with vinegar, which is also clear? Anyway, back to the show, back to Astro. Episode 2 is Moving Day, and they are essentially brawling over who gets the 2-person room instead of having to share the 4-person room. By brawling, I do mean they do a shopping montage. It's a shopping trip game. Moonbin is an absolute demon and sabotages everyone. And also, Minhyuk asks if an oven mitt and a dish glove are the same thing. Like, he holds up a dish glove and is like, can I use this as an oven mitt? I worry about him sometimes. If anyone was wondering, Moonbin's demonic sabotage did actually pay off because he and Anu won the duo room. And also, because I am aware of it and I want to share it, Moonbin had the best suitcase. His suitcase was the best suitcase, so he should have gotten the room for that alone. Episode 3 was psychological warfare. Okay? There's no other way to put it. Episode 3 was psychological warfare from Fantagio, and that's the best way to describe it. It starts with all these, like, old clips of Astro, and they also show messages from, I think it was Sada and Jinu's parents, I want to say. It was someone's parents. There were parents. Like, the classic Idol pre-debut show thing. I know 17 did it, if anything else. Actually, I think Icon's show did it too. Either way. They show the parents, and it's always very emotionally trying. But if that's not bad enough, they're playing First Love in the background of these clips. The song that makes me feral, the song that makes me climb the walls and foam at the mouth and sob my eyes out as they show all these clips of like baby Astro talking about how they want to be singers so fucking bad. It's evil. It's psychological warfare. Moving on. Episode 4, they go on vacation. I use the term vacation loosely because they are clearly still working, but MBC paid for it, so good for them. I'm gonna be real. This was, like, the most boring episode to me. I think the most entertaining part was them singing in exchange for meat. I'm not giving you context for that one. The last episode is episode 5, which is just Vacation Part 2. Very similar to episode 4, meaning I wasn't a huge fan, but it's stronger. I liked the challenges they had to do more in this one. I will confess, however, in my own surprise, like, it shocked me even, I forgot Jinu in this show comes out in full drag. Like, wig and all. I forgot about that. It was an iconic moment. Okay, that's the show, but I've been keeping something a secret from you. I have been hiding something from you all, which is that I've been playing my own little game when I watched the show, which was the twirl count. I counted how many times Minhyuk did a twirl. Now, to be clear, to categorize the twirls, if he did, like, one twirl, but he twirled 8 times in that one twirl. That's one twirl. I did not count every 360-degree rotation as its own individual twirl. It's one twirl. However, if they're showing flashback clips and he twirls, those count. And more importantly, if they show the same twirl twice, I counted it as 2 twirls. And the final twirl count in these 5-episode series is 9 twirls. This man twirled 9 times. That's an average of 2 twirls per episode. I will say also, because I've now watched and discussed both ASTRO pre-debut shows, I have already said this, I liked OK Ready a lot more than To Be Continued, and I find that so interesting because prior to starting work on this video, I thought about To Be Continued all the time. Maybe not all the time, but like I was constantly thinking about To Be Continued. Like if you asked me about an iconic ASTRO show, I would have only told you To Be Continued, and then maybe one more that we're gonna get to. But I would never have brought up OK Ready. I forgot OK Ready existed. And I liked it so much more. I found it so much more engaging than To Be Continued, and that itself is so interesting to me. Anyway, that wraps up pre-debut era. We're about to talk about ASTRO's debut. That's the next thing on the timeline, but we've been here a while, and frankly, I think we need a break. We need to take a rest. We're gonna have an intermission. Alrighty. Welcome to the first intermission. How are we feeling? Are we excited? Because we should be, because we're doing a classic. We're doing a standard. We're gonna rank AO3 pairings today. This poster will be joining me. This is my prop for this moment in time. I was gonna use a different one. To be fair, if you watched my first ASTRO video, like the first long one, this is the poster that I had next to me. I believe for the whole thing, if I recall correctly. I should know this. It was one thing, because I did it in one take. Anyway, I had this thing next to me the whole time, and then I was gonna get a different poster, because, like, this poster does not fill the wall well. I have a lot of wall to work with here, and my other ASTRO posters, because we've established I have many ASTRO items, my other ASTRO posters are not present in this apartment. I realized that approximately 15 minutes ago now, and I spent, like, 10 seconds being like, should I drive to my mom's place and get, like, a bigger one? And then I remembered that that's a bad idea, and also she isn't home right now, and she'd get like the notification that her alarm got turned off, and I think she'd freak the fuck out. Long story short, we're using this poster so that I can have something to point to in this moment. I've also not filmed in my living room in so long, but either way. This is my poster. Quick warning though, before I begin. I do have a quick warning, which is that I know the normies are weird about shipping idols, and I will not be having any of that discourse. You people are boring. You people ruin the fun of fandom. I understand that my dynamics that I have in my head are not the real dynamics that go on between these men, because I don't know these men. I don't know these guys. But, like, I have my opinions about their dynamics, and I'm gonna give them to you anyway. I know it's not real. The most important rule of RPF is that you know it is 100% not real and not important, and then the number 2 rule is that it's the most important thing ever. Anyway, starting us off, I did the top 5 this time, if you were wondering. I've done the top 10 for other groups, but for ASTRO, top 5 is the best way to do it. So, like, top 5 pairings. Number 5 on the list is genuinely a pairing I've never thought about in a fanfiction sense. Like, in a shipping sense, I have literally never in my life contemplated these two as a duo, which is Minhyuk and Anu. Who was shipping these two? My original thought was we kind of took the standard pairings, because every group has their like standard pairings where you pair everyone up, and if you took the standard pairings and you reassigned Moonbin to Sana, because they do have lore that I'll get to, but if you reassign them, then you would have Minhyuk and Anu as the remaining duo, but that doesn't make sense within the statistics itself, like within the Yaoi statistics, within the numbers. So like, I don't know what was going on with these two. I don't mind them as a duo. I just think they'd be like the quiet pair. I don't think it doesn't have rights, I just don't think about them. Thankfully, it's time for our next ship. Our next ship is Minhyuk with Moonbin. So this was my ship. Here's the thing, let me clarify. I was not a big ASTRO shipper in my time in the fandom, simply because like that's my family, those are my best friends. It's a different dynamic, right? Like I have a different dynamic with ASTRO than I have with like Tuxed or NCT Dream, or groups that I like have strong opinions about the ships for, right? But for ASTRO, when I felt the need to mind palace, if you will, that was my go-to. I actually really liked these two as a duo. I think they bounced off each other well. I think they balanced each other out well. I think they were an interesting pairing. in comparison to a lot of the other ships that Astro stands on my timeline were having, these two definitely had some sauce. I'm gonna be so real, I do not remember Minhyuk popping off this much on the archives, but we are on to our third consecutive Minhyuk ship, which is Minhyuk with Sana. That's Sana. With Sana. I actually like these two. I do think this is very much like government-assigned ships, because the top 3 Astro ships are the government-assigned ships, and I will discuss all 3, obviously, but within the 3 government-assigned ships, I do think this one is my favorite. I do like these two as a duo. Like, these two as a duo are fun, because again, Minhyuk is more quiet, he's more reserved, at least at the start of things, and then he, like, comes out of his shell, but Sana's a whole ordeal of a human that I don't have the strength to get into right now, but I do remember this one fic, because again, I did not read much astrofic because that's my best friends, that's my family, but on occasion, I would be reading astrofic, and there's one, I remember they were not the central ship. I would assume the central ship was Anu and Moonbin, but they were not the central ship, but they were in it, they were like a side ship, and they were the funnest part of that fic. The whole dynamic, I'm remembering this so vividly now, the whole dynamic was, Minhyuk wanted to take care of Sana because he's older. Like, he was like, no, like, I'm the older one, it's my job to take care of you. But Minhyuk was kind of a mess, both in the ship and also in reality to a certain extent. So he couldn't take care of Sana and Sana. They had, like, this whole dynamic where it was like Sana was secretly, like, doing things for Minhyuk, but he couldn't have Minhyuk know because he was the older one. It was a thing. I liked it. I do actually like the ship. Okay, penultimate ship is our next government-assigned ship, which is Myungju with Jinu. I don't mind these two, really. They are just kind of dads. Like, they're giving old married couple, vibing in the corner, while their insane and chaotic children run amok in the store. Okay, that's the vibes I get from these two. Except for the fact that Myungjun also would be running amok in the store, but, like, he'd be like, no guys, you can't do that, but, like, secretly don't tell Jinu, but, like, here's a bunch of candy, that kind of vibe. That's the parent vibe that I got from these two. I didn't mind it. I don't think I ever read it on its own. I read it within the context of the other ships. I don't think I ever a day in my life picked up my phone and read a ship of these two. Anyway, that was penultimate ship time for the final ship. The number 1 ship on AO3 for this group, by a wide margin, is of course Moonbin and Anu. Oh my soap boys. I do see it for this one, but I don't love it. Here's my thing with this ship, because I've been thinking about this ship in the context of Astro, in the context of the Astro fandom, for a few days now, and I've been thinking about it, and I've been ruminating, and here are my thoughts. When I was watching OK Ready specifically, but also their later shows, it's different after Anu gets really famous. Like, the whole Astro vibe changes. We'll get to it in a few hours, probably. But after Anu gets really famous, the whole vibe of the Astro shows change. But back in the early days, like specifically with OK Ready, I do remember really seeing the vision, not to a crazy amount, but I was like, I see it. Like, I get why these two popped off. My thing is, I don't think this should have been the defining ship of the fandom. That's my thing. It's like, they're a fine ship, they're a good ship. They're kind of just bros, but in a way that, like, it can work. My issue with it is, there are better ships in this group, and I think those probably should have been the more defining ones, but at the same time, you also obviously weren't going to get the defining ship without Anu because he's so much more famous than everyone else. Like, he had to be part of it. And if we are going to pair him up with anyone, I do like him and Moonbin the best. I don't love it. Here's my final stance on these two in regards to their rights. If you're an OG shipper of these two, like, I'm talking pre-2018, then you can have rights. In that case, yes, I respect you. You saw the vision before everyone else did. However, if you're like a post-2018 shipper, I give you less rights. You can still have a few rights, but, like, it's less rights. Anyway, this has been fun. This has been a joyous occasion for me. And with that, we can now actually begin a fully debuted Astro. Alrighty, welcome back. How are we doing? How are we feeling? I got a snack. This is a Nature Valley bar. It's specifically this one, if you were curious. I needed food, because it is currently 1 p.m. and I haven't eaten anything today. So I'm gonna eat this, and then at some point I'll grab lunch, I promise. I'll feed myself. But for now, it is debut time. We finally made it, because on February 23rd, 2016, ASTRO released Spring Up, which I have, not only do I have actually, Can you focus without like being reflective? It's signed. That's what I wanted to show off. I do have a signed copy of Astro's debut album. This is my prized possession in the world. And right off the bat, we're talking about the album's lead single, Hide and Seek, because this song is an icon. Not because it was like a massive hit, it wasn't, but because of the sound itself. For those who were not around in K-pop, because I'm an ancient being, I was. So I'll tell you, 2016 is the year that boy groups, pretty much across the board, really doubled down on a darker sound, on a louder sound. They started veering away from cutesy pop real hard. There were some exceptions. There was like Platonic Love by Snooper, but for every Platonic Love by Snooper, you had Rhythm Ta and Trespass and So Dangerous. Like you had all these darker sounds that were just far more common. Astro, dare I say, is the defining exception to this darker shift. Astro has darker songs that we'll get to, but for the most part, their most iconic songs, at least to me, and more importantly, their majority of their work in the 2010s is all bright pop songs. And I just think that's so fun. I think that's so cool. I'm so happy that while everyone else was making darker music, Astro said, no, we like bubblegum boy group pop. And we're gonna make it, and you're all gonna stream it. Hide and Seek, however, was not getting the streams. The girls did not stream it. It did fine. It pulled in about 13 million views on the mainline music video, and then another 7 million on the performance version. So we're talking like 20 million views. Now, my instinct is to say that the 20 million views is kind of floppish, because it kind of is, if you think about it. Like 13 million views on your debut music video is not ideal in the grand scheme of things, I'd say. However, I have to recenter myself. This is not the peak of K-pop YouTube. This was in 2016. That's more views than pretty much all the other 2016 boy groups got. Like, that's more views than Pentagon got on their debut music video. That's more views than SF9 got. The only boy group from 2016 that was able to pull in better views was NCT. Turning our focus to the album, Spring Up did moderately well, I'd say. It sold about 25,000 copies and peaked at number 4 on the Gaon charts. Nothing insane by any means, but that does make it one of the most successful boy group debut albums of 2016. But that's enough numbers. I need to talk about the music on Astro's debut album because A, this is one of my favorite Astro albums, hands down, and B, this is one of the best K-pop debut albums of all time. We open with OK Ready. It's nothing crazy. Yes, like the show though. Like the show, it's nothing crazy. It's like a minute-long instrumental, but it builds really nicely. It has cool music, and most importantly, it flows perfectly into the title track. I'm just now realizing, I told you about the song, like, theoretically, and not my opinions on it. It's great. I love Hide and Seek. It's fun, it's bright, it's poppy, the raps are really solid, the vocals are great. The main negative thing I'd say about Hide and Seek is simply that it's a sound Astro has just built on since then. Like, Hide and Seek nowadays, I wouldn't even put close to one of Astro's best singles because they took what worked so well about it and managed to do even better with that kind of sound. Anyway, then we have the actual B-sides on this album. There are 3 of them. They're all fantastic. We're going to start with the one that we haven't even talked about a little bit, the one that's fully new to this album, which is Morning Call. Morning Call, to me, is one of Astro's best B-sides, okay? It opens with this really nice guitar, and really nice is the vibes of the whole song. It's nice, it's chill, it's sweet. The chorus is also an absolute earworm. If you play this song for me, I will be humming the chorus like 3 days later. But if we want to talk earworms, we gotta talk the album's closer, Cat's Eye. Yes, the same one from To Be Continued. It's just as good here on the official release. I still love it. It's still bright and catchy and fun and iconic. And the first line sets such a tone. Like, the first line tells you you're getting bright pop perfection, and the song only gets better from there. And that brings us to the other song that you may recall we got on To Be Continued, which is First Love. First Love got its full release here. Whole song is here. And it is going to mark our inaugural Golden B-side. I would like it known, the sun has decided to start beaming on me like the light of God as I choose to talk about First Love. And if that's not a sign, I don't know what is. But before I talk about First Love, I gotta tell you about the Golden B-side. So, you may have noticed this whole time, this slide has said the Golden B-side. The Golden B-side isn't a word that I made up. It's just for me, but it is essentially the award I give to my favorite song on each mainline ASTRO album. That is important, that it is my favorite song. It is not necessarily the best song, although in this case, First Love is also the best song. And the thing is, First Love is the opposite of the rest of this album. This album is bright and fun and happy, and First Love is sad. First Love is a ballad about losing your first love, with some of the most emotionally devastating lyrics ever put to paper, being sung by a group of people who are literally at the age they'd be losing their first love. And in spite of all of that, this is easily the best song on this album, if not ASTRO's best B-side ever, because it is certainly their best ballad. This song is gorgeous. The vocals are incredible. The music is beautiful. The only negative thing I can say about this song is that Minhyuk has no lines. He has like 2 lines, which sucks because Jinwoo got a whole ass rap. Which is actually another thing. There's an extensive rap in this song, and I am on record as a hater of raps in ballads. I don't think they need to be there pretty much ever. However, I do have a list of exceptions. This is one of them. This is, dare I say, one of my go-to exceptions, because the rap here does work really well. And in case you thought I'm alone in my insanity, I'm not. First Love has more than 20 million streams on Spotify. For a frame of reference, that's more than the lead single off this album, and by a wide margin more than any other B-side they've ever put out. Okay, that wraps up ASTRO's debut album. That does not, however, wrap up promotions. They promoted the shit out of this thing. They obviously held like a showcase, and they did music show promotions for a month. They did normal stuff, but they also did fan signs for this thing for months. Like, they were doing fan signs for this album well into April. April is also important because it got us our first very important crossover, which is that Moonbin, Sana, and Minhyuk teamed up with members of Snooper and Kunakun to perform a cover of EXO's Growl on Music Core. Now, why is this important, you might be wondering, and let me tell you. The reason is that we love Snooper in this house. Like, don't get me wrong. Snooper has a highly underrated discography with some of the best songs that you've never heard of, but while my favorite group in 2016 was ASTRO, and I was becoming a diabolical ASTRO stan, the bestie was becoming a diabolical Kunakun stan. These two debuted like a month apart, and they overlapped a lot in promotions, both like in terms of like variety shows and stuff like that, and also just like music shows. It was not uncommon to see the two interacting, and every interaction was truly an event in the bestie's basement. Also, to be clear, because I don't want to set the precedent, I'm not going to tell you about every special stage thing that ASTRO does, both as a group or as members, because there's a lot of them. They do these quite consistently, actually. I am, however, going to tell you about the ones that are psychologically impactful to me specifically. Moving on. Things would eventually quiet down for Spring Up era by like the end of April. They were pretty much done with it when they immediately got to work on their next album. We were quickly informed that ASTRO would be releasing a second mini album in summer. But first, a very important moment, a crucial moment, which is ASTRO's first weekly Idol appearance, where they were there with 410, a girl group that I completely forgot existed, but more importantly, they were there with Kunakun. So here's the thing with this episode. If you have never watched an episode of Weekly Idol, think of it like SNL skits, okay? Every once in a while, there's gonna be like a really fun segment on Weekly Idol, and then the rest of the show kind of sucks. And that's Weekly Idol. I will say, I did desperately try to get the bestie to watch this with me. Like, I was 5 seconds away from being like, can we film it and like do a reaction style video to the ASTRO Kunakun Weekly Idol episode? And she refused. Adamantly, dare I say. So you can yell at the bestie in the comments if you wanted me to have more content about this episode. It's all her fault. While you all type out your scathing comments directed at the bestie, I'm going to tell you about Summer Vibes, ASTRO's second mini-album, which came out on July 1st, and dare I say, canonized them as the kings of bright bubblegum boy group pop music. The biggest lifter in this experience was, of course, the album's lead single, Breathless, which was actually a pretty decent hit for ASTRO. It did far better than their debut, had clearing 1 million views on the music video within a week, and currently sitting at about 20 million. And I will say, personally, Breathless does deserve the hype. It really does. Breathless is everything that made Hide and Seek a Moment perfected, okay? It's just the epitome of adorable bright boy group pop music. And again, I'm telling you all this isn't even my favorite bright ASTRO single. The album also saw a pretty solid improvement. It sold about 30,000 copies and peaked quite high. It peaked at number 2 on the Gone album charts, only being blocked from the number 1 spot by another 2016 debut. It was NCT 127's debut album. But even then, this era was crucial to ASTRO and extremely successful. There were tons of people discovering the group during Summer Vibes era, and you can't see it reflected in the sales now, but I just want you to remember it, okay? Just like keep it in the back of your mind. A lot of people got into ASTRO during this era. But that's the title, that's the album, that's the numbers. It's time to talk music. Now, I said that Spring Up is one of the best debut albums ever, and one of ASTRO's best albums. The real question then becomes, did the music get better? And I'd say no. Like, it's a soft no, though. ASTRO's debut album is so iconic, and this album is fantastic, okay? Summer Vibes is a really good album. It's just not a defining album. I would not put it in my ASTRO holy trinity, if you will. Our album opens with Fireworks. This song, very Morning Call-esque. It's bright and sweet, but it takes it and gives it, like, this euphoric pop chorus. It's one of the strongest openers on any ASTRO album. Jumping over the title track, our next song is Growing Pains. Growing Pains is another ballad, and it's good. It's a good ballad. But we just had ASTRO's best ballad. Like, I think the thing that really cursed Growing Pains to me specifically is that it came out when the only other ballad ASTRO had was First Love, and Growing Pains is good. It's a good ballad. But it's not First Love. Then there's Polaris. This is our cat's eye of the album, if you will. It is truly sheer pop bliss, okay? It's bright and fun, and frankly, if I'm being honest, one of the best choruses from early ASTRO. Like, it's just, it lives in my mind rent-free. It's so cute. The album technically ends with an acoustic version of Breathless that I never listened to. So in my mind, the closer is My Style, which is also our golden B-side of this album. Remember how I said that ASTRO's thing for, like, the 2010s was brighter pop music? This is their first attempt at a darker sound, and as you can tell from it being my golden B-side, I think it worked really well. This song has Minhyuk's strongest rap to date, I'll say. Like, off their first, even their first 3 albums, I think. The rap he does in My Style is flawless. On top of that, it has a fantastic note in the bridge, the music is great, the chorus is flawless. It's everything to me. But, like, here's the thing, because I know at least one person is gonna look at me and be like, "Sir, you love ASTRO's bright pop music, what are you talking about?" And I do. I love ASTRO's brighter sounds. You will notice when we get to them, like, way later down the line, ASTRO's darker titles are, with one exception, consistently my least favorite ASTRO singles, okay? They're typically the ones that I like the least, at least, again, in comparison to their brighter, poppier titles. And the thing is, I think it's because this song exists. I'm actually not even joking. If this song was the energy they brought to their darker titles, we could be talking. We could be having discourse and dialogue, but it's not. It's not. And therefore we can't, because it's not as good. Either way, that's the album. Those are my thoughts. Those are the songs. The album, again, got a lot of promotion. They were doing fan signs for this thing into September, but that's not all the major promotions they did that we're going to talk about. The end of July saw ASTRO making their KCON debut at KCON LA, their first official activities in the United States, but not their last. We'll talk more about that later. For now, we're going to talk about ASTRO's first concert, which was a mini concert. It was not like a first official solo concert, but it happened at the end of August. It was mainly just like a thank you to the fans who had been supporting them so far. It was cute. August also saw Minhyuk pulling a Cynthia, by which I mean he donned green face paint and performed as the mask on Hit the Stage. This was deeply iconic to me and me alone. Society did not fuck with this. This man finished in last place on Hit the Stage, and like, listen, I watched Hit the Stage when it came out, okay? And there were some amazing performances. I don't think this should have gotten first place, but last place is incorrect, factually. September was quiet, but October saw ASTRO gearing back up for their next album, and they started this off by doing a series of showcases. There were 2 of them in 2016, entitled The First Season, which I think is a fantastic name for their showcase. They should have done a tour, frankly, like a real like world tour called the first season or whatever, but that's just me. Either way, it wasn't that exciting. They did one in Jakarta, one in Tokyo, that's it. Oh, also around this time is when Anu began hosting Music Core, beginning the trend of Anu establishing himself as a fully distinct entity from the Anu of ASTRO. This is not, mind you, when Anu became by far and in every way the most famous member of ASTRO, but it is when this began. This is when he began to build sort of his own brand identity, if you will. He would host it until 2018. I'll remind you when he's done. And then on November 10th, we got something very important, very crucial, which is ASTRO's cover of Replay. This was done for M Countdown, and it is a formative ASTRO experience to me, okay? I think this cover is just so deeply iconic. First and foremost, the looks. Specifically, I want us to look at Sana. Look at Sana over here in the corner. He looks so cute. He looked so cute. I'm not gonna call this like his best look. It's definitely not his most iconic look. I know what his most iconic look is, but it's not his best look. I might not call it his cutest look, but it is up there. He looks so cute. Other things about this performance that I think about with regularity are A, Jinwoo had no lines. That man did not get any lines. There's no rap in Replay, so they said Jinwoo be quiet. Other thing, you might be curious actually, what were we doing with Minhyuk, our other rapper? And the answer is, Minhyuk got Jonghyun's lines. They made him do Jonghyun's notes. The level of stank, it's everything to me. Oh, I guess I should also mention that same day ASTRO did release their third mini-album, Autumn Story. Okay, we're now in an impasse. We have an issue, and here's the issue, is for their first two albums, there was only one version, so I knew what I could display. We have two versions of this album. There's a red version, and there's an orange version. I'm thinking, at least to start, we put up the orange version, because the red version's like the one that's on streaming. Like, this is the one everyone knows. And we don't talk about the orange version enough. So I'm thinking the orange version. Now that we've worked that out, let's talk about Autumn Story, the album. This album actually did incredibly well. Remember when I told you that everyone got into ASTRO during Breathless? This is when that paid off. By the end of 2016, Autumn Story had sold 56,000 copies, outselling major and more established artists like BAP, Block B, Jonghyun by SHINee. It was doing great. Current sales for the album are at about 80,000, although it did peak weirdly low. It peaked at number 6 on the Gaon album charts, their first album not to peak inside the top 5. But also, I'd rather you pull in like triple what your last album sold and peak a little lower than peak at number 1 and sell like 20k copies. That's just me. Personally, you can disagree. Then there's the title track, Confession. I'm gonna say something controversial. Who's ready for me to say something controversial? I think this is their best title from 2016. It is not their most iconic. If anything, it's their least iconic, but I do think it is their best. The chorus is that brighter sound perfectly mixed with like a dancey vibe. This is when ASTRO got like really dancey with their music, and we should all be grateful because ASTRO's performances, god tier. But on top of that, the bridge is incredible. The music throughout the song is also fantastic. It has great raps. It's like the ASTRO title of 2016 to me. At least I say to me. Society does seem to kind of agree with me. It didn't do nearly as well as Breathless had at the time, but if we look at specifically Spotify, things get a bit more interesting. To be clear, the way I view Spotify for songs from 2016 and like really pre-2018 specifically is that I don't view them as real-time metrics of the success of a song. I view them as how often do people come back to you? How often are people thinking about your song and being like, I want to listen to Confession by ASTRO, let me go back and stream it on Spotify, okay? That's how I view Spotify, and you need to know that to understand what I'm about to tell you. So, Breathless was absolutely a bigger hit for ASTRO at the time. However, Spotify tells us a different story. Breathless has about 7 million streams on Spotify, which is not bad. That's quite respectable for a 2016 song. However, Confession is closer to 10. Which means people are in large numbers coming back to listen to Confession a lot more consistently than they come back to listen to Breathless. Okay, enough about Confession. I've switched out the album. We're done with the orange. We're on to the red. Let's talk about the B-sides. I actually want to start us off with a negative statement. Okay, are we ready? Your Love is the ballad on this album. And I don't think it works. Let me explain. ASTRO has, at this point in their career, 3 ballads, okay? The first one is one of their best ballads ever, if not their best ballad ever, okay? And the thing with ASTRO ballads is that, by definition, specifically the first two, the two that I really like, are that they're youthful. They're juvenile, in a way. They're sung by people who cannot be older than, like, 22. This song feels like a song I'd want sung by someone who's, like, 25, and Sai is fully 16 years old. That said, there's also the pop songs on here, which devouring feels like an incorrect term because they are, dare I say, everything to me. The album opens with Lonely, another contender for ASTRO's best opener, which is just bright and fun, and some of the coolest music we've gotten from ASTRO ever, like to this day. It also has a great Minhyuk rap. It's a moment all around. I will say also, to be clear, this is a moment where the Golden B-Sides rule being my favorite is important. I do believe Lonely is the best song on this album, but it is not my favorite. My favorite is Colored. I just think that song is fun. I think that song is fun and cute, and it's the one that sticks with me more. Like, the longer I sit with it, I just think about it more consistently than Lonely. I do believe Lonely is an objectively better song, but the Golden B-Side is my favorite, and Colored is my favorite. Okay, this concludes the music for Autumn Story, but we're actually not done with promotion, specifically because in promotion of the new album, we got a new show with ASTRO Project Asia, which came out right after the album did and ran through mid-December. And to be expected, I did watch ASTRO Project Asia, but the thing is, I need to complain for like 5 seconds, because the way ASTRO released ASTRO Project Asia was through VLive. And whenever I bring up VLive and its demise, and by demise I do mean cold-blooded murder by HYBE, I get people in the comments. And I get people in the comments telling me how no, VLive was dying, so it's not HYBE's fault that it shut down, and I have beef with that stance. Beef 1 is just that you're fucking wrong. Like, you're just incorrect in your stance. But thing 2 is that that's not my beef. My beef is not just to the fact that I can no longer go on VLive.com specifically and watch it. My beef is that VLive had a backlog, okay? VLive had a backlog of not only every, like, official video, like a show that was released on there, they had a backlog of every live stream that was ever done on VLive. You could go back and watch them again if you missed them, and that's important because if you're hypothetically putting together a 3-hour mega video about BAP and you specifically remember specific VLives, you might want to go back and watch them. Only you can't because HYBE shut it down. But that's not all. That's not my point. My point is that ASTRO dropped the show on VLive. And one thing VLive was actually really fucking good about was English subtitles. Shows would come out and within like an hour, they would be fully subtitled in English, okay? And that was really useful for a lot of things. However, the detriment was because most K-pop content that needs subtitling gets uploaded to like YouTube. And you upload it with the subtitles, and then you have like a backup of sorts, right? Like there's another version out there, so if the primary source gets shut down, you have that backup. The issue is, because the show was uploaded to VLive and it immediately got English subtitles, no one bothered preserving it, which means I could not find English subtitles for this show. I spent like 20 minutes looking. In the end, I had to watch it on Naver TV without subtitles, and therefore I did not know what was going on. Anyway, so I'm not giving you a full rundown of this show. I will say I did make like a full-hearted effort. I remembered this old Google Drive I was in with ASTRO subtitles on it. Like, I think it's been inactive since 2017. And I did go looking in there. Like, I had to find it in my Google Drive, which I did actually pretty easily, admittedly. But I found it, and I went in there, and they were all gone. Like, all the footage and shit was gone, so that was disappointing. But, like, I did hunt. I made a full-hearted effort. At this point, if you have the English subtitles, don't tell me. I don't want to know. It'll just make me mad. I will say, for those who are fluent in Korean, the show is readily available on Naver TV. Like, you can watch it, with the caveat that it's not in English. And I don't speak Korean. I did think briefly, because the bestie is quite good at her Korean, I did think about, like, dragging her over and making her watch this show with me to translate all of it, and then I was like, that's too much. It's too much. I watched all of the Produce series without subtitles. Like, I can get through this. It's just a vibes thing. You figure it out. I did also obviously watched the show. Like, I watched it in 2016, so I have, like, vague memories of it. Here's what I got from both the vibes I could pick up on and my vague recollection of this show. I'm pretty sure it's from when they were in Japan, that I'm, like, 99% sure of. It's kind of just vibes. It's just behind-the-scenes stuff. There's interviews in there, which, unfortunately, when you don't understand what's being said, are quite unengaging. But it's vibes. I will say, last thing about the show, it should be a bit concerning how endearing I still very much find Moonbin when I don't know what the fuck he's saying. But also, we all probably could have guessed that would be the truth. It's just never really been proven until now. Okay, last thing. We're almost done with 2016, but the final thing we have to talk about is Anu's show. Anu would appear in the web drama My Romantic Song Recipe. It was also aired through Naver. It took place around the same time as Astro's show. And that's it for 2016. We have been here for a while. I have been sitting in this chair for over 2 hours, and I am hungry. So we're going to take a break. You're going to go have a little retrospective moment, and I'm going to eat lunch. So we'll circle back in a little bit. Alrighty. Welcome to the retrospective corner. Now, for those who are new here, this is something I started doing in my Astro video from 2022, like in my first history of. I just like to end every year with a little retrospective. We just look back, we do highlights, it's fun, it's cute, and we're doing it because I'm a despot. And 2016 really was a crazy year if we look back on it. Like, they dropped 3 albums, all of which did great, heavily expanded their fan base, and by the end of 2016, they really were like one of the biggest boy groups to come out that year. The only one that I can think of that was like really more popular than them was the various NCT units. And the sky truly was the limit for Astro at this time. Like, they were on par to be huge, and a big part of that was the music. Astro had, first of all, just a very consistently good catalog, in my opinion. Like, I think of 2016 debuts, I'm trying to think of a boy group whose music I liked more in the time, and I don't think there was one. Like, especially because, again, a lot of those boy groups had done the louder sound, which is my thing too. Astro's music was unique amongst their peers. The only other boy group that debuted in 2016 with a brighter sound was NCT Dream. NCT 127, Pentagon, SF9, all of them were doing this darker sound, this louder sound, and Astro was firmly bubblegum pop. And actually, that's going to be our next intermission. I want us to take a moment and talk about the production for Astro in 2016. Alrighty, welcome to the intermission corner. This is our second intermission, but we weren't here for the last one. So we're here now. Welcome. This is my shiny shelf. Below it is various other shelves. EXO's up here. There's a lot going on here. This is just one of the various shelves I have for albums. That's not the point. That's not why we're here. We're here to talk today about the one and only Iggy Youngbae. For the unaware, Iggy Youngbae is a production duo. It is made up of 2 people, So Youngbae and Iggy. They are Iggy Youngbae, and they were the main producers for Astro's first 3 albums. They produced pretty much every single song I've talked about so far in this video. They produced everything Astro released in 2016 with the exception of 4 songs. However, in spite of being fully responsible for what would be Astro's defining sound for the beginning of their career, they are not known for Astro. Instead, they are primarily known for producing Yeojashingu, a different group I have made my whole own Psychosis video about, but they produced a lot of Yeojashingu's early work, and once you know that, like, once you've sat down and listened to both of their discographies in full, you can hear the similarities. Like, both groups are very much like grand music meets bubblegum pop in a way that's really fun. The difference is, like, Astro's just like the boy group version of it. However, the reason I find this so interesting is because Astro's music sonically can be divided up into different eras. Like, I would personally divide them up into, like, the first 5 albums of Astro, the next, like, 3 or 4, then they had their darker era, and then they went back to bright pop. That's the eras of Astro to me. And in spite of defining early Astro and completely creating the sound they were known for their early work, their influence completely disappeared after 2016. They went from producing all but 4 Astro songs in 2016 to only 4 in 2017 to none ever again after that. This is coupled with 2017 seeing a lot more producers working with Astro. There were some newcomers. Full Bloom and Obros are the 2 that, like, really got their hands in there. Obros specifically is, like, a goated producer for Astro. If you think of, like, canonical Astro major songs, 50-50 they produced it, but also there were bigger producers like London Noise started producing for them around this time. They obviously produced for a lot of EXO singles, and I have seen them live. I have met them at KCON, but they're with them. So June wrote some Astro songs after this, and she's nothing short of K-pop royalty. And I think that's so interesting because 2016 was so sonically consistent, right? Like, they played around with their sound a little bit, but there's no song from, like, Autumn Story that wouldn't have made sense on Spring Up or Summer Vibes, and the same is true for all the other albums. All their first 3 albums are so consistent sonically, and then things just get so much messier after 2016 as more and more producers just, like, got their grubby little mitts in Astro's music. However, as I've stated many times, Astro does not have a bad song. And I'm excited. I'm elated to tell you about Astro's music in 2017. So let's go talk about it. Okay, we're back. I took a longer break than intended. I'm now wearing Kraken merch. And we're going to talk about 2017, which was another diabolically busy year for Astro. But Astro would take January off. It was quiet for them. So we're going to jump ahead to February when they would finish off their first season showcase series with another sold-out show, this time in Bangkok. This was followed up about a week later with the release of Winter Dream, as seen right here. This is Astro's special single album. It had 2 purposes. Purpose 1 was to celebrate their first anniversary, but purpose 2 was to close out their seasonal series that they'd been doing. The album's lead single is technically speaking again, and I mean technically because this album got no promotion, no music shows, no music video. Even you could tell me the lead single was Cotton Candy, and I'd have nothing to refute you with, really, because they both got the same exact amount of promotion at the time. But again is interesting as a single, because again is our first deviation from what Astro had typically been doing. Astro's canon at this point has been bright, happy, bubbly pop songs. This is very much still a pop song, but it's darker. It's more vocal. It's a shift from their typical sound. However, I do think that this being the non-promoted single is interesting. Like, this deviation coming from a song that they didn't really promote at all, that's just interesting to me personally as a freak. However, that lack of promotion did also hurt the song. This was, at the time of its release, by far Astro's biggest failure. Like, this song was floundering when it came out. However, as time has gone on, and more importantly, as Astro's sound shifted over the years, this song has gotten a lot more love. A lot of people will now consider this one of Astro's best singles. That is not a stance I personally hold, but other people do believe that. Anyway, that was the single. Now let's talk about the album. Remember how I was just saying that Again has gone on to get love in spite of flopping at the time? The same cannot be said for Winter Dream. Winter Dream did peak very strong. It peaked at number 2 on the Gaon charts. However, it saw a big drop in sales. It only sold about 30,000 copies. An insane drop. That's a third of what their last album sold. Turning our focus now to the B-sides, okay? I have famously said that choosing a golden B-side for single albums is really easy, simply because there's 3 songs on this thing. One of them is the title, so it can't be the golden B-side, and then there's 2 left, and it's the simple question of which one do I like more? I will say, You and Me is very cute. I might even dare to call it Astro's cutest song. Like, it's adorable. I remember when I saw Astro live, that was one of the songs they did, and it was by far like the sweetest part of the show. It was so wholesome, it was so cute. However, it does not hold a candle to Cotton Candy. Cotton Candy is the one song Iggy Youngbae produced for this album, and it shows. That song is straight off Astro's first 3 albums, and I mean that in the best way possible. It's bright, it's fun, it's catchy, it's poppy, it's dancey, it's everything that I crave from Astro at this time in their careers. Anyway, that was Winter Dream. A quick one to be sure, and in spite of it getting no promotions in Korea, that actually does not mean it got nothing. Astro would perform a series of what I've considered like little hit-and-run concerts, a little one-off stop shows throughout Asia. They performed in Hong Kong and Singapore, for example, late February, early March. Things would quiet down after that for just like a little bit. There was a member filming something that we'll get to in a moment, but they would also spend it preparing for their next album. That's right, that is correct. On May 29th, Astro released the one and only Dream Part 1, along with its lead single, Baby, and we're back at an issue, we're back at an impasse, because again, I have both versions. I'm thinking the dark version. I'm thinking the dark version because, true fact about me, this was the first Astro album I ever owned a copy of. This was the first thing I ever bought that was like Astro-related merchandise, which is crazy to think about, because now I have every version of every album they've released. We'll switch it out for the Bright version in a later moment, but for now let's talk about Baby, the lead single. I need to move this actually, because you can't see it. I'm holding this for now. This is just gonna sit with me for now. Baby was huge. If you were wondering when Astro became Astro, like a known entity by the general public, it was Baby era. The music video for Baby on its own has more than 30 million views. It is by far their most viewed music video at the time, and one of their most viewed music videos to this day, and that's just the mainline music video. The dance practice for this thing had another 10 million, and there are tons of stages in the millions in terms of views. This song has also become an absolute classic in terms of Astro's discography. It has more than 20 million streams on Spotify, making it their most streamed song up until this point in their career, and again, one of their most streamed songs to this day. However, I would argue the biggest claim to fame this album has, and this song has, is that it earned Astro their first ever music show nominations. It didn't get them any wins yet, but they got nominated on The Show, Show Champion, and even Music Bank with Baby. Once more, the light of God has started beaming down on me as I talk about one of Astro's best songs, which again, feels fitting, because Baby deserves all of this and more. Baby is by far one of my favorite Astro songs, if not like, I think it's one of their top 3 titles. I said in my Purple Kiss video that Nerdy and Pretty Psycho specifically were sort of the embodiment of the Purple Kiss credo, and I would say the same thing in relation to Astro, at least for their early work, with Baby. This was the absolute embodiment and the perfect form of everything they've been doing up until this point in their career. Baby is bright, and it's cute, and it's catchy, and it's synthy. There's really cool synths. The music here is fantastic. It also has truly one of Astro's best choruses. Like, in any of their singles, this is probably top 3 choruses to this day. I will, however, admit my own bias. We've established, where is he? Moonbin? That's my son. That's my boy, that's my best friend. And this is a very Moonbin-heavy song. He has like a quarter of the lines on this thing, but also, he eats it up every time. He's fantastic on here. His voice is meant for songs like this. Like, I'm not gonna be mad that he has by far the most lines when, like, this is his shit. He should get a solo album that sounds like this. Anyway, that's Baby. We talked about Baby and how it's the best song ever. Now let's talk about the album, because the album sold really well. By the end of 2017, Dream Part 1 had sold more than 80,000 copies, and if you were wondering for like a frame of reference, on the year-end Gaon album charts, okay, Dream Part 1 sat directly between the 2 NCT Dream albums that dropped in 2017, so we're talking some of the biggest 2016 debuts. Sales have only gone up since then. Current sales for Dream Part 1 sit at over 120,000 copies, making it their first album to clear 6 figures. The crowning achievement, however, for this album is actually being hidden. So this album, if it doesn't fall over, went number 1 on the Gaon album charts. It marked Astro's first ever number 1 album. Now, there are various reasons I could point to as to why Dream Part 1 was so successful. Baby was a hit. They also promoted the ever-living shit out of this album. They were doing fan signs for this thing as late as September. However, I'm gonna choose to say Dream Part 1 was so big and so successful, in part, because it was Astro's best album so far. This thing is fantastic. The album opens with Dreams Come True. This song, dare I say, is synth pop perfection, okay? It's one of the 2 Iggy Youngbae contributions to this album, and again, you can tell immediately. The music on here is stellar, the chorus is fantastic and catchy. It's an all-around incredible song. Interestingly, however, our other Iggy Youngbae contribution is not a pop song. Our other contribution is A Lie, which is a ballad, and it is objectively gorgeous. The music is phenomenal, and also the vocals are stunning. I will say personally, I would probably like Lie a lot more if not for the other ballad on this album, which is of course Because It's You. This song was so close to being my golden B-side. I'm so crazy about this song. Like, it's my favorite Astro ballad after First Love, and as we know, I'm a crazy person about First Love, and Astro has stellar ballads throughout their catalog, so like to be my number 2 is an achievement, and this song is one of the strongest ballads I've ever heard. Like, the piano on here is soft, but it hits so perfectly. The vocals and the harmonies in particular on this song are absolutely beautiful, and the chorus is one of the strongest in any Astro ballad. Like, it has brought me to tears at least on a yearly basis since it came out. Okay, enough ballads, let's circle back to pop music. Okay, our next song on the album is Dream Night. This song is probably the coolest music on here, which is interesting because it is also my least favorite. And let me defend that stance, okay? Dream Night is very, very good. However, most of the songs on this album are excellent. Like, on any other ASTRO album, this would be a highlight. This would be like an 8.5 minimum out of 10, except for the fact that it's on this album. Anyway, then there's I'll Be There. This song is sort of like a middle ground between the ballads and the pop songs. It reminds me of like a Britney Spears love ballad kind of song, like that, one of those. If you've had a deep dive into Britney Spears' catalog, you'll know exactly what kind of song I mean. It's one of those, like from her first few albums, her early work, one of those, okay? It's sweet, it's cute, I like it. Okay, we already talked about Lie, so we're going to jump to the last song on the album, which is Every Minute. This song brings us back to pop excellence by any and every means necessary. It's fantastic. It's bright and catchy and dancey and amazing. It is one of my favorite ASTRO album closers. It's their strongest to date, if not ever. And while Every Minute is another strong contender for our Golden B-side, it's not our number one either. My Golden B-side for this album, after much deliberation, is going to You Smile. Because that song is everything to me. God, I fucking love this song so much. So this song is one of the best pop songs ever made. I will not be convinced otherwise. The verses are incredible. We have excellent raps from both Jinwoo and Minhyuk on this thing. We also have fantastic, bright, and bubbly pop music. And the bridge. This bridge is one of ASTRO's best bridges, hand down, period, like ever. It gives me goosebumps even on my like 1000th listen of this song. It's absolutely incredible. However, the shining star of this song is absolutely the chorus. The chorus is what I have described as a bright explosion of pop bliss, okay? It's bright, and it's catchy, and it's fun, and if you want to see me specifically go crazy, ask me to tell you about the way the music changes in the final chorus. I'll start foaming at the mouth. I'll start chewing on the walls. I'll start actively entering new levels of psychosis, okay? This song, to me, is one of ASTRO's strongest songs to this day. It is certainly one of their strongest to date, which is saying a lot because I could say that about like 4 songs on this album, and this is by far my favorite. Actually, I want to clarify something. I want to clarify something about my Golden B-side with this album, and this album in particular, okay? I said when I was talking about Exodus in my EXO video, I said that that album is impossible to pick a Golden B-side on as like a full-fledged answer, okay? Because that album and this album also are nothing short of some of the greatest pop albums ever made, and no, I did not forget the K on that one, okay? This, to me, is a K-pop Bible. This is one of the best K-pop albums released in the 2010s. I would put this on par with albums like Exodus and View, okay? Like that and Odd. That to me is where this album stands. And as a result, there are several songs on here that I could have picked as a Golden B-side. My reflections on this album, and specifically my selection of You Smile as the Golden B-side, reflect my feelings exclusively on the day I wrote these notes. To be fair, in this right here now moment, I just listened to You Smile. So like, I'm still crazy about it. I listened to it 30 minutes ago. So like, I stand by everything I said, but also ask me tomorrow and I could give you a completely different answer. Like, if you caught me on a day I was in my feelings, I'm telling you the Golden B-side on this album is Because It's You. On another day, maybe in summertime, I might pick Every Minute. Dreams Come True sometimes comes up in the running every once in a while. Like, there are just so many excellent songs on here that if you plucked them out, if you took Every Minute off this album and put it onto Autumn Story, okay, that would be the Golden B-side on that album. However, they're all on this album. They're all being pitted against each other, and I feel like I didn't give any of them enough love because they're all perfect. Anyway, now that I've ranted and ranted about the songs on this album, I'm actually not done. I actually have more to say, because this album also marked a crucial turning point. Now, I'm going to talk about that more in the retrospective corner, but I do want to highlight it right now while we're here, while I'm in the timeline of ASTRO, because this album saw them abandoning a lot of the cutesiness that had been a big part of ASTRO's image up until this point in their career. Obviously, this is still a bright bubblegum pop album, or at least as bubblegum as like boy groups can get, but their first 3 albums really had this sort of like, I don't want to say juvenile, but youthful also isn't the right term, because like I would call this a youthful vibe. Like, this album is youthful in its vibes and in its energy, but there was something almost immature something juvenile. I feel like that's the term I'm using. I'm going with juvenile. There was something juvenile on their first 3 albums that you don't really get on this one. It's sort of their start at maturing their sound, and that's something they're going to keep doing. We need to move on before I start talking about the actual concept and the aesthetics for Dream Part 1, so we're moving on. We're moving on, because I've ranted enough. Hit the Top. Hit the Top also began airing in June, and it marked Anu's first major role since Astro's debut. Yeah, I did not watch this, to be fair. It is not a mainline Astro show, therefore I legally do not have to watch it. That's how this works. That is the rules we established. However, it is about Anu. He's right there. You can't really see him. He's in the back. But it's about Anu. He plays an idol named MJ, and I can't help but wonder if he asked his own MJ for inspiration. Either way, the show ran through July. It was moderately successful from what I can tell. Anu himself didn't get like a ton of praise, which makes sense. Like if you look at the poster alone, he seemingly was not that relevant to the show. He's way in the back. But either way, we have yet to reach Anu's insane sicko era where he's critically acclaimed and all that, but we're making progress. July may not have gotten us critically acclaimed Anu, but it did get us Astro's first tour with the ASTRO. That's what their tours are called. It's like how Shinies are Shiny World, insert number. Astros are the Astrode, so this is the first Astrode. They started off in Seoul. They would do some shows in Japan the following month. However, you may be wondering, what was Astro up to between the Seoul and Japanese shows of their Astro tour, and I'm so glad you asked. The answer is they went to KCON LA. They went to KCON LA in 2017, where famously I too was present. That is correct. On August 20th, 2017, I officially saw Astro for the first time. To be fair, I did also obtain a pass to their meet and greet. Not like the high touch pass, just like a regular, you could go to the meet and greet pass. However, I got the days mixed up for whatever reason. I thought they were doing it like on day 2 and it was day 1 or vice versa. No, it must have been I thought they were doing it on day 2 and it was day 1. Because I fully left the convention center. Like my friends and I went out to get food. And then I was on Twitter, like at whatever restaurant we were at. And I saw people tweeting about Astro KCON and I was like, fuck. Astro's doing their meet and greet right now. My day is wrong. However, I wasn't at the convention center. It wasn't like I was on the other side of the convention center and I could like sprint to go. It was like I'm in a different location. So actually, should I get the pass? I still have the pass. Should I get the pass? Okay, update. I obtained my giant photo card binder. And I do, if I recall correctly, where's the pass? Where's my Astro pass? This might take a minute. Hold on. I'm in the shiny section. Do I not have the pass anymore? No, I definitely do. Where's the Astro section of this goddamn thing? This thing is big, please hold. Okay, update. I can't find the pass, but I did find 2 very important things that are going to be my consolation prizes in this moment. The first one, actually now that I look at this, in the same shirt I wore to the Astro concert. This, if it won't like glare terribly, is me and Ushin, aka Kim Usok. And then this is me and Hwani from Attention, where I'm clinging to his arm. If it wants to focus on that and not me, that would be delightful. Okay, no, it didn't want to focus. Anyway, these are me. I do have these real pictures. These are what I found. I don't know where the pass went, but it is somewhere. Like, I didn't throw it out. This binder's really big, okay? It's somewhere in here. Anyway, back to Astro at KCON LA. I do remember one more thing about their time there, we'll call it, which is that they did like 8 songs at the concert that night. That's a slight exaggeration, but not really. They did so many songs. Like, they did a bunch of their own songs. They also had definitely 1 collaboration stage, maybe even 2. They did a lot. There was a lot of Astro that night. Not that I'm complaining. Anyway, following their August shows, things would actually quiet down, so we're gonna zoom all the way to November, when Astro would return with Dream Part 2, their 5th mini album. And again, I do have both versions. You can't see. I have both versions. We're going to start with this one, because I'm pretty sure this one is like the special limited edition version. Unclear. I don't know, man. I've had both these albums for so long now. Like, they've blurred together. Anyway, based off of this teaser, I've decided this is a limited edition version. But either way, we're going to talk about the album first. Because Dream Part 2 did sell well, but it also sold a lot less than their last album. The album peaked at number 2, not as strong as their last album, but again, very standard. They were behind Twice also, which makes a lot of sense. I don't think there was ever a period in time where I expected Astro to physically outsell Twice. So yeah, that makes sense. However, sales are where we took a big hit. This album sold 45,000 copies in 2017. Not bad, but also half of what their last album had pulled in that year. To be fair, Dream Part 2 did come out in November, and sales have gone way up since then. Current sales are about 85,000 copies, which again, is good. That's respectable. But that is still a pretty big dip from what their last album had sold. And again, there are various factors into why certain albums might do better than others, but I do think one big factor in this moment is the singles. Baby was a moment when it came out. Like, Baby was everywhere. Baby was popping off when it came out. The same is not true for Crazy Sexy Cool. Crazy Sexy Cool, however, is very similar to Again, in the sense of, as time has gone on, a lot more people have fallen in love with this song, because this song is amazing, we'll talk about it, but a lot more people have gotten into this song, which means numbers for Crazy Sexy Cool have gone on to surpass Baby, both in terms of streams and in terms of views. First, streams. Crazy Sexy Cool has around 40 million streams on Spotify. That is their second most streamed song to this day, and roughly double what Baby has. YouTube views are also quite strong. Crazy Sexy Cool has about 40 million views as well, which again, their third most viewed music video to this day, and ahead of Baby by about 10 million. I want us to simmer on this for just a moment. I'm also going to move this because I'm blocking the girls. I want us to simmer on this for a moment, because the thing is, I don't remember it being this way. I remember Crazy Sexy Cool doing way worse than Baby did, and there are numbers that back me up on that. Music show charts show that Baby did much better. However, Crazy Sexy Cool clearly did well. Like, if I were to look at ASTRO as a canon nowadays, with no other context, I would easily argue that Crazy Sexy Cool is one of ASTRO's biggest hits, which makes me question how I've been making these videos, because I know I was there. I know Crazy Sexy Cool was not ASTRO's biggest hit when it came out, but if I just looked at the numbers, it would be, especially internationally. International numbers for Crazy Sexy Cool are so much stronger than Baby that I genuinely don't have an explanation for it. And again, I don't have like a big explanation for this. This is a gap in my ASTRO knowledge and my understanding. I remember Crazy Sexy Cool underperforming in comparison to Baby, which is how I'm gonna frame it. Because if that's how I remember it, I trust my memory more, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot of reasons the song can get great streams later down the line. I remember it. I was there. So in my mind, Crazy Sexy Cool underperformed. But also, as I look at it now, like if I'm sitting here right now, it obviously is one of ASTRO's biggest hits. Okay, I'm putting the album down. I'll pick it up later. Anyway, so, Crazy Sexy Cool. I will say, in spite of my own issues understanding the hit status of this song did deserve to be a hit. This song is light and airy, but still hits perfectly, and also the music is fantastic. It was produced by London Noise, which makes sense, right? It's very funky and very cool, and they produced a lot of shiny songs, and this song is very shiny coded, so like I get it. In spite of that though, I think this is the first title where I would really argue the music took a backseat. I feel like the shining star of this song is the vocals much more than the music, at least more so than any of their other titles so far. I do also think the song is fascinating because remember how I talked about Baby? And I said Baby was the start of a shift away from their like really cutesy image. This is the first time they embraced, but it's still very much pop music, but without the brightness that had defined them up until this point in their career. This song is different. And I think about this all the time. I think often, ever since I started the process of this video, I've often sat down and just like thought about the way ASTRO handled Crazy Sexy Cool. Because this was their attempt, at least to start maturing their sound a bit more. And I love how they did it while still, embracing their roots. They're still making what I would firmly call dance pop music. But also, when a lot of boy groups try and make like a more adult sound, especially in this era in 2017, adult means loud, mature means loud. And ASTRO did not go loud, and I will forever be grateful to them for that. Like, at a time where so many boy groups were doing that loud, shouty music. Remember, 2017, we'd already had hits in 2016 like Fire and Hard Carry. 2017 is when EXO released Monster. Like, we're starting to get these darker, less good music, I'm going to call it, than what we'd been getting in like the first half of the 2010s from boy groups. And Astro didn't do that. They very much stayed in their pop lane while simultaneously still managing to perfectly mature their sound without needing to even take that like darker, louder detour. They just did it flawlessly because they're perfect. Anyway, let's turn our focus now to the B-sides on this album. They, like the title, are a lot more vocally focused. They're a lot more toned down than what we got on their last album, while still being very distinctively Astro. Let's start with the fully vocal songs. Okay, we have 2 ballads on this album, just like their last one. We're going to start with the album's closer, which is Better With You. This is our last song produced by Iggy Youngbae, and also, this is one of the few Astro ballads that I'm actually going to like firmly take the stance has too much rap in it. Our other ballad is actually a song right before it, which is Run. Run has a very special place in my heart, exclusively because I saw it live. I saw it live when I saw Astro live, not at KCON, like when I saw them live in 2018, they performed Run, and therefore it has always just held like a very special place to me, and I really do love it so bad. Turning to the pop songs for a minute, our first one is Butterfly. Butterfly is really cool. I actually really like how it stays like more restrained in the verses and also to an extent in the chorus, but simultaneously the chorus gets this like poppy explosion to it that I really like. Also, back to the verses, Minhyuk's raps in this song are really good too. Then there's our golden B-side, which is the album's opener, With You. And I'm gonna be honest with you right now. I am a synth pop fiend, and it is the synths in this song that do it for me, okay? This song is one of the songs where, like, it's just so fun and catchy. And yes, I love a darker Astro sound when they do it in certain ways. And we know I fuck with an Astro ballad, but, like, I'm pretty much always gonna prefer their brighter pop sounds, and this is the brightest, poppiest thing on here, and I love it dearly. Anyway, that is all the mainline Astro lore, but we're not done for 2017 yet. We got one more thing, which is Anu's second show of the year, Sweet Revenge. The show ran for 11 episodes. The finale came out in January 2018. I haven't seen it, obviously, but I do know that the Astro members made cameos in it, which I think is fun and cute. The show is also a much bigger hit than Anu's last show, from what I can tell from almost exclusively Wikipedia. The show was averaging about 1 million viewers per episode, which is good. It was popular enough that it got an Anu-less sequel in 2018, so it must have done well. However, it didn't get Anu a bunch of attention. Like, we've not yet reached critical acclaim for Cha Anu. And with that, we finished 2017, another wild year. The only thing that I haven't touched on that I feel like I do want to make you aware of, actually, is that Anu hosted the NBC Gaios that year. But that's it. We're done with 2017. Back to the retrospective corner. Alrighty, 2017, another wild year for Astro. I would say 2017 had a couple main themes. Theme 1 is simply expansion. That's what you want the theme of your first full year to really be, no matter who you are. Astro spent 2017 heavily expanding their fanbase. A lot of this was through Baby, which was huge, but also through Anu doing his own Anu things on the side. Anyway, so theme 1 is growth of the fan base, and theme 2 to me is growth musically. Astro really heavily grew musically to me in 2017, because again, I talked about this already, I love their 2016 songs. I do. 2016 Astro has a very youthful energy that I enjoy, but it is also not a sound you can do when you're like 5 years into your career. It's not a stable sound. You can't do it forever. And I will say, on a side note, 5th generation of K-pop has a lot of like youthful vibes to it, and I think a big part of that is just that they all debut so young, but I am curious what like other groups are gonna do when we're like 5 years down the line and suddenly they're all in their like mid-20s, right? Like that's what I think about, and I think Astro saw that coming and very quickly course corrected, because their 2017 music is, I would not say like mature, but it's a lot more mature. But even if we ignore like what's going on now, if we look at what was going on in 2017, right? The other groups that debuted around the same time as Astro. A lot of them, for example, 17, I think is a good example. 17 debuted with 17 Karat, which to me, sonically, is kind of pretty similar to Dream Part 1. But by 2017, 17 was releasing Don't Wanna Cry and Clap, which are a lot of things, and fun dance pop is not them, right? I would not consider either of those songs to really be the same kind of fun dance pop as like crazy, sexy, cool. Whereas ASTRO were off in their little corner making their fun dance pop music, while most of the big boy group hits from 2017 were these louder songs. I don't know, like I spend a lot of time thinking about ASTRO, because ASTRO is a group where like I could very easily trace current 5th gen music back to ASTRO with surprising ease. Not to this stage of ASTRO, to a stage we're going to get to in like the early 2020s, like 2021, 2022 ASTRO, I think is where I'd like really be able to tie it back to. But even so, it can be traced back to ASTRO. And I think that's so interesting because ASTRO was never like a big player. If you think about like the biggest groups that came out in the back half of the 2010s, you're not going to think about ASTRO. You're going to think about maybe ATEEZ, The Boys, NCT, obviously. Maybe 101, depending on when you got into K-pop. You're never going to think about ASTRO. And I think the biggest difference is that a lot of those groups are really big internationally. And K-pop in general really made a big shift to focus internationally in the second half of the 2010s. ASTRO, however, was always one of the biggest, if not the biggest group domestically. Okay, that's a lie. They were never the biggest group domestically, but they were pretty popular domestically, especially if you compare them, again, to the other groups that were popular in the back half of the 2010s. A lot of them could not compete with ASTRO. And again, a big part of that is Anu. I think, frankly, this is my go-to example, is a reverse Monsta X of sorts. Monsta X is a group that got really popular internationally, self-admittedly also. They know all their fans are international fans, and thus they never really did well domestically, and they didn't have to. They focused internationally. And a lot of the bigger groups from the back of the 2010s have similar sounds. Their focus is much more international, and those songs do well there. If you look at the groups that are much more domestically focused, a lot of their sounds are very reminiscent of ASTRO. Anyway, my tangent is tangenting. I will say, last thought, I think To Us is a good example of this. To Us is a group from HYBE even that's very domestically focused in terms of their market, and their sound is very reminiscent of ASTRO to me, and I just think that's so interesting. But whatever, we're moving on. A lot happens in 2018 that we need to talk about, so let's go do that. But first, I'm back. I'm back as Intermission Simon, because we have to talk about an entity that I haven't really brought up much in this video, but is undeniably the most crucial entity in relation to ASTRO, which is their label Fantagio. Fantagio itself actually has a really interesting timeline. I did a whole deep dive into Fantagio when I was making this video, and their timeline as a company is fascinating, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about it specifically in relation to ASTRO, because right when ASTRO debuted in 2016 is when their history got really messy. So, in 2016, Fantagio sold a bunch of their shares to this thing called the JC Group. It's a Chinese investment firm. And then in 2017, the JC Group became the majority shareholder, meaning they own more than 50% of Fantagio's stock. This essentially means they ran Fantagio, right? They fired the CEO who founded the company to replace him with some other guy, and this created essentially a coup. A bunch of people left Fantagio when the CEO got fired, including a bunch of managers, but more importantly, a huge portion of the big names in Fantagio's acting division left. And for those who did not know this, Fantagio is an acting company. They make music like on the side. That's their side gig. Their main thing is acting, and most of their money comes from their actors. Also, if I may say, that CEO that they replaced, like the founder left. They put in a new guy whose name I didn't write down because it doesn't matter. He got arrested for fraud 2 years later. Like, he was in China and he got arrested for fraud. He was not CEO of Fantagio at the time, I'm pretty sure, but I think that makes a good showing of the vibes, right? The vibes were not good when this man was in charge. However, more importantly, in relation to Fantagio and in relation to ASTRO, is May of 2018, Fantagio lost their membership in the, Korean Management Association. What's it called? Hold on, I wrote it down. The Korean Entertainment Management Association. I was very close for going off the top of my head. They lost their membership in that, which means they were no longer, legally speaking, an entertainment company. They could not call themselves that, and this meant their artists and actors lost tons of gigs, losing the company even more money. I don't think you will understand how in the red Fantagio was in 2018. They were hemorrhaging funds that year because none of their actors could really do anything. None of their artists could promote anything. They couldn't go on music shows really because they didn't have the money. Music show promotion is expensive, and Fantagio just couldn't afford to do it. In 2018, ASTRO makes a singular music show appearance. Thankfully, as we know, because I'm sitting here in 2025, Fantagio did not shut down. ASTRO did not have to disband because their company was run by idiots who went bankrupt. No. They would replace their CEO like 3 more times in the next few years, but now they're fine. Now they're stable, but I wanted you to have that context. I wanted you to understand that for most of 2018, ASTRO's label is like 5 seconds away from collapsing. They are all hands on deck, actively in flames kind of crisis mode, and I feel like that's very important to understand because ASTRO was heavily affected by this in terms of their 2018 activities. And with that, let's get into 2018. Okay, it's time for 2018. A year I have a disturbing amount to say about when you consider there's exactly 1 album released this year. That, however, does not mean we don't have other music to cover, because we're actually going to start the year by talking about Shadow. Now, in January, ASTRO appeared on the show To You Sugar Man Project. We're not talking about it because it's memorable in any way. I didn't watch the episode. But I do know that for that episode, they released Shadow. And Shadow is so good. It's synthy and dancey. It's very ASTRO, and it never gets the love it deserves, which does make sense. It was released for a random variety show, but if you haven't heard it, because I assume most ASTRO casual enjoyers, I'll say, have not heard this song, because they probably don't know about this song, if you enjoy ASTRO, really any of their pop songs, like not necessarily their ballads, like if you're crazy about First Love but you don't fuck with Baby, then maybe not for you, but if you enjoy anything that isn't a ballad from ASTRO, you'll like this one. Also around this time, ASTRO would hold another concert in Taipei. This is technically the final stop in their ASTRO series. Technically. Also, I promised you, like an hour ago, that I would tell you when Anu stopped hosting Music Core. Anu has stopped hosting Music Core. This was followed not by a concert tour, but officially by a fan con tour. It was their global fan meet tour. They held stops in Asia with a whole leg in the US and Canada, and specifically on February 9th, 2018, they held a show at Town Hall in New York. And, oh so crazy fun fact, I too was at Town Hall in New York. To be clear, Town Hall is not like the mayor's office, it's the name of a venue, which was really, really confusing to me when I was buying the tickets. Because I was like, what the fuck do you mean it's a town hall? And then I did some like quick Googling and I was like, oh, okay, town hall is like a place. It's not like town hall. Town hall, it's like a venue. It was a venue. It's a concert venue. And I was there. And I saw ASTRO, and I have so many vivid memories of that night, but we've discussed the important ones, by which I mean we discussed the way ticketing was a nightmare, and I talked about the Wii Match story. Even though my notes do tell me to talk about both of those things here, we've discussed them, because I do not write my member section and my main section at the same time. Like, I write my member section, and then I usually engage with a bunch of content, and then I go back, and then I write the sections, and I have my notes tell me to tell those stories there, and if you want to hear them again, you can go back to the Anu section. Anyway, the Global Fan Meet Tour would run until March. However, that is when Fantagio kind of goes up in flames real bad. So we're going to jump ahead to July when ASTRO released their special EP, Rise Up. You may have noticed, however, I did not say that this is ASTRO's 6th mini-album. Because it's not ASTRO's 6th mini-album. This is a special EP. This album is only ever called a special EP or a special mini-album in other places, but it is essentially a fan album. Think a fan song if there were multiple songs and it was an album. ASTRO themselves have said that every song on this album is a message they wanted to give specifically to their fans at this time, as Fantagio was actively burning to the ground. I'm so normal about this information. I'm so normal about the concept that ASTRO essentially made an entire album for their fans, begging us not to forget about them, begging us to continue supporting them. And also, I'm very normal about the knowledge that some of the first songwriting contributions from any of the vocal line members are on a song telling us, as fans, that even if we do stop loving them, even if we do move on with our lives, they'll keep loving us. I'm so normal and emotionally stable about all of this. Okay, enough of all that. Enough of that. Let's talk about something I'm much more comfortable with, which is numbers. Let's talk about Rise Up the album, because Rise Up the album did fine when you consider they both legally and financially could not promote it in any real fashion. Rise Up would peak at number 2 on the Gaon chart and sell about 50,000 copies. Again, not bad considering they legally and financially could not promote it whatsoever. However, that does also make this ASTRO's lowest selling album in a hot minute, in over a year, and their lowest selling mini album in about 2 years. Then there's the lead single, Always You. I'm gonna move this actually, so we can see a little better. That's not any better. That's not any better. I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hold it again. This is Rise Up. Now let's talk about Always You as a song. Always You as a song to me feels like a song that for any other artist would have gone on to be a hit, and for ASTRO saw a drop in success. And I do mean that both in comparison to the current numbers that Crazy Sexy Cool has done, and also the numbers Baby was doing when it came out. This music video has about 20 million views, making it their lowest viewed music video in years. Also domestically, this song didn't do very much, although again, to be fair, the only promotion ASTRO really did for this song domestically was a singular M Countdown stage, so like, I can understand how the general public might have missed this one. However, personally, I don't really care if Always You was a hit or not. I care about if Always You was a good song. Always You is a really fucking good song. It's the darkest title ASTRO's put out to date, or at least the like least poppy, but in a way that absolutely still works. I don't want to say it reversed the more vocal focus that Dream Part 2 had. I simply think that it just shifted back to what ASTRO was typically doing. The verses do have a more restrained production. Things kind of change in the chorus. In the chorus, it's very much giving like an EDM song. But the thing is, like, again, it works. It's so tonally different from every other ASTRO single, but in a way that still works. It's still very much ASTRO. It still has the ASTRO sauce. The chorus is still fantastic. The vocals are still excellent. It's still ASTRO even as they play with their sound more. It is also worth noting, it is a damn shame this song did not get a promotional cycle, because this is some of the best choreography ASTRO has in any of their titles. It's so cool and it's so interesting. If you want to watch every single music show stage of this song, it will take you under 5 minutes, and I would recommend it because there's one stage of this song and it's a good stage. Also, if we're rewinding a second, I want to talk more about ASTRO playing with their sound. ASTRO themselves have said this was their attempt at a more mature sound. And here's the thing. We have established, I love pop ASTRO. Like cutesy pop ASTRO, early ASTRO is a sound that I adore. And I'm so glad they started moving away from it. Because the thing is, they were all mostly in their 20s by this point, right? Like other than Minhyuk and Sana, they were all in their 20s. And I don't think doing cutesy baby girl bubblegum pop was on Junu's bucket list as someone in his, at that point, almost mid-20s. I don't think that's what he really wanted to be doing with his life. And again, I love cutesy pop ASTRO, and I am crazy about some of the songs we get with a more mature sound from them. And let's get started. Let's start talking about more mature ASTRO songs, because this whole album was their move into a more mature sound. If Dream Part 2 was them slowly starting to move away from that more cutesy baby girl pop sound, this is them fully embracing their adult sounds. For example, our first B-side on this album is By Your Side, and I will confess, the chorus does pop the fuck off. However, this is a vocal song, right? The production, again, is a lot more restrained, and the vocals are stellar. There's also our ballad, Stay With Me. This song, listen, I have said in many a video that I am weak for a ballad with a nice guitar in the background, and that's what this is. That's what this is. It's made for me to go crazy. Also, it's especially made for me to go crazy because Moonbin on here sounds phenomenal. Tuning to the closer, Real Love. This one's nice. It's a cute little R&B love song. I like it. I like the way the music does its little flourishes. However, we're now going to talk about our golden B-side, which is Call Out. Listen, I'm so sorry. I know we established that I'm embracing the mature sound, and I am crazy about the mature sound. But I love a good pop song, and that's what this is. This song is so cool. The music on it is so cool. I think about it all the time. Like whenever I think about this album, this is the first song I think about. I think about it constantly. It is by far my favorite song on here. And again, I love this album. I think this is an excellent album, and I love what it does both musically and specifically as the chronological evolution of ASTRO and their music. But I'm never not going to be crazy about their poppier songs, and this is the poppiest thing on here. Obviously, I'm crazy about it. Again, though, this song is also fantastic. The music is excellent, it's really cool, and the chorus has this like rapturous vibe to it. It's such a cool song. It's so good. Anyway, that wraps up Rise Up as an era. Now, I did tell you that ASTRO did no promotions for the album, and I'm realizing now I should have clarified. They did no domestic promotions for the album because they would kick off the ASTRO 2 tour in Japan. It was not a whole full-fledged, like, lengthy thing. It was 6 days. They did 3 shows, 3 cities. That's it. It is, however, worth noting, though, the tour sold quite well. All 3 stops did sell out, meaning that even with Fantagio actively on fire, ASTRO themselves were still quite popular. However, this tour will mark our final group activity for a hot minute, but fret not, worry not, we have solo things to cover. First, my son, our collective child, my baby Sana, would appear on Yoga Bar with Umji of Yotachingu. This show ran until September. It was also around the same time that Anu got his first leading role in Gangnam Beauty for JTBC, which also ran until September. And you know how for all of Anu's roles, I have been reminding you that they were not the show that really blew Anu up, that made him a massive star. I can't do that anymore. This is the show that did it. This is why we've been waiting, because Gangnam Beauty was huge, both for, like, as a show, like, in terms of popularity, but also for Anu. Anu got widespread acclaim for his role in this show and won a ton of awards at that year's award season. And the thing is, this show is in part responsible for ASTRO continuing to exist, right? Like, I have seen lengthy Reddit thread, not recently, but like at the time, I remember a lengthy Reddit thread in like 2019 that was essentially laying out how Gangnam Beauty saved ASTRO. Gangnam Beauty saves Fantagio, because the thing is, again, Fantagio was on fire. Fantagio has been on fire this whole year, and they suddenly got Anu in a massive, critically acclaimed drama that brought a lot of eyes back to ASTRO. Speaking of ASTRO, we've covered Sana, we've covered Anu. Let's talk about what some of the other members were up to. At the start of October, Minhyuk began appearing on the show Dance War, and while I said, and I stand by, he did not get the hype he deserved on Hit the Stage, and I believe it's because no one knew who the fuck he was, because he just debuted. This show, he placed second. He got second place on the show. I'm just going to also point out, this was a show where the identity of the dancer was a secret, so you couldn't just, like, vote for your faves and whatnot, and I'm just going to say, maybe talent won. Turning to our other main dancer, at the same time, Moonbin would join the cast of the variety show The Ultimate Watch List. Yes, this is a real image. No, I will not be explaining it to you, mainly because I can't. But either way, this show, it didn't run for a very long time. There were 8 episodes. It ended in November. But it did see the start of Moonbin becoming our second most popular member, second, of course, to Anu. Speaking of Anu, though, Anu would get his next show at the end of October, specifically October 31st, when he began appearing in the web drama Top Management. The show was no Gangnam Beauty, both commercially or critically, but did further cement Anu as his own entity outside of ASTRO and as a major star. Okay, that was a lot. That was a lot of solo activity, and thankfully, we close our year with a bit more group stuff. First, December 22nd, ASTRO launched the second ASTRO tour. This is different than the ASTRO 2 tour. I know. I hate it too. This is a different tour. Fully distinct, this is a full-fledged world tour that began with 2 sold-out shows in Seoul. ASTRO would continue touring in 2019, and we'll get to that, but first, as a Christmas present to fans, ASTRO would release the Christmas version of Merry Go Round, a song that would go on to be on their next album. And it's fun. I do like the Christmas remix. I think the bells are cute. Plus, Merry Go Round, the main version, the non-remix version, is a fantastic song, and I do prefer it. But I'm not mad at this. And that's 2018. We're done. An incredibly eventful year when I again remind you, ASTRO released one special EP that got no promotion. So we've done a lot. We've talked about a lot. Let's go back to the retrospective corner. My lord, was 2018 a mess. I feel like I always am aware that 2018 ASTRO was a hot mess, and I don't really remember it until I sit down and I research it, or I sit down and I talk about it all, and then I think about it and I'm like, what the fuck was happening? But there are 3 major shifts I want to focus on for 2018. The first one is going to be similar to 2017. I want to talk about music. I want to talk about the musical evolution of ASTRO. I said that 2017 is when they sort of started to mature their sound. 2018 is when they fully found their more mature sound. This is when the ASTRO that society really knows came into existence. And I will say, as an OG ASTRO stan, I feel like I have a different perception of ASTRO than the average consumer, and I know that. I'm aware of that, because to me, the most iconic ASTRO albums are all their early ones, right? The first half of their discography, pre-2019. I would say their last truly iconic album to me is their first full, and really their early work. Their first 4 minis to me are some of their most iconic, and I am aware the general public does not view them that way. And like, again, I love their later works. When we get in a few minutes to their full, you're going to see how much I love their later works. But I've talked about in my mind the eras of ASTRO before, and 2017 is the end of one era, and 2018 is the beginning of the next one. Because there's early ASTRO, which is like youthful, it's cute. Crazy Sexy Cool does get lumped in with that one. We could argue it, but either way, there's like early cutesy ASTRO, then there's adult ASTRO. 2018 home, we got adult ASTRO. It's when they started making sexier music. They started showing more skin, they started making more adult sounds, and that began in 2018. Anyway, that was shift 1. Shift 2 is Anu. I've talked about this already, but I think it's so interesting to look at like early ASTRO fan shows, like their pre-debut shows even, when there really was no most popular member. They were all completely unknown by the general public, essentially. Because you look at that, and there was no real power dynamic going on. People didn't know who Anu was as an outside entity. They only knew him as a member of ASTRO, and thus, Anu didn't get a lot of extra screen time, which cannot be said for later ASTRO shows. Now, the Anu fame shift could arguably have started with his hosting of Music Core, but there's a lot of idols that host music shows. We're not even done talking about ASTRO members who host music shows. The difference is, Gangnam Beauty skyrocketed Anu into a different level of popularity. A level of popularity ASTRO themselves had not yet achieved, and arguably never would. Like, by the end of 2018, ASTRO was known just as much for their music as they were for simply being the group that had Cha Anu in it. And I'm actually conflicted about this. I actually do have mixed emotions about the Cha Anu popularity, because on the one hand, it's obviously a good thing, right? Like, I can't sit here and deny Cha Anu becoming a massive celebrity was obviously a good thing for ASTRO, because by definition, even if 1% of Anu's fans trickled back into ASTRO, that's a huge number of people, right? Anu, I believe, has like 30 million something Instagram subscribers. If 1% of those started buying ASTRO albums, that would have doubled their album sales. So, obviously it's a good thing. But at the same time, I am someone who religiously watched ASTRO shows, both at the time, and also for this video, I rewatched a lot of ASTRO content. In addition to watching all their mainline shows, I watched a lot of variety show appearances. And you can see the shift between 2017 ASTRO and 2019 ASTRO. You can see that Anu being more popular meant that he got a lot more focus, which again, makes sense. But at the same time, if you look at, there are a lot of groups out there that have that one member that's way more popular than the other. This is not an ASTRO exclusive issue. But I look at it, and I look at the variety shows, and I watch them back, and I am someone who likes Cha Anu, right? Like, Cha Anu is my best friend. He's part of my family. But I'm not unwell about Cha Anu. And there is the part of me that's almost like, I don't want to say vindictive. There's the part of me that's resentful that Cha Anu always got the focus at this point going forward. Even now, like, I'm 26. I'm an adult. And yet I'm still somewhat resentful that, like, Moonbin and Minhyuk and Sana never got the same focus because they never got the same opportunities. Our third thing is tied back to Anu, but the third thing is solo activities. ASTRO had always been a group that had a decent amount of solo activities, because, like, I've covered groups in history of where, like, none of the members are doing anything with note. None of the members are doing anything that even kind of warrants discussion. And even for, like, my earlier videos when I tried to cover a lot more little things, there's a lot of groups where, like, I just don't have shit to say. And then there's ASTRO. ASTRO always had a decent amount, but 2018 is where we saw an explosion of solo activities. Now, to be fair, again, Fantasia was on fire. They couldn't really do group promotions, so sending Sana to do a teen show with Eunji from Yoto Chingu, that works for them, right? And that's doable. But 2018 on is where we see a lot of solo activities, to the extent that, like, ASTRO was doing solo activities almost as much, if not far more, than they're doing group stuff. Actually, speaking of Fantagio being on fire, I lied. I have a fourth thing. Fantagio, thankfully, by the end of 2018, has sort of sorted its shit out. They weren't actively on fire. There was just like a little fire in the corner. So we can actually get full-fledged promotions for 2019, which is delightful, which is fantastic, because it means it's time to talk about 2019. Guys, I'm so excited for 2019. And that is because on January 19th, kicking off our year, ASTRO released All Light, their first studio album, along with its lead single, All Night. I do also have both versions of this album. I'm going to display my white one, because my green one is actually, like, broken. Like, I bought this secondhand, like, this, I knew when I bought it that it was broken, but, like, the bottom part is kind of ripping. I keep it for love. I do actually have two versions of this album. I gave the other one to the bestie, because it was ripped, like, in the middle. and it was much more noticeable, although as time has gone on, this bottom rip has become a thing. We're getting distracted. The point is, I'm displaying the white one. We're talking about, dare I say, one of the best albums of the 2010s. And we need to talk about the single first. We need to start with All Night, because the thing is that All Night is Astro's best title. The music on here is restrained, but still excellent and still hits perfectly. Jinu and Minhyuk also absolutely stepped their game up with these reps. The verses on here are some of the best we've had in any Astro song to date, but as we know to expect, it all pales in comparison to the chorus. This chorus is nothing short of pop perfection, okay? It's cool, and it's sexy, and it's dancey, and the vocals are hitting. It is everything I want from an Astro chorus. Not to mention, All Night, to me, feels sort of like the middle ground for all the sounds they've been doing in their career, at least when it came to their titles, okay? Like, you keep up the poppiness, right? This is their poppiest song in years, and it has that poppiness from, like, Baby and their 2016 titles, but it also has that darker sound. It has the darker sound from Again and Always You, plus it keeps the vocal focus from Crazy Sexy Cool. Like, this is, dare I say, Astro's magnum opus. And society does agree with me, because All Night was an incredible success. Right off the bat, it became Astro's first, like, quasi-charting hit, and I use hit in the sense that it was a hit by Astro standards. All Night would appear at number 154 on the Gaon digital charts. Now, admittedly, number 154 is not great. I've talked about many groups that have a slew of number one singles. However, Astro had never appeared on the Gaon mainline charts before, so number 154 is great progress. Meanwhile, on the Gaon download charts, All Night would peak at number 24. To be fair, this was not Astro's first appearance on the download charts, but their previous peak had been with Always You, which peaked at number 95, so going from 95 to 24 is great. And to cap it all off, All Night would earn Astro their very first music show win. They won on the show. You can't see it. Hold on. There we go. They won on the show, marking their first music show win. I think about Astro's first win quite often, simply because it's really funny to me. It's simultaneously both very emotional and very funny. Okay, so here's the thing. When they won, they did like the little round robin of speeches, by which I mean like 3 of them spoke. But one of them was Jinu. Where's Jinu? There's Jinu. Jinu in tears, actively sobbing. Other members also actively sobbing. And then in the background, you just have Minhyuk, who's just smiling, being like, are y'all good? Are y'all okay? It amuses me so much. I'm so obsessed with him. Anyway, that was domestic numbers, but All Night was also a pretty massive success internationally. For starters, this is their most streamed song on Spotify. Like, to this day, this is their most streamed song on Spotify, with more than 45 million streams. Plus, YouTube views were great too. All Night has more than 30 million views, and that doesn't take into account, like, the stages or the practice videos or any of that, and they promoted the fuck out of this song. There are many a stage with over 1 million views. And we'll circle back to those stages. For now, I want to talk about the album itself, because as is the trend we've established, this album also did fantastically well. Let's start with the obvious. All Night did really, really well domestically. It peaked at number 1 on the Gaon charts, the group's second number 1 album, and sold about 140,000 copies, taking over as their best-selling album domestically. However, for the first time, really, All Night's success was not just in Korea. This album also did quite well in Japan. Now, Astro had been doing pretty well in Japan. Their best-selling album to date in Japan had been Dream Part 1, which sold about 15,000 copies. This one sold about 25,000, which is great, but more importantly, it marked Astro's first top 10 on that Japanese album chart. It peaked at number 7, so we're making great progress over there. But that is enough numbers. We need to talk about the album itself, because this album is so good. Let's start with the song we've already kind of covered, which is Merry-Go-Round. Now, in spite of the Christmas version technically coming out first, the version on this album is the true version to me, and it's great. It's still fun, it's still catchy, it's still dancey, it's still good. Same thing with Heart Brew Love. Heart Brew Love, to me, is one of those songs where, like, if it were on another album, I'd love it so much. But on this album, it's one of the weakest ones, because this is classic Astro, right? Like, it's bright, and it's fun, and it's dancey, and it's catchy. It's everything I want from an Astro song. The main thing holding it back is that, A, it's a sound Astro has done better already, and more importantly, it's a song that have better on this album. Speaking of, let's jump back to the top, okay? We're gonna go back to the opener, Starry Sky. I love this song. My one negative thing about it is just that I don't like the raps very much, but the rest of the song more than makes up for it. It's darker, and it's sexier, and it hits perfectly, especially the chorus. The chorus has this, like, just sheer explosion of music that I love. It's so intense, and it's so good. But if we want to talk about a song with fantastic music, we need to talk about Treasure. I also adore Treasure. Treasure to me feels very reminiscent of like early Astro, like their first few albums with its music. And I love that because it's like that but more fully formed, right? Like this is an adult version of their early albums with a chorus that simultaneously is very chill but also bangs, and it shouldn't work, but it does work, and it works so perfectly. Next, let's talk about Moonwalk. Moonwalk, what do I want to say about Moonwalk? Moonwalk to me feels like Astro's loudest song, but loud isn't the right term for it. Because like when boy groups make loud music, that we understand what that means, right? Like there's a vibe to that. That's NCT 127, that's Stray Kids, that's loud music. This isn't that. It's more like pounding synths, if you will. It's excellent. It shouldn't work. This is another one where like it shouldn't work, but it does work, and I love it. However, now it is time to talk about Roleplay. Roleplay is a song that I'm obsessed with because it's Astro's sexiest song. Astro had sort of dipped their toes into sexier music, and then Roleplay happened. And then they went full sexy and gave us what is nothing short of R&B excellence. Like, Roleplay was such a strong contender for my Golden B-side. It is my number 2 on the album. If my Golden B-side wasn't my Golden B-side, I would have given my Golden B-side to Roleplay, because I'm so crazy about Roleplay. Moonbin, for starters, was perfectly designed to make R&B music, which is something we will be coming back to. His voice was just meant for it, but also, this song is perfect, right? Like, this song has great verses. It's also a unit song. I don't think I mentioned that. It's just a vocal line, which I love a unit song. I've always been crazy about unit songs, even in like a 4-member group. Give me a duo song. I don't care. I love units, and they make me go crazy, and this song is no exception. My one complaint, if I were to give you one complaint about this song, it's literally just that Astro never did it live, from what I can tell. I've done my digging, and I can't find any performances of it, which is so sad. Because this song is begging for this, like, sexy, sensual choreography, maybe in, like, red jackets with black shirts underneath, and then halfway through they take off the jackets. Sorry, I got distracted by sexy, sensual Astro. Let's recenter. Let's calm down and talk about the more vocal songs. First, Love Wheel. It's nice. It's cute. It's sweet. The vocals are fantastic. The chorus gets me a little bit. You know what the song reminds me of, actually, as I sit here? It reminds me of Shiny. Like, circa 2012 Shiny. Like, one of Shiny's pop ballads from that era. I think if we changed a few things, this could have worked on Sherlock. Our second vocal song on here, or our second ballad, I should really say, is Bloom. It was composed by Myungjoon and Jinwoo, and I just need it known. Bloom opens with this insane orchestral moment. Like, it's absolutely gorgeous, and it is diabolical that it opens with that and doesn't keep up that vibe. Because the rest of the song is, like, just a ballad. Like, I say this as someone who loves a good ballad, but, like, it's just a ballad. It's cute. It's sweet. It's a nice ballad. But, like, the song does absolutely peak in the first 30 seconds. And now, for our Golden B-side, the winner of the Golden B-side on Astro's best album is, of course, One in a Million. And, so this song made me cry. And I don't mean, like, when it came out, or in, like, a particularly vulnerable moment in my life. I mean, like, a month ago, I watched the video and it had me in tears. Yeah, I guess I should mention it. Remember hours ago now, probably a good 90 minutes to 2 hours ago, I told you that for Astro Doka, they would just casually drop music videos every once in a while for their songs. One in a Million got one of those music videos, and it's one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. But it's not just the video, right? Like, this song is also genuinely fantastic. It's another one of those, like, bright, synthy dance pop songs, which is what I love from Astro, at least in this point in their career. Like, when they do these synth dance pop songs, that's the pinnacle of Astro's music to me. And it's so good. The verses are fantastic. Minhyuk in particular, something about his rap has always stuck with me in this song, plus the chorus is incredible. The vocals are on point. Like, this song has everything I need, and also it made me cry. Anyway, that is All Night. We have now covered the best. We have hit the peak of Astro's music. Not to say that it's all downhill from here, because we do have some incredible songs to cover, but I love this album. Okay, like, this to me is part of my Astro Holy Trinity. Like, this album, Dream Part 1, and their debut are my Holy Trinity. I don't remember if I've mentioned that before, but it's true. That's my Holy Trinity of Astro albums. But the thing is, this album is also, like, important to the chronology of Astro. Like, I've been saying for the past hour at this point that they've been slowly slipping away from their, like, bubblegum cutesy image, and I think this is where they, like, really embraced that. Mainly because this album is also, like, known by the general public, unlike their last one. Like, their last album, realistically, is the one that really saw them abandoning their cutesy image, but they didn't promote that. No one knew about that album. This is the album where not only did everyone know about it, but they also were, like, very publicly like, we are adults now, we're making adult pop music, and it's all gonna be great. Anyway, that officially finishes All Night. In promotion of the album, ASTRO would go back on tour. They resumed their Starlight tour in March. They would do more shows in Asia. They had a leg in the US, and then they finished up in April in Bangkok. However, just before the tour ended, ASTRO would release Venus, their Japanese debut. It's also right here. I do have all 3 versions, but they would release Venus at the start of April. I will say, one thing that I think is really interesting is that ASTRO didn't tour in Japan for this tour. Like, the Starlight tour did not stop in Japan. And I think that's so interesting because they released their Japanese mini-album. Like, you'd think that for the tour during which they released a Japanese album, they would have stopped in Japan. And I was intrigued by this, so I Googled it, right? And the Google AI was so happy to tell me about ASTRO's 3rd ASTRO Road in 2019, where they went to Japan. And I'm like, that's so fun and cute, because the 3rd ASTRO Road was in 2022. I don't want to, like, get on my little soapbox, because that's not what this video is about. Like, this video is about ASTRO, but as I've made these videos, I just become more and more aware of how prevalent AI is and how reliant other people are on it for the information they gather, which is crazy to me because it's wrong minimum half the time. Like, the number of times I'll be at work and someone will ask a question to just, like, the room, and I'll give an answer, and someone else will be like, let's ask ChatGPT, and I'm like, bitch, I just told you the answer. I just told you the answer, and my answer's right, mind you. Because ChatGPT will give you the same answer. Like, I'm right. So why are we asking ChatGPT? Also, if you want to test this, go on like 3 separate days and just Google best-selling K-pop debut album. Half the time, you'll get the right answer. The answer is Youth in the Shade by Zero Base One. That's the correct answer for the best-selling debut album in K-pop. Do you know how many times I've been told the answer is like Hearts to Hearts with their debut album? Which is wrong. Just, like, objectively wrong. Like, or Le Sserafim. They'll tell me Le Sserafim had the best-selling K-pop debut album. It's just, they're so prevalent, and everyone relies on them, and they're wrong. Anyway, moral of this story, don't trust AI. Trust me. A person you've presumably never met, but did write 35,000 words of notes. And also was around the whole time, and also knows what he's talking about, and is right every time. Anyway, now that I'm done ranting, let's talk about Venus. Venus, to me, is such an interesting midpoint in what a lot of artists do with their albums, at least for Japanese albums, because it's not entirely new material, and it's not entirely old material. It's exactly half. Exactly half of the album is new songs for Japan, and then the other half is Japanese versions of their last 3 singles. I didn't like what my hair was doing, so I put the hood back on. If you were ever wondering when I am not wearing a hood, the entire difference is if I like what my hair is doing. And right now I didn't, so I put the hood back on. Anyway, back to Venus. I think their choices with Venus are so interesting because, again, they picked their last 3 titles. And that's so interesting to me because I would have switched out I would have switched out Always You with either Breathless, Baby, and if I wanted to do like a deep cut, I'd do their debut. Either way, let's talk about the new songs now. I actually want to start at the end with I'm On Your Side, entirely because it's the least good. Now, to be clear, it's good. It's a nice, chill, cool pop song. But the other songs on this album are kind of amazing. Also, as advanced warning, the other 2 songs both have Japanese names that I am going to butcher. First up, Hanasake Mirai. We're just going with it and assuming I got that right. That song is incredible. It's poppy, it's dancey, it's like straight off of Dream Part 1 in my mind, to the point that I like checked and I was like, is this a Japanese remake of a Dream Part 1 song that I just forgot about? It's not. But it's amazing and I love it. And then the other original song, the last original song, is the one, the only Aishiteru, again, assuming I got that right, but it is ASTRO's best song. I will say, I'm only kind of exaggerating. It is absolutely their best Japanese song, in my opinion. I know a lot of the girls disagree with me, but to me, this is the pinnacle. At least, again, for their Japanese music, but also arguably for ASTRO's music, because the song is so good. It builds so nicely between the verses. Like, the verses are chill, and then the chorus comes in, and it is nothing short of rapturous. Like, this song is pop perfection, this song is pop royalty, and it pisses me off so bad that no one knows about it. Like, I get it. I get that A adds an insane an ASTRO fan, I'm gonna know about things that the average human wouldn't know about, and it's gonna piss me off that the average human doesn't know about it, because again, it comes with the territory. And also, I know that I am a hypocrite, because literally all the time in these videos, I'll be discussing a group who I like, but maybe I don't love enough to care about their Japanese releases, because I ignore pretty much everyone's Japanese releases. Like, the times you'll get me to listen to a Japanese release is A, if the streets tell me it's good. And by the streets, I mean the timeline. If Twitter's telling me, like, this song is amazing and you need to listen to it, I'll go listen to it. Like, I'm easily swayed. But also, if it's just my favorite group, like, if NCT Dream drops a Japanese release, I will be there. But otherwise, like, I'm a hypocrite. I know that. But also, this song is amazing and everyone needs to know about it. Anyway, that was the music. I've gone on multiple tirades, which means the only thing we have left to discuss is the numbers. And this album did quite well, all things considered. It would make it to number 1 on the daily charts in Japan and would end up in number 3 on the Japanese weekly charts. Sales are also good, I would say. It sold about 30,000 copies, which is good. It's also fascinating to me as someone who's a freak. Here's the thing, you may recall we just talked about a Korean album that sold 25,000 copies in Japan. So for your Japanese release to sell 30,000 is so strange to me, because you would expect the Japanese release to sell more. And spoilers, ASTRO's Korean releases continue to sell well in Japan. They have albums that sell double what this thing sold in Japan. And again, I think it fascinates me again, because I am a freak. I'm an insane person who wrote 35,000 words of notes for an ASTRO video, but I think it's so interesting because maybe on the, like, there's a timeline where ASTRO dropped an album in Japan in 2022, and maybe on that timeline it sold 100,000 copies. But this is their only real Japanese album, and to think that it essentially sold what their Korean album sold in Japan is just so interesting to me. Either way, ASTRO would finish up the tour in April, as we've established, and then in May, we got Go Together, Travel Alone. This image is mainly Jinwoo, that is Myungjun in the corner. They were both on the show. It ran from May through June. July saw Myungjun and Sana teaming up to host Blanket Kick at Night. This show is fun. It's like 10 episodes. Don't read any of the episode titles. That said, I actually would recommend this show. This is the one non-mainline ASTRO show that I'm really gonna highlight and say you should watch. It's 10 episodes. Each episode is like 10 minutes. You can knock this shit out in 2 hours, and it is like a good view into them and their dynamic. They're not a dynamic we really see a lot in ASTRO content. And again, as a freak, as a crazy person, I need to know more. I need to know everything. So I did actually watch this whole show. It's a fun time. You can knock it out in 2 hours, easy. And again, don't read any of the episode titles. And also, if you were concerned, unlike certain other shows, English subs readily available. But that is not all that Myungjun was up to. He also began hosting Insane Quiz Show alongside True of Luna that July. It ran for another month. Around the same time, Moonbin began appearing in his first drama in like a decade at this point, with 18 moments. He was not the lead. He was not the main character. The main character, ironically, was Sungwoo from 101, a different group I have talked about, who I believe is still under Fantagio, actually. I don't know. He was at the time, though. Either way, it happened. We've now entered actor Moonbin era. But lest we forget our main acting boy, because Anu began starring in his next drama. This time he was actually the star. He was the lead in Rookie Historian Guherian, which aired through September. The show was quite successful and it won Anu Awards, and that's all well and good, but more importantly, in the making of this video, I've become aware of something. I've become aware of an OST from this show that is produced by Uhyun of Infinite and performed by Henry of Super Junior M. What do I even do with this information? September also got us more Moonbin when he appeared in the second season of The Ultimate Watch List. This show ran through the rest of the year, so at least while Moonbin's on hiatus, we have something. Now, we've been talking about a lot of solo activities. We haven't done a lot of group stuff, because admittedly, ASTRO hasn't done any group stuff, but that changed when we got our next show in October with Soul Plate. This show has a plot, like to be continued, and like to be continued, the plot is diabolical. Here's the basic premise of Soul Plate, okay? Ready? ASTRO are angels, and thus they have what I can only describe as angel magic, and also they run a restaurant. I don't fucking know either. Also, like to be continued, we have a female lead, as seen here. This is Sobin from Labum. And like, that's all well and good. She has made bangers in her time, but why do we have a female lead in our weird restaurant angel magic show? I know why. I've seen the show. I know why there needed to be a female lead, but like, maybe we didn't need a female lead. Wait, also, before I get into the show itself, I do need it known, they play a lot of music in this show, specifically a lot of music that is not ASTRO music. They play What's Happening by B1A4 at least twice in this show, and like, listen, I'm a B1A4 fanatic. You never have to defend your use of B1A4 music to me. However, I do also want it known, ASTRO's own music probably would have been both cheaper and made more sense. Anyway, now let's get into Soul Plate. It's cute. You are going to get a brief episode-by-episode synopsis, so get ready. Episode 1 is just setting things up. We meet our characters, specifically Soulbin, since the rest is ASTRO, and presumably that's the only reason you're watching the show. You know who they are. So the rest is ASTRO. Also, the editing is evil. Every time Youngjun bit into an apple, it did make me want to die. Also, at one point, in the first episode specifically, they imply that Sana is in love with Moonbin. And like, listen, I get him. He's real for that. But also, what the fuck? This is before they were even kind of a duo, mind you. This is not like after they were already a duo and after they had like duo lore. This was before all that. So I do have follow-up questions. Episode 2 specifically gets us our first ASTRO song inclusion. They play Confession in this one. I do also want it known they played literally like 7 songs in episode 1, none of which were ASTRO songs. Again, I have to assume it would have been cheaper. Since ASTRO's in the show, you probably could have like cut a deal with Fantagio to be like, for an extra $5,000, we can play one ASTRO song, and then like you keep ratcheting it up. Because I don't know. I don't know how like licensing works, but I have to assume it would have been cheaper to use ASTRO's music. Whatever. Aside from that, what else do I have to say about episode 2? The food looks good. Anu does angel magic. The focus of this episode also is this couple that kind of hates each other. And then by the end, they don't hate each other, and also they play Beautiful by Infinite, and that is the best part of this episode. Episode 3 features what I believe is Minhyuk's first speaking line, and more importantly canonizes that Soulbin is horny for Anu, and Moonbin is horny for Soulbin, but also he can't lie, because he's, again, an angel, a literal real-life angel. I kind of hate it here. Anyway, a mean lady comes in, and then they feed her food and she's better. I forgot to mention, actually, the point of this show is that they heal people's trauma and like their issues with food because they're angels. Anyway, the food still looks good. I will say, I made the mistake of watching this show when I was really hungry. So now whenever I think about it, like 20% of my memories are just the food. Maybe I should get Korean food for dinner to like satisfy my still existent cravings. Episode 4 gives us drama. By which I mean, Soulbin shows up and is like, hey Anu, why the fuck are you in my dreams, sir? Like, I have questions. And he banishes her away back into time with his angel magic. Meanwhile, our human helpy this episode is this old man and a random twink. He's like a medical twink. There's medical lore involved. And they have backstory and it's cute and it's nice and I don't care because I want to focus on what's happening in real time. The real-time lore of this man and this twink is that the old man essentially says, my daughter can die, it's chill, because you have a medical exam coming up, random twink. Anyway, that's episode 4. On to episode 5, which is the penultimate episode. Today, we're helping a child who hates her, I guess, future stepmom, or current stepmom, actually. I don't remember if the woman is married to the dad. But the dad sucks. The dad's a dick. But the woman seems fine. Anyway, the stepmom allegedly made the food, and it's cute, and it's sweet, but also, and then the child is like, okay, fine, you can be stepmom now, but like, stepmom shouldn't be stepmom. Stepmom deserves better than this girl's fuck-ass father and needs to leave immediately, run away, take the child even. Also, this is very important to me. They play Hui Hui at some point in this episode, like by Laboom. I think that's really fucking funny, but I personally would have used it in a scene that also featured Soulbin for like obvious reasons. Either way, last but not least, episode 6. This is a very Soulbin episode for what it's worth. She hallucinates her grandfather, and it's cute, and it's plot relevant, but it's also kind of mad, because again, I'm here for ASTRO, and the show so far has been very light on ASTRO. Also, we get a flashback in this episode that Soulbin, in the past, married Anu, and then forgot because angel magic, and she's also the final guest in the restaurant. So she eats a salad, remembers her whole Anu dynamic, they have a very intense stare down, and then live happily ever after. Also, this is important to me, episode 6 got like a whole new lineup of songs, because mind you, they've been reusing a bunch of songs for the past episodes. They've been playing like at least 5 per episode. But either way, I want to read you the list I made of the songs they played in episode 6, because it's kind of crazy. Okay, ready? They played Neverland by Yukis, Error by Vix, The Best Luck by Kim Jongdae, my best friend and son, Solo Day by B1A4, Promise by B2B, Smile Flower by 17, and Love Wheel by ASTRO. That was all in the same episode, all in one very short episode. And also kind of iconic, that whoever picked the music for their show kind of ate that shit up. Anyway, that is Soul Plate. That is our latest ASTRO show. It's fine. It's a fine show. It's like 2 hours, it ran through November. It's a low time commitment. I watched it in one sitting. I will also say, however, if you're gonna skip one ASTRO show, not including, let me rephrase, if you're gonna skip one ASTRO show that has readily available English subs, you should skip Soul Plate. Soul Plate is fine, and it tells you nothing about ASTRO. Okay, this show is very, very light on ASTRO. Maybe like a third of it involves the members actively on screen. It's a lot of Soulbin focus, a lot of focus on whatever helpies they have, their human helpies, because again, they're angels. It's just, if you're gonna skip one of the shows, skip this one. It's not like a waste of time, it's 2 hours. If you watch it on 1.5 speed, you'll be done in like under 90 minutes. But it's not a great use of your time either. So do with that sentence what you will. But what good is a show if there's no album to promote? So on November 20th, we got Blue Flame, ASTRO's latest mini album. Again, both versions. Hold on, this is going to be easier with 2 hands. I have both versions. We're going to display the beige one first, because like we'll get to the blue one, but the blue one's kind of a classic. Like it's Blue Flame, the blue album. We're going to do beige first. Okay, we've worked that out. Now let's get back to the era. The era, unfortunately, does not feature one Moonbin. He's over here. He's Moonbin. You may have picked up on it when I mentioned it a little while ago now. I've talked about a whole show since then. But I mentioned that Moonbin was on hiatus for most of the rest of 2019. Yeah, Moonbin's on hiatus. He is in the album, he is in the music video, but he's not promoting. But thank God Moonbin was at least in the music video, because we got the perfect instance of Moonbin, which is Moonbin shirtless in Chains with a Wolf. Now, to be fair, I call it Moonbin shirtless in Chains with a Wolf because that's how I remember it. He's not in chains, he's merely holding the chain. He is shirtless though, and arguably has never looked hotter. Actually, since we're on the topic, can we talk about Blue Flame the song? Because Blue Flame the song is fucking fantastic. Blue Flame is darker than most of their titles. I want to say it's their darkest Saints Always You, but that was one album ago. But it's their second darkest after that one, I would argue. But it's in a way that works. It has this like light Latin vibe, and it's just an incredible song. Okay, the verses are great, the chorus is amazing, the bridge is really cool. It's just such a good song. That said, Blue Flame starts what I call ASTRO's Dark Trilogy, because I think it sounds cool. It's basically 3 straight titles from ASTRO, where they're a lot darker than what I think of typically for ASTRO, and also a bit more generic. Blue Flame very much still has the ASTRO sauce. This was the start of the Dark Trilogy, so like we're still very much getting ASTRO music, but we're starting to see that shift. Then there's the numbers. Blue Flame, I'm blocking something. I'm so sorry, Sana, I did not mean to block you. Back to Blue Flame. Blue Flame's numbers are interesting. This is another song that in my mind, in my recollection, was a bit of a flop, which is so interesting because that's not fucking true. The music video pulled in about 37 million views. That is more than the music video for All Night God. However, Blue Flame saw a drop in Spotify streams to about 35 million. So like it's still doing really well by ASTRO numbers, even if it is 10 million less than their last single. On top of that though, while All Night had done pretty well domestically, the same cannot be said for Blue Flame. For starters, Blue Flame didn't appear in the top 200 of the Gone Digital charts, which is less than ideal. It also didn't pick up any music show wins, but that has more to do with who came back around the same time. Basically, Blue Flame did well, right? Like, Blue Flame was a hit, it just happened to do less well than the song that had just come out before it. Same thing with the album. The Blue Flame album peaked at number 2 on the Gone charts and sold 130,000 copies. Okay, peaked at number 2, their second highest selling album to date. It also, again, just feels lesser to me. I don't know why, because like the sales didn't even drop by that much. It just feels like a decline. The one area where I can really say Blue Flame did great was Japan. It took over as their best-selling album in Japan, selling over 30,000 copies, and also earned the group another top 10. Turning our focus now to the B-sides of Blue Flame. Blue Flame is another fantastic album, because of course it is. ASTRO doesn't have any bad songs. The weakest song on this album, to me, is When the Wind Blows, and even then, it's a good song. Like, it's a sweet, chill pop song. Minhyuk's rap is great. The chorus hits. It's a good song. Same thing with the album's closer, You're My World. It's sweet. It's cute. It's a nice ballad. It's just not ASTRO's best ballad, but it's still good. Anyway, those were our good songs. Now let's talk about our great songs. Okay, first one is All About You. The opening alone, like the way Moonbin comes in and goes Because of You, does unfortunately live in my mind at all times, but even aside from the Moonbin of it all, the song is amazing. It's this funky, cool disco pop song, and it's everything to me. I love it so much. It's so good. Then there's our golden B-side, Go and Stop. This is truly, in my opinion at least, one of Astro's best dance songs. It feels darker than our other golden B-sides, or at least our other recent golden B-sides, I should say. But even then, it's so fantastic, okay? I love this song so much. Like, it's so cool. It's so dancey. It's so sexy. The guitar is so good. I'm weak for a good guitar. I'm willing to admit my biases. But also the bridge. This is one of Astro's best bridges. But, that's 2019. Astro spends the rest of 2019 doing either Blue Flame promotion or normal year-end stuff that I don't feel like covering. So we're gonna go back to the retrospective corner. Alrighty, so 2019. Frankly, a fantastic year for Astro. Like, they dropped 2 hits, sold hundreds of thousands of albums, made their Japanese debut, went on a world tour, dropped the diabolical fuck-ass show. They had a great year. We do start to see their music become generic-er in 2019. Like, I think this is when they started to make more, I don't want to say classic boy group music, because boy group music of 2019 was a lot louder than what Astro was doing. It was a lot more rap and rock influenced than Astro, who's making what is still firmly dance pop music. Outside of the music, though, we did see a lot more solo activities in 2019, which makes sense. I feel like now that Anu's like this massive famous actor, he's gonna have to keep pausing activities to do shit like film shows and stuff, so it does make more sense to give the other members something to do as well. But that's kind of all I got for 2019. So, on to 2020. Alrighty, welcome to the 2020s. Welcome to 2020 specifically, a year that I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Certainly nothing catastrophic on a worldwide scale. And we kick off our year with more Anu. He joined the show Handsome Tigers. It is a basketball show, and I don't care about basketball. I'm so sorry. I played it in middle school, I did, but like I don't fucking care about basketball. Either way, it ran from January through March, so there's your Anu basketball lore. Then in February, we got One and Only. This was a digital single in honor of Astro's 4th anniversary, and then in March we got a physical version that I do have a copy of. Let's start with the song. One and Only is a cute song. It's a sweet song. It's a fan song. It's a nice fan song. It does have a really good pre-chorus, but aside from that, it's not really a song that I seek out ever. I think, frankly, I'd like it a lot more if I listened to it more. But, like, I never listen to it. I listen to their albums when I run through my Astro listening experience for the most part. And, like, I think if they put this on their next album, I'd probably like it more, if that makes sense. Speaking of the album, though, let's talk about the album. We have a physical album to discuss, as seen by the fact that I have it. So, this album actually did really well. It peaked at number 4 on the Gaon charts, which is fine. You might consider that a downgrade. However, there were only 30,000 copies of this thing produced. Those 30,000 copies sold out in a month. You can't buy this anymore. Like, this is not a readily available album simply because it was a limited edition. It sold out, and you can't have mine. Mine is mine. I'm keeping it forever. March also got us the newfound besties, aka Moonbin and Sana, who began hosting Show Champion with Kangmin of Very Very. They hosted the show for a hot minute. Like a couple of years. So when in doubt, just assume Moonbin and Sana are also hosting Show Champion. Also, I'm just now realizing, I did not tell you Moonbin's hiatus was over. Moonbin's hiatus is over. It ended back in February. He's on their last album. Like, he's back. But we're not done with Moonbin, because in April he got his first lead role. He was the male lead in Mermaid Prince. You can see him right here. He looks very handsome. April also saw Anu getting another hosting gig. He joined the SBS show Master in the House. He hosted the show for like a while as well, like through June of 2021. But that is not all we got in April. April also saw the announcement that Astro was working on their next album. And not like their special single album, this was a real album. And in the beginning of May, we got Gateway, the group's 7th mini album. Also, I do have both versions. Again, I'm putting the wand down. I do have both versions. We're going to start Peach, because like the blue one is the one that's like on streaming, I'm pretty sure. So we're going to start with the Peach one. Also, I like Peach more. And Gateway did quite well. It would sell about the same as their last album, so 130,000 copies, but it earned Astro their third #1 album. So we're going to call it about a wash domestically. Japanese sales, however, are a lot stronger. Gateway would sell about 35,000 copies in Japan, so the group's highest selling there so far, and peaked at #3 on the Japanese charts, their highest peaking album from a Korean release. And speaking of the charts, Astro's lead single Knock did quite well on the Gaon digital charts, making it to number 129, their highest appearance so far. It also marked Astro's first top 10 on the Gaon download charts, where it peaked at #8, and to top it all off, earned Astro another music show win with a win on Show Champion. But it's so interesting to me that while Knock was thriving domestically, it actually saw a pretty decent drop in terms of its international numbers. Knock has about 36 million views on the music video, so pretty standard Astro fare over there. Where it took the real big hit was on Spotify. If we look at the last few singles Astro actually promoted, like went on music shows and promoted, they all have over 35 million streams. Knock has about 25 million as of right now, which again, is not bad. That's not a bad number to get. I've covered many a group that cannot clear 25 million. But for Astro, that's a drop of 10 million from their last single. I do also think it is worth noting that Knock, as a song, is a bit of a drop from their last several singles. And to be clear, I don't think Knock is a bad song, okay? I think that Knock simply perpetuates the things that started with Blue Flame. I told you Blue Flame was the start of Astro's dark trilogy, where their songs got darker, but also more generic. That is true for Knock. Knock still has the Astro sauce, mind you, but it's just less there. And again, that's not to say I don't like Knock. I think Knock is a good song. It has a good pre-chorus, the chorus hits, it's a good song. It's just from a group that typically makes excellent singles. Turning our focus to the B-sides now. I consider the Gateway album a bit more complicated because it does have my least favorite Astro song, and the song I consider to be Astro's least good. When You Call My Name is not a bad song, okay? I'm dying on the hill, Astro has no bad songs. But this is the closest it gets for me specifically. It's mainly the music. The music just kind of pisses me off. The verses also aren't great, but like the chorus isn't bad. It's not a bad song, it's just not a great song. Okay, least good song out of the way, let's talk about the good songs now. Okay, we're gonna jump right to the end of the album to Lights On. This song reminds me of like a more polished version of their Rise Up songs. Like it's still darker and still has that more powerful music, but it's just in a more mature manner, I guess I'd say, in a way that fits better with the current form of Astro's music. Going back a song, we have 12 Hours. This song is not my favorite of Astro's vocal songs. It's not as powerful as a lot of their ballads, but what it is a gorgeous R&B song, and I do really like it. I think it hits perfectly. I do also think often about how Astro never really did R&B in their like mainline music all that often, and that's such a damn shame. But also, we got this one, and I love it. However, 12 Hours is not my favorite vocal song on this album. That honor is going to We Still, because I fucking love this song so much. Like, from the first second with the piano opening, I am obsessed with this song. We also have gorgeous vocals. Minhyuk's rap in particular is really good, but the verses in general are quite strong. But as we know to expect, Astro's best parts are their choruses. This chorus is bright, and it's sweet, and it's gorgeous, and it has genuinely brought me to tears in the past year. And Astro, mind you, does agree that this song is fantastic. They did like an interview, I think it was with Billboard, right before this album came out, and like half the members were like, yeah, We Still is the best song on here, and it is a very strong contender for my golden B-side. No, my golden B-side is going to Somebody You Like, and if you know me, you'll know why. This is one of Astro's strongest songs, and I'm including their titles in that. Like, I think that Somebody Like can go toe-to-toe with songs like Baby and All Night. It's this funky dance icon that just, it has one of the best choruses I've ever heard. Minhyuk and Jinwoo both absolutely devour their raps. The music is some of the strongest in Astro's entire catalog. I love this song for a reason, and that reason is that this song is incredible. Promotions for Knock would run through May, and then in June we got Astro's first concert in over a year with Astro live on WWW. This was obviously an online concert, as it was June of 2020, so we were not having an in-person concert, but it was an online concert, and more importantly, during the concert they unveiled a new song, No I Don't, which dropped on streaming the same day. No I Don't is genuinely excellent. It's nice and it's pretty and the vocals are incredible, and I think it should have been on an album. Like, that's my hot take about this song. It should have been on an album. I don't think this is like promoted title material really, but I do think that more people need to hear it, and they would hear it if it were on an album. Around the same time, Moonbin got started on his next show. It was called Food Avengers. It's a food show. I didn't watch it, but it ran through the end of July. Speaking of July, July also got us Myungjoon's drag era. Myungjoon began appearing in the musical Everybody's Talking About Jamie. He played the titular Jamie, and he played it through September. However, that is not all we got from Myungjoon around this time. At the same time, we got Myungjoon's trot arc. How do you simultaneously have a drag arc and a trot arc? Like, Myungjoon, what are you? Anyway, so, July, NBC began airing Favorite Entertainment. This is sort of like, think Produce 101 meets Trot. That's a bad example. It's a bad example, and also that show exists. So, it was a trot show. It was to form a trot group, so, as part of the show, Super 5 debuted, including Myungjoon. They debuted in August. They have 2 songs. I don't like either one very much, and also neither one was very successful, so it doesn't matter. But we will be circling back to Myungjoon's trot arc in a little bit. But for now, I have something so much more important to discuss. I have to discuss ASTRO's first subunit, Moonbin and Sana. And you'll never guess which 2 members are in this subunit. Okay, actually though, this unit is kind of everything to me in many ways. For starters, Moonbin and Sana went to Fantagio because they had such good chemistry together as hosts of Show Champion that they were like, can we be a unit? And the label was down, and here we are. They released In Out, their first mini album. I do have both versions of it, but like, you'll see, let me give you an example. It's really, really big, so I don't really want to put it up, but I do want you to know that I have both versions of it, and I love it dearly. Anyway, back to In Out. In Out sold incredibly well, considering by far the most popular member of the group, Cha Eun-woo, was not in it. Thankfully though, Moonbin and Sana as a duo were famous enough to pull in about 75,000 sales and a peak of number 2 on the Gaon album charts. They peaked just behind Stray Kids' In Life, which came out the same day. It also did quite well in Japan. It sold 15,000 copies there and earned Moonbin and Sana a top 10 of their own, peaking at number 9 on the Japanese charts. Then there's the title track Bad Idea, and again, considering by far the most popular member of ASTRO was missing, this thing did incredibly well. For starters, Bad Idea earned Moonbin and Sana a music show win. They currently, to this day, hold the record for the fastest music show win for a subunit. I want us all to sit with that for a second and think about the fact that Moonbin and Sana currently hold the record for the fastest music show win for a subunit. While you sit with that, I'm going to talk about charting, okay? Bad Idea would peak at number 191 on the Gaon digital chart. Not bad, it's about what you would expect for this song, but where this thing went really crazy was the download chart. Bad Idea would debut at number 3 on the Gaon download chart. For starters, that is the highest appearance from an ASTRO-related single ever so far, and more importantly, they were up against real competition and they outperformed them. Not only did Stray Kids debut below them, but more impressively, a Taeyeon OST debuted below them. And Taeyeon OSTs will pop the fuck off on the charts. I'm so fascinated by this. I'm so unwell about this knowledge that now I have and now you have. I'm unwell about it, and I'm going to restrain myself and talk about the song instead. But we will be circling back to the success of this song when we get to the retrospective corner. Anyway, back to Bad Idea, the song. This song is amazing. This song is incredible, okay? Like, this is one of my favorite ASTRO-related songs. It's not close. It's, like, up there for me, okay? I love it so much. It's so cool. It's so funky. It's so sexy. It's just, the chorus is amazing. It starts chill before it really picks up in the second half, and I start screaming and also shaking ass. Also, there are Moonbin-heavy ASTRO songs that we've talked about, but, like, he's 50% of this song, and he really gets to shine, and he sounds so good. Moving on. Because In Out is not a mainline ASTRO album, I'm not going to give it, like, a whole golden B-side, and I'm not going to run through all the songs on here, but I do want to highlight some of them, because for starters, this album is really, really good. Remember how I said that Moonbin's voice works really well with R&B, and I was kind of mad that ASTRO as a group didn't explore more R&B sounds? I may have buried the lead a little bit, because In and Out is an R&B album, okay? This is a very R&B thing, and it works perfectly. To me, the best B-sides on here are Alone, followed by All I Wanna Do, but really all of the songs on here are quite good if you enjoy ASTRO. Like, if you like a more chill ASTRO vibe, don't come here if you're here for, like, Baby and Only Baby, but if you're into a chill R&B album from a K-pop artist, may I recommend In Out, because this whole thing is really good. Like, for me, I hadn't listened to this album as a whole in probably a year or two when I took these notes, and I forgot how good it was. Like, I was taken aback at how good some of the songs on here are. Things would actually quiet down following promotions for In Out, so I'm going to jump ahead a bit to December when Anu began appearing in True Beauty. True Beauty was huge, okay? It pulled in a bunch of viewers and got widespread acclaim, both like as a show and for Anu specifically, with him earning even more awards for his appearance on the show. But we are not done with Anu, because Anu betrayed MBC this year. He had been hosting the MBC Gayo since 2017. 2020 saw him switching over to the KBS Gayo. And it was at that same Gayo where we got something very important, which was that Moonbin, where's Moonbin? Moonbin teamed up with Hyunjin of Stray Kids, Juyeon of The Boys, and Shotaro of then NCT to perform a cover of Hard Carry by GOT7. This cover did various things. For starters, it pulled in millions of views, okay? There's that, but more importantly, it canonized Moonbin as the representative dancer for ASTRO in all of these late third-gen boy group stages. There's a lot of them. Moonbin's in a lot of them, and I'll talk about some of them. Wait, actually, I do have a question. I have a very important question. What generation idol is Shotaro? I just thought about this. What generation idol is he and Sunshine? Because on the one hand, they debuted in NCT, which is a third-gen group, but they debuted in NCT in the time that would be fourth gen, and then re-debuted again in Rise in fifth gen. What generation is this man? I frankly don't have an answer, so we're gonna move on and talk about the We Still remix that came out in December. This was released as like a mix of a fan song and Christmas single, and I'm actually so into this for the fan song method. Like the concept, listen, fan songs can get boring, but the concept of taking a song that the fans already loved, because fans loved We Still, the concept of taking that song and remixing it to be your fan song, I'm really into that. I think more groups need to do that. However, as a great lover of the original version of We Still, I prefer the original version, but like, this is nice. This is cute. This is sweet. I like this. More groups should do this. But with that, we finished 2020. So we can now jump back once more to the retrospective corner. Okay, welcome back. Now, 2020 was a surprisingly light year, all things considered. Like, we even had a few months where nothing was going on. Now, obviously, there was a certain factor in that lightness, a certain global event that may have affected things like touring that was probably impacting their schedules. But even then, ASTRO had a fantastic year. They put out what is arguably their biggest hit ever. They were doing great. And I actually do want to focus on that hit. I want to focus on ASTRO and their successes, because ASTRO is one of those groups where if you compare them to the other big boy groups of the time, it does not seem like they were that popular, when in actuality, domestically speaking, they were one of the biggest boy groups. The biggest sign to me of this is simply the digitals. If you compare ASTRO to other post-2015 boy groups in terms of their digital numbers, they're one of the biggest ones, right? Like, the only ones that are bigger and consistently more successful, at least in the groups that debuted between 2016 and 2020, are really just Tux, depending on the day, NCT, and 101. And then it's ASTRO. That's it. And it's important to note, post-2015 boy groups, like all the post-2015 third-gen boy groups, all of the fourth-gen boy groups, they chart like shit digitally, okay? They all have shit-ass digitals, at least in terms of, like, the big charts. And as a result, a lot of people turn to album sales to try and gauge metrics of popularity, which is fine, it's just a little flawed. The biggest issue with it is just that I, Simon, a man living in America, can buy an album that will affect the Gaon charts. However, it's a lot harder for me to stream a song in a way that will affect the Gaon charts, if that makes sense. Like, I can buy an album, but I can't stream the song, which means groups that have really big international fan bases will sell fantastically well. Groups like ATEEZ and Monsta X that are really, really popular internationally, just less so domestically, will have a slew of #1 albums, but chart like absolute shit when it comes to their singles. It is also worth noting that, like, the major corporations picked up on this. The Gaon charts themselves did a huge overhaul in 2021 that essentially made them not canon to reality in a lot of ways, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, we're gonna move on. But first, we need to stop and talk about a very important topic. We need to talk about my son, my child, Yoon Sana. Because Sana has not gotten enough love and attention in this video by my own standards, and 2020, and specifically Bad Idea era, are very important in relation to Sana. I've talked in other videos about this sort of phenomenon for idols who debut young, and especially maknaes, who debut young, and how it's very hit or miss when they sort of try and adultify their image and adultify their sound. My go-to example for this has always been Taemin. Taemin debuted at 14, but by the time he was making his solo debut, he was in his 20s, and Danger era was really the era where Taemin became an adult in the eyes of the general public. To me, Bad Idea is Sana's Danger. But when Sana debuted, he was 15. Okay, by the time he was in the general public's eye, he was 14. By the time he was dropping Bad Idea, he was in his 20s. And he was tired of being our little guy. And he was our little guy. He was the fandom's little guy, ignoring the fact that he was like 6'2". By the end of 2019, the rest of ASTRO had already become adults in the minds of the public. Jinwoo and Minhyuk were serious rappers. Anu was out here doing critically acclaimed romance dramas. Moonbin was shirtless/sleeveless, being horny on stage all the time. Myungjun was vibing. Myungjun's the exception. Myungjun was just vibing the whole time, but Myungjun's still just vibing. Sana was the one exception. Sana was very much our baby. That is, he was our baby until Bad Idea dropped. I swear, it was like the entire fandom switched, or at least the circles I moved in switched. Like, August 1st, Sana was our little guy. He was our boy, he was our son. And then by like October 1st, we were all just like, no, he's an adult, let him have his sexy songs. This concept, like this whole thing is so interesting to me. I should have studied sociology. Because like if you compare Sana to someone like Jisung from NCT, right? NCT Park Jisung debuted when he was like 14, but by now, that was a decade ago, right? Like that man's in his mid-20s. And yet, he never had his era where he adultified, where he said to the general public, I am an adult, I would like to be treated like an adult and make adult music. And as a result, when there's smut for Jisung, when Jisung's sleeveless, a lot of his fans still act like he's like 16, and I'm just sitting here like, that's a man in his mid-20s, can we please calm down? And then there's the other side of the coin where like you have someone like Jungkook from BTS where like he was sexualized by the label when he debuted when he was still really young, because Jungkook also debuted when he was like 15. So like he was sexualized debut era, and therefore no one really batted an eye when he did his adult shift, when he started making more adult music, started wearing less on stage, because he'd been sexualized for so. It's just so interesting to me. We're getting distracted, but I swear to God I could make a whole tangent video about maknaes and their attempts to become adults. But for now, that's all I got. Let's move on. Alrighty, welcome to 2021, and welcome to peak ASTRO. However, our year is going to begin with yet another show. Kind of. More accurately, we got Sapdance ASTRO, which, it was part of the Sapdance series. There's a bunch of them. But ASTRO's was in January. They were also the first group to do this. It was also released for the platform Universe, which is important. Think Weverse, but not run by the worst company you've ever imagined in your entire life. It's a Universe. And ASTRO was very much the representatives for Universe for this entire era of time. Anyway, ASTRO's time as Universe representatives began with Sapdance ASTRO in January. There are technically 6 episodes, but it is frankly easier to think of this show as one 45-minute special. And it's a fun show. They basically just play games the entire time. It is legally speaking themed around fashion, but I also like to say this show's about fashion the way that like Challengers is about tennis. It's technically true, but like it's mainly an excuse for them to play games. Like for example, they play Guess the Song from the Emojis, which Moonbin wins, because of course he does. Each episode is essentially one game. So episode 1 was Guess the Song from the Emoji. Episode 2, they basically just named an artist and then said, sing a song by that artist. So for example, they named IU, and Minhyuk started doing the high note from Good Day because he's a lunatic, I guess. Also, Anu won that game, but I'm calling cheating, okay? Anu won that game, but he was up against Sana, and the last artist they did was Hot, like H-O-T, Hot, the group I've made a whole video on, them. Which, for the record, Hot disbanded when Sana was like 1, and Anu was like 5. So like, Anu has living memories of Hot being active. He knows their songs. Sana doesn't. It's cheating. It's cheating. Justice for my son, justice for my boy. Anyway, episode 3 is Dance Mafia, so think about it like this, okay? You have Moonbin, Minhyuk, Anu. They're the team. They played Baby for Moonbin and Minhyuk, and they have to dance the choreo while they do it, but Anu is listening to, I think it was something by Isami, if I recall correctly, and like, you have to guess who is listening to the other song. That's how the game works. Anu was surprisingly good at this game, like scary so. The other 3 were adamant that it wasn't Anu, which, you know what, I respect it. Then they put the fits on, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that Sana looks like he's a twink in the 80s about to do coke in the bathroom, okay? He's in a neon green tank top under mesh. I'm, like, they stay in these fits for the rest of the show, and I was so utterly distracted every time Sana was on screen, because what the fuck was he wearing? Anyway, if anyone was curious of my thoughts, Moonbin looked the best, then probably Anu, maybe Minhyuk, or Sana, because I do find his outfit by far the most amusing. Either way, the next minigame is arguably my favorite. They picked like an action or phrase or whatever that the other members can't do, and if they do it, A, they lose, and B, they get hit with those giant fake hammers. So for example, Moonman's was that he isn't allowed to touch the other members. He lost literally a second in. I will say, as, let's say, an Astro connoisseur, they chose horrifyingly well. Like, I'm so sorry. If I were one of the Astro members and one of my besties / coworkers called me out like this, I would cry. It's very much giving that tweet that's like, if you keep annoying me, I'm gonna point out a behavior everyone else around you has noticed but you haven't yet. Like, I'd be despondent. Anyway, Minhyuk won that game. Then it was the finale, but the finale bores me, so I'm skipping it. And that's the show. I will say, I did enjoy the show a lot. We've established, I like my Astro shows chaotic and plotless. And this was very much chaotic and plotless, okay? This was sheer chaos, plus Sana's in a neon mesh tank top. Like, this outfit alone earns an extra credit. Moving into March, we got some Jinu solo lore, and I feel bad, because I like Jinu, and I never talk about his solo lore because it's mostly music, and his music is bad. That's mean. His music is fine. His music is fine up until this point. He has some good songs later that we'll get to. But the thing with Jinu's music, while we're here, is that Jinu's like hardcore hip-hop persona has never once worked for me, because I'm like, that's Park Jinu. That is the 5'6" cutie patootie leader and papa of Astro. Like, that's not a scary rapper, man. That's my father. Either way, the reason we're actually here, the Jinu lore that actually brought us here is the Unboxing podcast. He hosted it with Kino of Pentagon. They are actually quite close friends, which is so interesting to me, because from a vibes perspective and like personality-wise, I feel like these two would not have been my choice for who Kino would mesh with in Astro. Like, I feel like he'd get along better with like Moonbin and Minhyuk, maybe even Sana, or even Myungjun. Really anyone but Jinu. Either way though, this is the podcast, this is the duo. It was from Dive Studios, an organization I have literally the most mixed feelings about. Like, I could make a video on why I don't like them, but that's not what this is. The point is, it had 12 episodes, it ran through June. But that's not all we got in March. March also got us Astro's next show with Astro Kamime Chaktakun. That's what it's technically called. I will never be calling it that again. This is the show, though. This is very similar to their last show in the sense that A, it's on Universe, and B, instead of being a 45-minute special, it's a 90-minute special that got split into like 8 15-ish minute episodes that ran for 2 weeks in March. As expected, I did watch it, and I say this with love. I say this with all the love in the world. This is the era where Myungjun started really pissing me off, and I'm remembering why. Listen, I like Myungjun. I think he's fun. But he's also really loud and really annoying. And to be fair, so am I. I see myself in him, but I appreciate Myungjun in like short bursts, and I watched this show directly after their last one, so I was essentially watching Astro nonstop for like 3 hours, and at the 3-hour mark, you're kind of sick of Myungjun. Anyway, now that I've pissed off the Myungjun stance, let's start talking about the show. This show is essentially like the last one without the fashion. It's just games. They just play games the whole time. My sitting theory is that they just came up with like a bunch of extra games when they were thinking of games for the first show, and they were like, why don't we just make another show? And then they did. So game one is essentially the honeymoon game. They get paired up and they get asked questions and they have to give the same answers. There is one question about poop that gets way too much attention from a group of people in their literal 20s. But other than that, the Hag Team won, aka Myungjun and Jin. Game number 2 is physical endurance. So basically, they do a bunch of spins, then eat a lemon and try and whistle, play hacky sack. Jinu and Minhyuk won, which makes sense in my brain. Like, that works, that fits. Episode 3 sees us transition to a rooftop, which is an interesting choice because our next move is to then blindfold the Astro members. And like, yeah, there's a railing and a bunch of non-blindfolded people also there, but maybe I wouldn't have blindfolded a bunch of chaotic 20-somethings and put them on a roof. Just me. Anyway, the game is boring. I didn't really pay attention to it. The more important thing is that they pair up Moonbin and Jinu, which is a duo that I like and doesn't really get a lot of attention, so that made me happy. Also, Minhyuk won again. He and Anu won this time. And also, while we're on the topic of Minhyuk, Minhyuk looks so cute in this show. I'm so obsessed with his fit for this show. Like, I haven't brought it up yet, but it is worth noting he looks amazing. Game number 4 is something. Don't ask me what it is, okay? I'm still confused about it. I watched the show, and when they started talking about the game, I was kind of confused because I wasn't really paying attention. So I went back, and I rewatched the description of the game, and I was still really confused. It's like Tug of War meets Round Robin. I don't know, but we're like 3+ hours deep into this video, so we're just gonna move on. Thankfully, game number 5 is a game I do understand, which is the Screaming game. And I'm so sure from those 2 words, you knew exactly what game I was talking about. But for those who didn't know, basically, the 2 members reach in noise-canceling headphones, and then they have to, like, guess the right word. So, like, human A can see the word, and is trying to tell it to human B, but they both have noise-canceling headphones. It's a very loud game. It is also, dare I say, the most chaotic game to exist, which means that I should love it, except for the fact that it's a really loud game, and I don't like it very much. I appreciate it for maximum 2 minutes, except for the fact that, like, each duo got 2 minutes. So, like, we were tired by the end. Minhyuk and Sana won, which is another duo that I really like, because, like, good. They deserve it. They're icons and also my sons and also my best friends. Okay, game 6 is essentially Lady and the Tramp. They don't call it that, but that's what it is. Or it's like Lady and the Tramp meets the Pepero game, where, like, you try and get the stick as small as possible. Imagine that, but they're eating noodles. It is a choice, and I'm also realizing right now, I did not write down in my notes who won this game. I do remember it was Myungjun, because I remember he was a freak about it. I think his partner was Sana. Don't quote me on that. I'm not going back to watch the show again. His partner was, we're going to say Sana. I think, I'm bad at my job, but also I don't get paid for this. So I guess you get what you pay for. Anyway, game 6 is yoga. They just do different yoga poses. It's frankly not that exciting. The highlights to me, Anu gets folded in half. They do make Myungjun and Jinwoo kiss, however, neither of those pairings won. The actual winner was Minhyuk and Sana, which does make sense. That makes sense to me. If I had to pick one Astro member who's going to be freakishly good at yoga, it is going to be one and only Park Minhyuk. Final episode, final game is the zombie game. They basically blindfold 4 of them. They have to find the other 2. Or is it that, oh god, I'm bad at my job again. Is it that they blindfold the 2 and they have to find the other 4? I think it's they blindfold the 2 and they have to find the other 4. Don't quote me on that either. It's the zombie game. It's one of the 2 variations of the zombie game where, like, someone gets blindfolded and has to find the others. Moonbin and Sana won. I do know that. So, like, love that for them. Love that for my sons and my best friends. And with that, we're done. We finished Astro's 2nd show in 2 months. How are we feeling? Are we feeling calm and are we feeling relaxed? Well, we shouldn't be, because about a month after their last show ended, we would get the release of All Yours. That doesn't show you what this is. Hold on, sorry. All Yours. This is all 3 versions. They come in a fancy little box set thing. I really hope this doesn't tip this over. I might have to do something about this. But either way, it was All Yours. This is their 2nd studio album. It also contains the lead single, One. And I'm going to spoil something for you right now. This is Astro's worst title. Here's the deal with One. Also, the album was tipping over my TV, so I moved it. Back to One. One, we've established that the past few Astro singles have seen us slowly drifting towards more generic music. And this is where it really comes to a head. One does not feel like an Astro song. I will say, it doesn't really sound like what most of the other boy groups were up to in 2021. It sounds, frankly, like something EXO would have released in, like, 2017, 2018, or, like, maybe ATEEZ in 2019. Like, the closest we can get, I could see this being, like, a The Boys song in 2020, but it certainly doesn't feel like what the other groups were doing by this point in 2021. Now, that's not to say that One is a bad song. I don't believe that One is a bad song. I just think that the hook is bad. The hook annoys me, I'm gonna say it. I know people like the hook in this song, and I love that for them. I'm not one of them. But without the hook, this song is good. The chorus before the hook is great. Minhyuk's fast rap works really well. The music is cool. It just annoys me with the hook. However, Society really did award the genericness of this song, because One was Astro's biggest hit to date, and it's not even like a little bit kind of remotely close. For starters, it did take over as Astro's most viewed music video. It has more than 46 million views. It is their 2nd most viewed to this day, but where it really popped off was its domestic numbers. One would debut at number 2 on the Gaon download chart. It was held from the number 1 spot by Im Young-woon, and if you don't know the Im Young-woon download lore, that man gets download numbers that scare me. personally, it's like being physically outsold by Bangtan in 2020. Like, you're essentially still doing fantastically. However, that's nothing compared to the digital chart, right? Like, yes, it was their highest peaking song on the download chart, which is all well and good. It not only earned ASTRO their first top 100 on the Gaon digital chart, it earned them their first top 20. It debuted at number 17. And to top all that off, it became ASTRO's first song to earn multiple music show wins. It didn't go crazy, it only got 3, but it got 3, including their first on M Countdown, which is better than anything they'd ever done yet. Now that we've established one as ASTRO's biggest hit domestically, to so far at least, let's talk about the album, because All Yours is not only ASTRO's biggest album so far, it's their biggest album to this day. All Yours would earn ASTRO another #1 album, their 4th one, which is all well and good, but where this thing popped the fuck off was its sales. All Yours sold 360,000 copies. For a frame of reference, I would like to remind you, ASTRO's best-selling album before this, as of the day before this album came out, their best-selling album had been their first full, that sold 140,000 copies. If you added up their 3 highest-selling albums, you'd get about 400,000. This thing sold nearly triple what their previous album had sold, and became ASTRO's first release to earn a platinum certification from the Gaon charts. And that's not all. This album did fantastically well in Japan. It sold more than 60,000 copies there, and most impressively earned ASTRO a #1 album on the Japanese charts. In short, All Yours era was massive, okay? It was huge for ASTRO, they did incredibly well, and unfortunately they did it all with their worst album. Yeah, I don't like All Yours as an album very much. That's my hot take. That's my ASTRO hot take for this video, is that I don't like All Yours very much. I don't think it's a bad album, and I don't think any of the songs on here are bad songs. I think it's mainly just A, sounds I didn't really need from ASTRO, and B, more commonly, sounds ASTRO has already done better. I also feel the need to remind you of the actual chronology that we're talking about, okay? Like, this album came after 11 months of no ASTRO albums. And even the Moonbin Sana album came out 7 months before this. Like, we're talking about coming back after a long break, and this is what they came back with. That isn't to say this whole album is bad and there's nothing of note on here though. Like, for example, I like the opener, Dear My Universe. It's cool, it's chill, I like it. Same thing with Our Spring. Our Spring is good. It's chill, it's toned down, but it fucks, I enjoy it. We need more positive vibes. Let's talk about a song that I adore, which is Someone Else. This song is a unit song, which already earns that extra credit for me, but it is Moonbin, Myungjun, and Jinwoo. It's very Blue Flame-esque, and I mean that in the best way. There's also All Good. If the title track is giving me 2020 The Boys, this is giving me 2018 The Boys. It's fun, okay? It's nothing crazy, but it's a fun time and I like it. Then there's our golden B-side, All Stars. This is ASTRO, okay? This is the perfect embodiment of ASTRO music. It's bright and it's fun. The music is cool. It's dancey. It's a great song. That's kind of all I got for this album. The ballads are nice. They're fine ballads, but like ASTRO has fantastic ballads both before and after this one, so they're fine. The other unit song is meh. This album's just not for me, okay? Anyway, that was April. We're moving into May, where we got a very important shift when Minhyuk went on King of the Masked Singer. Now, I'm not highlighting this because it's a unique experience, okay? Myungjun and Sana have both gone on this show prior to this moment. I'm highlighting it because this is when Minhyuk became a singer. Let me elaborate, okay? Prior to 2021, Minhyuk's vibe was dancer boy / rapper who sings on rare occasion, okay? At least in terms of ASTRO's like canon music. This saw him start to become more known for his vocals. I am really grateful that Minhyuk got a vocal era because Minhyuk actually does have really good vocals. I haven't had the chance to really highlight them because what would I have highlighted? Like in the ballads, he either gets like 2 lines and those 2 lines are raps if he's lucky. But like Minhyuk does have a nice voice. He reminds me of Anu a lot actually, like his vocals are very Anu-esque. I think he's just as good of a singer as Anu, and I felt the need to highlight this because we're going to talk about some Minhyuk solo work in a minute, and by a minute I mean in like an hour, but it's important to now highlight that Minhyuk is a good singer or else you'd be really, really confused when we got there. Also, this is mainly funny to me, on King of the Masked Singer, the vocal show, Minhyuk made it further than Sana did. I just think that's so funny. I think it's so funny that the boy who did not have the word vocal in his list of positions made it further than our canon actual main vocal. However, we're not done with Minhyuk because May also saw Minhyuk producing 7 Days Tension for Weekly. He produced it with Obros. For those who have not been paying enough attention, first of all, that's your fault. But also, I talked about Obros 2+ hours ago now. He's one of Astro's primary producers. This is not a weekly video, but this song is good. Minhyuk did a very good job. The song is bright and fun, and it's catchy. It didn't do great because it was an ad, so like that does make sense. But I do think that Astro should make a song like this. Rewinding just a smidge to early May, we got Astro's next show with Space Force A Secret Golden Bowl. This is yet another universe show. This time it is 10 episodes, and instead of thinking it of like a 90-minute special, think of it like a full feature film. This is about 2.5 hours if you sit down and watch it in one sitting. I'm gonna be real with you, I did not love this show. It's fine, but it has a lot of plot. Astro and this one are space cadets, and then there's like space war shit. There's a lot of plot, okay? There's a lot of plot going on, and we've established I like my Astro shows chaotic and plotless. It's not like a bad show, though. We've already covered what I believe is Astro's worst show, so it's only uphill from here regarding their televised appearances, but this show is fine. It's pretty good. I had it on the background while I was taking more notes because this video is so long, but it's not a bad time. Do I have anything else to say about the show? Because I didn't write down like episode by episode recaps. It's cute. Moonbin is cute. Minhyuk is cute. Sana is cute. Anu is Anuing. Myungjun did not get on my nerves this time, so congrats to him. Jinu is still my father. That's all I got. However, we are not done with Astro shows because right after Space Force A ended, we got Astro Zone, which aired on their YouTube channel and is so much more my shit. They basically just sent Astro on a vacation. Like, I don't get the vacation part of it because, again, they are still working. Well, I guess they didn't film them, like, the whole time they were there. They made it seem like there were, like, a couple days the cameras weren't there. But either way, they sent them on a vacation and it's just chaos and vibes. And we have established chaos and vibes is all I want from my Astro shows, and I did really like this one. There were 8 episodes total. It started in July and ended in July, like start of July to end of July. July was really the month of Astro. Also, because I liked this show, I am going to give you quick episode by episode recaps, okay? So, episode 1 is them earning money for their trip so they can, like, buy snacks on the way. They kind of do a shit job. Then June drives them to a rest stop where they canonly play Astro's best song. Also canon, Moonbin, shit-ass driver, which does unfortunately make a lot of sense. Episode 2 does briefly involve Anu driving. Don't make me explain this. But Anu is hot when he drives. I can't defend this stance. I can't justify this stance. It is, however, a fact that Anu looks hot when he drives. The rest of this episode is frankly just games, but Sana looks really cute. I feel like this is the moment to highlight it because his image is on screen. Admittedly, I should have picked one where he's more like visible, but he looks really cute. He has orange hair that's like light orange. It looks really good. And then he has this pastel shirt that you can't really tell, but it's like pink and blue. He looks so good. This is one of his best looks ever. I cannot believe it's just buried in a random YouTube exclusive show. Episode 3 is entirely just them playing foot volleyball. Like, that is the entire episode, so that wasn't that exciting. However, Sana is still in his cute fit, so every time he was on screen, I was just like, whatever you say, my perfect little pastel-y boy. Episode 4 is very important to me because they're in this pool. Now, I recognized this pool in quite literally 0.5 seconds because they film an Astro Toca music video in this pool, like, during this show. That is for a song that I adore. It is a music video I watch consistently, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Other thoughts include that Moonbin looks hot. Moonbin looks hot. He is literally just in a white tank top, but he looks hot. Other thoughts from this episode. Sana. Sana has changed out of his original pastel fit into a pale pink button down that he has like open with a t-shirt underneath, and he wears a glasses chain and he looks so cute. Can you tell that we have officially reached the era of Astro's career where I got really into Sana? Anyway, after that they change again. Sana is no longer in his pastels, which is a crying shame, but Anu, where's Anu? Anu is wearing purple, so like he makes up for it. They also get these little tasks. They play like choreography telephone, which involves a lot of groping. It's a fun time. Episode 5 starts with the screaming game, a game I've made my thoughts on known, but it does happen. After that, Astro eats meat, which is fun. I think we need to start bringing booze into the mix though. Like we need Astro, an open flame, and hard liquor. We do also get Minhyuk's instructions on how to make ramen. I do also very much adore that boy. That is also my son and my best friend. Also, there's a cat at one point, which is cute. Episode 6 is just the zombie game. another game I have already discussed and made my thoughts on known. Moonbin does mount the fridge though, for what it's worth. Like, Moonbin fully climbs onto the fridge, and my back did hurt from watching him. Episode 7 starts pretty rough. It starts with Jinu's zombie game, which is boring, and they decide rooms, which is also boring. Thankfully, after that, we get all we needed societally, Astro and Booze. Did I know that this was coming when I told you that's what we needed societally? You'll never know. But it is actually really fun for me. Like, they don't have any tasks, they don't have any activities, it's literally just them sitting on couches, hanging out, drinking a beer. It's everything I want from Astro, and it did also remind me how much I adore them. Like, that's my family, those are my best friends, and I love them so much. Anyway, episode 8. Last episode. Episode 8 is frankly psychological warfare. This is how episode 8 opens, okay? Are you ready? Episode 8 starts with them blasting Confession, them being like the production. They blast Confession, wake up the Astro members, and then start quizzing them about their career. Imagine you just woke up and there's a camera in your face quizzing you about the job you had 5 years ago. I'd go crazy. Also, canon, none of Astro knows their debut album songs in order, which is also insane to me, because that's evil. That's evil. Imagine you made one of the best debut albums of the back half of the 2010s, and you can't even remember the songs in order. This goes on for like 5 full minutes, mind you, until Sana finally gets it right, and the Shame on My Boys finally ends. But this, I'm embarrassed. However, I'm also embarrassed in myself, because after that they were reminding me that Astro does have official colors. Don't ask me what Astro's official colors are. I've made 35,000 words of notes. I don't fucking know their official colors. After that, technically, Jinu and Youngjun make breakfast, although Minhyuk helps, but most importantly, Moonbin's just loitering around the entire time. Like, he's just perched in the corner like a cat watching them. Anyway, that's the show. That's Astro Zone. If you were wondering, this is my favorite Astro show. This is the Astro show that I would go back and rewatch if I had to rewatch any of them for this. Like, if I were to sit down right here, gun to my head, and you had to make me rewatch one Astro show, I'm watching Astro Zone. I'm absolutely watching Astro Zone. This show was messy. This show was insane. That's my family. I loved every minute of it. I would like it known, before I continue, it's like fully dark out now. I started filming approximately 4 hours ago, and it's now fully dark. Okay, so that's the vibes. If the lighting seems fucked for the near future, it's dark outside. I don't know what you want from me. Anyway, let's talk about Switch On. A few days after Astro Zone ended, Astro would release their 8th mini album, Switch On. Of course, I have both versions. We're gonna start with this one today, because that's the vibes I'm thinking. Let's start numbers. Okay, we're gonna start with the numbers. Switch On would peak at #1 on the Gaon charts, Astro's latest #1 album, as well as sell over 300,000 copies and earn Astro their 2nd consecutive platinum certification from the Gaon charts. And that's just Korea. We know by now Astro gets good sales in Japan too, and sure enough, this thing sold well in Japan. It would peak at #2 on the Japanese charts and sell another 60,000 copies. But that is nothing compared to the single. After Midnight is arguably Astro's biggest hit overall and is certainly their biggest hit domestically. After Midnight would top the Gaon download charts, their first ever song to go #1 there, and it did that in spite of releases from much bigger artists like Haze. But just like with their last single, the much more impressive numbers are on the Gaon digital chart. After Midnight would debut at #4 on the Gaon digital chart, a top 5 single. You want to know who even today has never pulled in a top 5 single? Stray Kids, The Boys, ATEEZ, Astro? Well, of course. The song also pulled in 4 music show wins, becoming Astro's most awarded song to date, including their first wins on Music Bank and Music Core. But that's enough numbers. I want to talk about After Midnight as a song, because After Midnight is a song I genuinely love so much. After Midnight is in many ways a return to form for Astro. For starters, it's a return to bright pop music. It is their brightest song since Baby, and their poppiest since probably All Night. It is also, in my opinion, Astro's best title since All Night. This song is so good. It's so bright and fun and dancey. The raps are great. The verses are strong. Everything is great, but especially the chorus. The chorus of the song is a bright explosion of summer pop in its finest form. It is literally pure summer pop perfection. in every way. It's fun and it's dancey, and I for one will shake full ass to it every time I hear it. And the thing is, it is not just the title track. This whole album is amazing. This is, in my opinion at least, ASTRO's best album since their first full almost 3 years earlier. For starters, the vocal songs on here are flawless. Waterfall is this grand, gorgeous song with stellar vocals and is, in my opinion, one of ASTRO's strongest songs of the 2020s. Sunset Sky is also nice. It's chill. It's a lot more toned down than Waterfall and lets the vocals really take center stage, and they're stunning. Turning to the dance songs now, I want us to start at the end of the album with Don't Worry. This song is great. It's cool and chill, but still dancey and still hits perfectly. Like, I love the chorus. There's also My Zone. I love this song. This was a strong contender for the Golden B-side. It is the darkest thing on here, but even then, it is nothing short of perfection, okay? It's cool. It's sexy. The chorus starts chill before just exploding with this insane dance beat. It's just, when it comes to ASTRO's dance songs of the 2020s, I feel like My Zone is heavily underrated. And then we have our Golden B-side, Footprint. Remember back when I was talking about Astrozone, I told you that in episode 4 they were in a pool, and in that pool they filmed a special music video for one of the songs that I adore? Everyone say hi to Footprint. Footprint is one of my all-time favorite Astro songs. Like, for the songs of their last 3 albums, Footprint is my favorite one. Okay, for starters, it was written by Moonbin, which does earn it extra credit for me because I am a deeply deranged individual, but also aside from its songwriting, I loved it before I knew Moonbin wrote it, because this song is fantastic. It's this tropical pop song that really reminds me of something that could have been on Dream Part 1 if it was like a more mature version of that. And we know I fuck with the Dream Part 1 album, so like that's glowing praise, because this song is kind of the best song ever, right? Like, it's catchy and it's dancey and it's fun and the verses are great and the chorus is fantastic. Like, it's kind of the best song ever. Okay, we're done talking about the album itself, but we're actually not. I have more to say. I don't want to leave After Midnight Era just yet. First, I want to talk about looks. Now, in the teasers, if you were paying attention to the teaser images I've shown you, you'll notice most of the Astro members have dyed hair in the teasers. However, that was actually not true for promotions. They had black hair, ironically except Myungjun actually, who was the only one with black hair in the teasers, had dyed hair in the promotions. But either way, they looked so good. Minhyuk and Moonbin looked so good. Actually, I want to highlight Moonbin. Moonbin, for starters, looked really good in the teasers. He had, like, this light blonde hair with this stupid fuck-ass hat. That did amuse me. But then in promotions, he had really good black hair. Like, the styling was really good, and it was black, and it looked good. They also put him in these really bright outfits that I think really looked good on him. A personal highlight of the fits for me, specifically, is their M Countdown comeback stage, where they're all wearing purple. It's an iconic moment. I also don't think I have hyped up how much I love this album enough. Like, I have not been subtle that I have a holy trinity of Astro albums, which are All Light, Dream Part 1, and Spring Up. That is my holy trinity. But Astro has 12 mainline albums. I have a secondary trinity. Actually, I want you to guess. I want you to take a second and guess what you think my secondary trinity of Astro albums are. Are you ready? Have you made your guesses? Have you tried to figure it out? Here they are. Depending on the day, number 3 switches. It's either Summer Vibes or Autumn Story. It depends. But after that, it is Dream Part 2 and it is Switch On. Switch On is one of my favorite Astro albums. Like, it is one of, like, my top 5 for sure, and it is by far my favorite thing they released in the 2020s, followed probably by Moonbin Sana debut album, and also Sana's first solo album I really like. I don't know, I just didn't want to move on yet. I had more to say. I feel like I have more to say about so many things, and we're nearing, maybe not the end. We're definitely not near the end. There's a lot I have left in this video. But like, I wanted to talk more. I had more to say. And now that I've gotten it out of my system, I think we can officially move on. Okay, so following promotions for All Night, we got a bit of a throwback. Remember when I was talking about All Yours? I told you about All Good, the song that was essentially the boys from circa 2018. Well, at the end of August, she would get a Japanese re-recording, which is still fun. I like the original song. I like the Japanese version. Even if it was by no means a hit in Japan, it did mark their first Japanese release since 2019, so we'll take what we can get. This was followed by another digital single with Alive coming out on September 2nd. Alive was released, as was much of the content Astro did in 2021, for Universe. It was a special digital single as part of Universe's like ongoing digital single project that they were doing at the time. And it's good. It's very reminiscent of the songs on Switch On, which means I really like it. The beat is cool, the chorus is great. It's a good song. Had it been on their last album, it would not have felt out of place, but I'm not mad that it exists. Jumping into October, we get some Sana content, which is great. I love when my boy gets content. He would appear in the show Your Playlist, which ran from mid-October through November. Moving into November, we didn't even get back-to-back digital singles. We got 2 digital singles, both released on November 3rd. We're starting with Myungjoon's. That is correct. On November 3rd, Myungjoon would make his solo debut with the digital single Happy Virus, with its lead single featuring the one and only Kim Taeyeon. That's actually a lie, because it is definitely not the Kim Taeyeon you're thinking of. This Kim Taeyeon is 13 years old at the time, and also this is a trot song. It's fine. It's a fine song. It's not bad or offensive by any means. I just never really come back to it. Then there's the other single we got that day, which is a group-wide single, a group-wide Japanese single, their second Japanese digital single, Let's Say Goodbye to My Favorite Person, which is also their first Japanese ballad. This song is kind of devastatingly beautiful. It was an OST, I forgot to mention that. It was an OST, but it's kind of devastatingly beautiful, okay? It's also sad as fuck, and they performed it at their recent Japanese concert, and everyone on my timeline was bawling their eyes out, including me. After that, we got our next Minhyuk role and also a Myungjoon role. They would both appear in Find Me If You Can. You can see them right here. They're the 2 on this half of the screen. They would appear in the show. It ran for 8 episodes with the finale coming out in December. Now, that is all of our mainline ASTRO material, but we are not done. We are not finished, because at the SBS Gaos that year, Moonbin, where's Moonbin? Moonbin would team up with pre-Explosion Seungyeon, Hyunjin from Stray Kids, Jiyeon from The Boys, and Taeyang from SF9 to perform a cover of Neurotic. Now, this is far from Moonbin's first time doing Neurotic. You may recall TVXQ was actually quite crucial to the Moonbin history, but this was the first time that 2 important things happened. 1, we have a high-quality video of the performance we can watch, because ASTRO's been performing this song since 2018, but it's been at concerts with, like, shit video. This one is high-quality, but most importantly, there is a high-quality Moonbin fan cam I can watch. Also, since we're here, the cover is great. Yes, Neurotic is obviously a classic of just K-pop in general, really, but also Moonbin looked hot. They all looked hot. Everyone in the lineup looked hot. But Moonbin was in this tight white fit with cutouts, and he looked so good. But if we want to talk about Moonbin being hot in special year-end stages, we need to talk about the Tiger Inside cover that he did for the NBC Gaio. Like, look at that man. He's in a sleeveless tiger print tank top. It's just, he looks so good. Unfortunately, all is not well in relation to this stage. I don't know what happened between the Murata cover and this one, but like Moonbin got hurt in between. Maybe he was just overexerting himself. I don't know. He was visibly injured this entire time. Like he's gripping his thigh, he's gripping his elbow, he's visibly in pain. And I remember there was like a lot of discourse about it. I don't think we ever got an official explanation for what was going on, but something was wrong with him. However, he still ate up that shit. Either way, that was 2021. We did it. We finished. Let's jump back to the retrospective corner. Jesus Christ. Okay. 2021. 2021 was a diabolically busy year for a group that had already been active for a full 5 years. First, we have to talk about the obvious. We have to talk about how many shows ASTRO was in this year. So, prior to 2021, including pre-debut, ASTRO had done 5 shows. 5 mainline shows. This doesn't include cameos and other shows. These are 5 shows that I would consider mainline ASTRO content, okay? In 2021 alone, they did 4 more. However, while early ASTRO shows were, I don't want to say realer, I don't want to say they were real shows, because, like, OK Ready's a lot of things, and a real show is arguably not one of them. But they felt a lot more professional. 2021 ASTRO shows, for the most part, feel like they were shot in a single day, in a couple hours, and then just chopped up into being enough episodes to fill a few weeks. And to be clear, I don't mind that. I think their 2021 shows are some of their best. I think they're some of their most fun. The only exception to me really is Space Force A, which is ironically the longest and probably the most professional. But even so, like, I don't mind their chopped up one-day shot shows. I think they're fun. I've established that I like my ASTRO shows chaotic and fun, and that's the kind of vibes you get. It is also worth noting in relation to the shows, ASTRO's association with Universe really helped the group. In addition to the 3 shows they made for the platform, they also dropped a single, and the entire year, Universe was very much pushing ASTRO as the face of their brand, heavily expanding their fan base. Which brings me to point 2. I've already said this, but 2021 was peak Astro. There are reasons we'll get to in 2022 that I would already consider that starting to be sort of the decline of peak Astro, but 2021 is absolutely the pinnacle. They had their biggest hit so far. Their album sales absolutely exploded. Their fan base grew dramatically. They were doing incredibly well. Moving to item 3, item 3 actually goes kind of hand in hand with item 1, which is that while we got a lot of group activities in 2021, we saw a lot less solo activities. We obviously don't get nothing. Like, Myungjoon dropped a solo single, Jinwoo had his podcast, Moonbin and Sana are hosting Show Champion the whole year, Minhyuk did a surprising amount of things. Like, there's a lot going on, but Astro went from being a group that usually had, like, 3 things going on in terms of solos all at once at a time, to a group that maybe had 1 thing going, and that 1 thing was typically Show Champion. I don't know, it's just interesting to me, and these are the moments that I take to talk about the things that are interesting to me that I haven't had the chance to already mention. So thank you for indulging me. We can now move to 2022. Okay. We have made it to 2022, what I would consider to be the last true year of Astro. But we do not have a moment to waste. We have no time to waste, because 5 days into the year, on January 5th, we got the debut of Trends. For the unaware, Trends is a boy group. They are assigned to Interpark. It's a different company. It's just a company. It's Interpark. But they're signed to Interpark. They do actually have some good songs to their name. I say some for an important reason. My favorite is probably New Days, and then also they have like a couple albums that I actually do think are good, but the reason I'm bringing them up right now is because Jinwoo produced their debut album. Or more accurately, I should say, Jinwoo produced the song Villain for their debut album. I don't like the song very much. I don't think it's very good. Again, Trends has good music to their names, but this isn't a Trends video. I will make one though. If the demand is there, I will dive into Trends' discography. I have no shame in saying that. I think they have great songs. Jinwoo just didn't knock it out of the park with this one, personally. But we are not done with Mr. Park Jinwoo, because as a birthday present to me, we would get Restore, the debut mini-album from Astro's second subunit, Jinjin and Rocky. Let's start with the green one in this moment. We're going to do the green one because I like the green one more. I also want it known, my notes literally call them Jinwoo and Rocky. Like, I had the mental forethought to still call Minhyuk Rocky, and I never even considered that Jinwoo's stage name is Jinjin. Anyway, let's talk about the album. Restore sold fine. It sold about 75,000 copies, so on par with the first Moonbin and Sana album. However, the difference is that album came out 2 years earlier at that point. Astro sales in particular had exploded since that album came out, so I feel like the average, it's just, I said that Moonbin and Sana's album sold well for them, and I stand by that. The difference is Astro now had a different standard. So by comparison to the new standard, 75,000 copies is a great, it also peaked lower, peaked at number 7 on the Gaon chart, so not great. However, then there's the single. Since Moonbin and Sana's album, you may also recall, Astro has gotten a lot better digitally. Moonbin and Sana's album did well on the Gaon download chart, but barely cracked number 200 on the digital charts and didn't make it into the top 190. So we're not talking great digital numbers. This thing peaked at number 77, so we're talking a lot stronger in terms of the lead single. I just realized I didn't tell you what the song is called. It's called Just Breathe. That's the name of the lead single off this album, and let's talk about it as a song. I think it's good. Even on its best day, dare I say great. It's very messy boots, it's very fun. Minhyuk gets to sing a lot more than he does on pretty much any mainline Astro song up until this point, so I do enjoy it, I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, I can't help but compare it to Bad Idea, which was Moonbin and Sana's debut single, and by comparison, this doesn't even come close to occupying the same part of my mind palace. The same thing is true for Restore, the album itself, like musically. I do appreciate it a lot more than I like it, I think I'd say. I like that they did solos, that's my main thing. I like the album, but I really appreciate that they did solos. Jinwoo has 1 solo, Minhyuk has 2 solos, and then there's 2 group songs, including the title track. Again, because this isn't a mainline Astro album, I'm not going to run through every song and give a golden B-side, but I will tell you my standouts. My standouts are Lockdown, which is the other duo song on the album after the title track, and then Minhyuk's second solo, CPR. I really like that one, almost entirely because it's giving me like a Britney Spears ballad, but I mean that in the best way. But speaking of Moonbin and Sana, we also in February got the announcement that Moonbin and Sana would be returning with a new album, and to tease that, we got the pre-release single, Ghost Town. Ghost Town, I'm gonna get this out of the way now, is no bad idea. Actually, let me get all of this out of the way now. No Moonbin and Sana song is going to be bad idea. Okay, Bad Idea is by far their best song, but Ghost Town is good. Their debut was very R&B coded, and they really did carry that over when they were making their second album, and Ghost Town, it's on full display. The beat is great and the vocals are on point. Also in February, around the same time, we got ASTRO Hostel. This is ASTRO's final show. I will say we should be concerned how many things from this show I vividly remembered going in. I will never forget them with those goats. Like, them and the creatures, I will think about it till my dying day. However, we've been here for a long time, and Astro Hostel's fun. I do think it's good, but I don't think it's like Astro Zone good. I don't think I need to really give you a breakdown of everything that happened, because it's kind of just vibes. It is also these three, I should have mentioned that. It is only Moonbin, Sana, and Jinu. I don't remember where the other three were. I'm sure at one point in time I knew. Possibly in the show they told me. I don't remember. I didn't write it down, so I don't remember where the other three were. But it is just those three. It's kind of just vibes. Like, it's vibes, okay? It's an Astro show and it's vibes, and I like it, but I don't love it. Moving ahead a little bit, in March we got our next Yoon Sana show. Good for my boy. He would appear in Crazy Love, which was on KBS and ran through April. And then, on March 15th, Moonbin and Sana would officially return with Refuge, their second mini-album along with its lead single, Who. And Who was honestly a pretty decent hit for Astro. Like, it peaked at number 20 on the Gone Digital chart, so lower than their last few singles, but still quite impressive. However, as Moonbin and Sana are known to do, their most impressive place was on the Gone Download chart. It went number 1 on that chart, which is crazy, because I'm about to tell you two things that came out that same week. Are you ready? The same week Who went number 1 on the Gone Download chart, Giddle's Tomboy and Stray Kids' Maniac came out. The album itself also sold incredibly well. It pulled in 150,000 copies, double what their first album had sold, and peaked at number 4 on the Gaon charts. In short, Refuge was huge. It did incredibly well, both for Astro, but more importantly, for Moonbin and Sana as a duo, as a separate entity from Astro. It far outperformed their debut. Unfortunately, it's just not as good. I will concede, Who is cool. It's unique, especially within, like, K-pop R&B, not even, like, Korean R&B, like, specifically the R&B that K-pop idols make. It is very unique, it's very cool, it's just no Bad Idea, right? Like, I already said this, Bad Idea is the perfect song. There will never be another Bad Idea. I think if you put a gun to my head and told me to name a better unit debut, I would tell you to shoot me, because there isn't one. Bad Idea is perfection, and I feel like this being the follow-up to it, I was bound to dislike it, and I don't dislike it. I like Who. When Who comes on, I enjoy it. When I do occasionally seek it out, I enjoy it, but I'm not crazy about it. The B-sides are good though, right? Like, Boo is fun, and it's cute. Dia is very Bad Idea coded, but not quite on that same level. It's like, it's similar but not the same, and not as good. And then there's Distance, which is just a stunning ballad. Basically, Refuge is good. It very much follows up on the vibes we were getting with their debut EP. Like, it's very R&B coded, the vocals are on point, it's great. It's just not in out, which is perfect. Anyway, promotions for Who would run to April, and then on April 9th, we got Gate 6. This is Astro's 2022 Aroha Festival, and most importantly, marked their first in-person concert since 2020. And for what it's worth, the demand was there. Gate 6 sold out almost instantly. There were a ton of people tweeting about it that I remember seeing, but most importantly, it was also followed by an announcement. It was followed by the announcement that the next month, Astro would be releasing their third full album. And we will get to that, but first I have to talk about my son, Park Min-hyuk, not to be confused with my other sons and best friends. This time we're talking about Park Min-hyuk, who would appear in Broke Rookie Star. This show ran through May, and very importantly, got widespread acclaim for Min-hyuk. Min-hyuk got a ton of awards for his role in this show. Okay, now that we've hit critically acclaimed actor Park Min-hyuk era, we can talk about Astro's third album. We can talk about Drive to the Starry Road, which came out on May 16th, and looks like this when you have all the versions. Do you know how much this pisses me off? Do you know how angry I am by this? I want you to look at it. I'm gonna run through them actually. I'm gonna take time out of my day right now to run through this, because it wasn't in my notes and then I remembered what the versions look like, and now I have to tell you. Right now I have to complain about it. First you have this little box version. I like albums that are box versions, okay? I think they're cute. I like that they're compact. I like when they have like things on the sides. I think it's good. This is a good album packaging. I also, for what it's worth, like this style, the kind of book style, I think it's good. It's a very nice on a shelf. The side is pretty. It looks nice. It's good. I'm also, in my moments, partial to, hold on, let me give you the full picture, the big versions of things. The members look nice when they're all big. I need to not cover everyone without dropping things. Okay, there we go. The members look nice when they're all big. It's cool. I don't love the way it looks on a shelf, but like, this is good, right? Like, all of these album packaging styles are good, and then you put them all together. And when did we decide that consistency wasn't the name of the game, right? Like, I feel like I don't buy as many albums as I used to. Back in my day, if I were to show you, like, right there, which is where my main shelves of albums are, the albums that I have multiple versions of, the versions are consistent. They're the same size. Why would you make 3 versions of an album that are all not even, like, different sizes, drastically different sizes? Like, look at this from the side for a second. Drastically different size. It makes me alone go crazy. Thank you for indulging me on my rantings. I do actually feel better. I hope you also enjoyed your brief stint looking at the big version. You're never fucking seeing that again. Absolutely not. Now let's talk about album sales. This album sold well and also was a decline. Okay, the album went number 1 on the Gaon charts, their 6th album to top the charts, and sold about 250,000 copies, making it Astro's 3rd consecutive album to go platinum, according to the Gaon charts. All great. All fantastic. It is also 100,000 copies less than their full sold a year ago, which, like, I'm conflicted about this, right? Because 2021 ASTRO was on top of the world. They were at their peak. This version of ASTRO is still really popular. Like, this is still their 3rd highest selling album. It's just behind their 2021 releases. Thankfully, the album's lead single, Candy Sugar Pop, was another hit for ASTRO. Okay, it would go number 1 on the download charts, but more importantly, peaked to number 10 on the Gaon digital charts, marking ASTRO's 2nd top 10 single. And again, I really want to hone in on this for like 1 second, okay? If you'll indulge me as I sit here on like hour 4. But there have been exactly 4 boy groups who have debuted in the second half of the 2010s, aka after 2015, 2016 on, 4 groups that have debuted in the second half of the 2010s, boy groups specifically, that have multiple top 10 singles on the Gaon digital charts, okay? One is 101. Obviously, if you didn't watch my 101 video, they definitely had multiple. Dare I say several. The other 2, if you were curious, are NCT Dream and NCT 127. This also makes a lot of sense. The 4th group is ASTRO. That's the list. That's all the boy groups. This is what I was talking about when I was saying that ASTRO, even when they weren't big internationally, was still really strong domestically. Like, even at this point in time, groups like Tuxt or Stray Kids could easily outsell ASTRO. Stray Kids at this point, Stray Kids' 2022 album sold 12 times what ASTRO's did. And in spite of that, those boy groups could not touch what ASTRO was doing in terms of their digital numbers. It is, however, also worth noting that Candy Sugar Pop is fantastic. It is an excellent song. It continued what After Midnight was doing. It's more of that shift back towards like brighter, synthier, dancier pop music. Not that they weren't making like dancey pop music, but like that brighter pop music. It's a shift back towards that, and I love it so much. The chorus is funky, and it's cool, and it's fun. Like, I love After Midnight, and I love Candy Sugar Pop just as much, right? Like, I went on a monologue about After Midnight, and everything I said about it applies to this song. This song, to me, feels like the true successor to something like Breathless or even Hide and Seek, just from a group that has absolutely mastered and perfected their sound. Then there are the B-sides on this album. Now, to me, and probably to most people if I had to guess, this album exists in 2 distinct halves, almost. The first half is the group songs, right? There are 5 of them, including the title track, and then the second half is the solo songs, because every ASTRO member got a solo song on this album. And because I'm a despot, I'm doing 2 golden B-sides. Okay, we're gonna get 1 group golden B-side, 1 solo golden B-side, and we're gonna start with the group songs, because they're fantastic. We are actually going to start with the last song on the album, which is Like Stars. That song is one of ASTRO's strongest ballads in years. Okay, I'm gonna say that like right off the bat. That's one of their strongest ballads in years as a group. Like, I think the last album they had a ballad on that I consider like of that quality might even be like their Fall. It really might be. Like, that level of ballad. It is a pop ballad, so like it has that touch of poppiness that makes me go feral, but also it's excellent. The vocals are beautiful. It's a great ballad. Skipping over various solo songs, we have Light the Sky. That's another ballad. This one's more of like a classic ballad. It has pretty simple background music, but it is gorgeous. Okay, it reminds me a lot of like their early albums, specifically their Autumn Story. I don't know what it is about it, but like the song gives me Autumn Story. More gives us that darker sound that Astro's been playing around with on occasion, and I will concede I do like it when they do it. They just don't do it often, but this is its contribution to this album. It's cool, it's dark, it's sexy. The Bad Bad Baby line does make me laugh, but as a whole, I do really like it. Which brings us to Golden B-side number 1, Something Something. If the title track Candy Sugar Pop reminds me of like Astro's 2016 albums, that song specifically reminds me of Dream Part 2. Like that sort of more toned down but sexy kind of dance pop music that they were doing with that album. That's what I get from that one, only again, refined into what I have actually in real life described as pure pop cocaine. The chorus is perfect. The music is phenomenal. The verses are strong, the raps are cool, and they're fun. It's just such an incredible song. Now, for these solos. First, Myungjoon's solo song is Story. Thank Christ that's not a trot song. I don't remember if I was worried about it at the time, but upon reflection, I should have been. It's not. It's a ballad. It's actually really nice. He sings on a lower register than he usually does also. He is still very high-pitched, but he's usually, like, very high-pitched. He sounds more like Moonbin in this one, if you are familiar with how Astro sounds, which you presumably are. He sounds more like Moonbin in this song. It's actually really nice. I really like it. Going up the circle, Sana's solo song is 24 Hours. I like it. Okay, it's another ballad. It's pretty. I like it. The thing is, we haven't gotten to them yet, but I really like Sana's solo albums, and specifically his first one has one of the best ballads I've ever heard. So it's just like, it's a nice ballad. I'm glad he got it out of his system now, because the things he goes on to do with his solo music are much more my shit. Our next song is All Day. All Day is Jinu's solo release, and I've said before in this video that I don't like Jinu's solo music very much. And this is very much Jinu's solo music. For the record, I consider this song a Jinu song, which is why I am allowed to say that Astro has no bad songs. If I didn't have that rule, I might have to reconsider. Continuing in age order, next we have First Love, the other Astro's First Love. That's Anu's solo song. It's nice. It's actually, like, aggressively cute. Like, not in a bad way. Like, it's very adorable. I do really like it. But again, Anu has solo songs down the line that I like a lot more. Then there's my boy, Mr. Moonbin. Moonbin's solo song is Go For A Ride. This is our R&B contribution. If you were ever curious where Moonbin and Sana got their R&B influence from, safe bet to say it's Moonbin. Moonbin decided to give us our R&B song on this album, and it is excellent. The beat is cool. The vocals are on point. It is perfect to have on in the background while you're hypothetically writing 92 pages of Astro Notes. Not that anyone involved in this video would ever do such a thing. And then, last but not least, obvious to anyone who's been paying attention, we have our final Golden B-side, which is a Minhyuk solo song. And I need it known right off the bat, Wikipedia calls this song a ballad. And I guess, like, maybe legally, technically, it's a ballad. This is a pop song. This is a pop song. Remember a while ago now, when I said that Minhyuk was entering his vocal era, and we were gonna get lead vocal Park Minhyuk? This is lead vocal Park Minhyuk behavior. This song is lead vocal Park Minhyuk behavior. The vocals in this song are excellent. They are so incredible. Like, the way he goes into the chorus is nothing short of flawless. But the thing is, it's not just the vocals, right? Minhyuk's rap on here is one of his best in any Astro song. He really said, I get one shot at my solo song on an Astro mainline album, and I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna deliver the best solo song. I'm going to outshine everyone, and he really did. He really did do that. I love that for him, and I love the song. Okay, that was Astro's third album. However, I may have misled you. I may have led you astray, because the thing is, just before that album came out, we got our first enlistment. Our first enlistment was, of course, Mr. Myungjoon. Myungjoon would be like our first member to enlist, so he is not in promotions for the album or in the group's upcoming concert. Yeah, in promotion of their new album, Astro would hold their third Astro tour with Stargazer at the end of May. Specifically, the Seoul date was in the end of May. They would go to Japan in June. And again, these shows all completely sold out. Also in June, Music Bank would hold a special episode. That part doesn't matter. What matters is we got our next Moonbin cover. And also my favorite Moonbin cover, he would team up with his own little sister, Billy's Moonsua, to perform a cover of Candy in My Ears by Baekjeong. This stage is frankly deeply and existentially iconic. Okay, first, the looks were incredible. Suha looks really good. Moonbin's in this sexy three-piece suit. He looks really fucking good, but also, the song's a bop. It's a great song. It's a really fun song. However, most importantly to me, that's his sister. That's his baby sister. Like, I'm so incapable of being normal about this performance. And for what it's worth, I'm not alone. This stage has 30 million views on, like, the YouTube video of it. Okay, 30 million. That is the 9th most viewed piece of ASTRO media on YouTube.com and the most viewed for Billy. I will, however, say, though, my favorite version of this stage is not, like, the mainline 30 million view version. It's the Moonbin fan cam, because when he's not performing, he's watching Suha with this look of just, like, adoration, of sheer elation, of just a joy, being able to live your dream with your sister as you both pop the fuck off. Like, it's so cute. I think about it all the time. After that, we're gonna jump ahead to the end of July when we got ASTRO's second Universe single with You and I verse. It's good. It's a toned-down synth pop song. Very standard ASTRO affair, but it's cool. I like it. It's good. However, for the first time in a while, things actually really quiet down after that. So we're gonna jump ahead all the way to October when we officially saw Moonbin and Sana step down as MCs of Show Champion. Thankfully, the MC role would, for the time being, remain in the Moon lineage. Moonbin's sister Moonsua would take over as the new MC, which is the perfect choice. 10 out of 10. I almost wish they had more siblings so we could have kept this going longer. October got us our ASTRO film with Stargazer Astroscope. This is a concert movie. If you have seen any other concert movie, you will immediately get the vibes of this one, but this one's Astro-centric, so I liked it. November got us our first Anu role in around 2 years when he would appear in the film Decibel, which came out on November 11th. That is not his only role though, because just after that in December, we got Island, which is his next show, and ran through March of 2023. And last thing for the year, Anu officially completed his trinity. He'd hosted the NBC Gaios, he'd hosted the KBS Gaios, and in 2022 he hosted the SBS Gaios, making him one of the only people to host all 3 ceremonies, and I say only people because I'm not doing the work to check if anyone else has done it. But that's it for 2022, so we are going to jump back to the retrospective corner. Okay, welcome back. In 2022, for me, is such a weird year when I was both making this video and like all stages, because I'm sitting here in 2026. I know we just talked about the last ASTRO album. I know group activities for the rest of this video are pretty much done. And I need to make it so clear how it did not feel that way at the time, right? Like, ASTRO had just put out 3 of their biggest hits. We fully thought they were going to continue. The main thing with the contract renewal was just that they announced that Myungjun and Minhyuk hadn't re-signed, and Myungjun was getting pushed until he got back. The main, like, again, obviously I'm sitting here in 2026. I know Minhyuk didn't re-sign his contract, but even then, I remember being at the time being like, yeah, I'd be sad if he left, but it wouldn't have meant, like, the end of ASTRO. But obviously, now in 2026, I know that's the end of ASTRO. Like, I know that ASTRO ended at the end of 2022, or really, like, a third of the way through 2023, but, like, I know that ASTRO's done. Like, the concept that I have so much left to talk about, and none of it will discuss the 6 members standing on stage together ever again, it's doing something to my brain. But obviously, we all know what happens in 2023. And I guess we finally have to talk about it, so let's go do that. Okay, it's time to talk about 2023, and I am already depressed. But we rallied, because on January 4th, we would get Incense, Moonbin and Sana's 3rd mini-album. I do have all 4 versions of it. I've decided to bring out the 2 member versions for this moment. We are going to start with Moonbin. I think I've proven my case as a crazy ASTRO stan, and we only have 2 slides for it. So we're only going to do 2 versions. I do have the, like, non-member versions as well. I feel like no one's gonna believe. Do I have to go get them? I don't have to go get them. We're deep enough in this video. I've proven myself. Either way, let's talk about Incense. Incense actually did pretty well again. It would sell 150,000 copies, number 5 on the Gong chart, so about as well as their second album had done. As for the lead single, Madness, it did fine. It peaked at number 90 on the Gaon chart, so it did chart. That is technically good, but also it charted more than 60 spots below their last single had, which is not good. I will say though, Madness is another really cool song. It's just like electronic R&B. It's really good. It's no bad idea, but like it is a lot better than what a lot of boy groups were doing at the time. The rest of the album is good. We get more solos from Moonbin and Sana's. I like Moonbin's well enough, but Sana's is this gorgeous guitar ballad. I actually think it deserves more attention. Like, even from me, I feel like I don't listen to it enough. And I listen to it all the time. The other standout from this album specifically is the album's opener, Perfumer. That song is really cool. It's a really good R&B song. It's probably one of my, like, top 3 Moonbin and Sana B-sides. Moving into February, we would get the... Unfortunate doesn't even describe how I feel about this. We would get the announcement that Minhyuk was leaving ASTRO. Now, for those who have not seen a history of mine where I cover groups with former members, I have decided that we don't follow what they're up to, right? Like, this video is about ASTRO, and Minhyuk is technically no longer part of ASTRO. I will say, he has been busy since well, maybe not busy. He's done some stuff in the years since ASTRO. He's released 2 solo albums as well as a single. They are all quite good. If you enjoy his other solo music, you will like them. Other than that, he'll be back. So, like, don't miss him too much. I miss him, though. I miss him every day. Okay, March. Since ASTRO as a group was a bit hiatus-y at the moment, we would actually get a Moonbin and Sana tour with their Diffusion tour. The tour would begin with 2 shows in Seoul that March, which completely sold out, with more shows scheduled for the rest of Asia to follow. Alert, alert. There's a black screen. I hope that got your attention, at least like this part of the screen, whatever. This is your Moonbin warning, okay? There's a timestamp somewhere in this television. That is the timestamp you should skip to if you would not like to hear discussion of Moonbin's death. This is your verbal warning. We will now proceed. Okay, it's Moonbin time. As we know, that tour would never happen, because on April 19th, 2023, Moonbin was found dead in his home. And I know we just did an intermission, but I didn't really feel like making a goofy little slideshow about the death of my favorite member of my favorite group. So we are going to go back to the retrospective corner, because that feels like the right location to discuss this. Update. To quote the best song in Sinners, I lied to you. This felt like a floor moment. So we're going to have this discussion while I sit on the floor in the corner of my bedroom. If you were wondering, my TV is usually right there. Like when I have my whole setup going, it's usually right there. So like we've just sunk to floor level. Anyway, hi. So I remember the day Moonbin died vividly. Okay? I remember, I've said this before, as just a routine in my morning, it's part of my morning routine, I check all K-pop, I check Soompi every morning just to see if like anything major hypothetically has happened. However, for whatever reason, I did not check all K-pop or Soompi that morning. I do remember I was diabolically busy at work, but I do know that I just went to work. Like I was going on vacation, I was taking vacation, I should say, the Thursday, Friday of that week, so I had to get everything done by Wednesday, so I was just busy, but for whatever reason, didn't check it. I went to work having no idea what had happened. I do remember I checked Twitter for like 5 seconds at one point, and on that time on Twitter, I did see that Moonbin and Sana's concert, specifically in Singapore, had been canceled. It did not raise any red flags to me, though. I remember being like, oh, like maybe there was a venue issue or something. Like I didn't go there. I can actually tell you, because I still remember the exact time that I found out. It was 10:56 in the morning. 10:56 in the morning is when I found out that Moonbin had died, because I went on Twitter again at some point and I saw a lot of tweets about Moonbin, which admittedly, for my Twitter timeline at the time, wasn't weird. However, I remember I read one. I read one tweet in particular, and I was just like, something happened, right? Like there's something that I'm missing context, something happened. Again, my mind did not immediately go to, he's dead. It actually, I can tell you, it went to, he left the group. My immediate thought was that Moonbin had left ASTRO, so I looked his name up on Twitter, and that's when I found out. To describe Moonbin's death as a shock feels like a dramatic understatement. And in a way that isn't true for other idols. Because Moonbin isn't the first idol we've had to commit suicide in the past 10 years since I've been a K-pop fan, right? Like, the difference is that with idols like Jonghyun or Sully or Guhara, like, for them, society kind of knew that they weren't, like, great mentally. Like, we all knew they'd struggle. This wasn't new information. That was not true for Moonbin. I was in pretty much every, like, moderately large Moonbin circle you could be in on Twitter.com, and none of us had any idea what was going on. This is also another moment where if you were not around in April of 2023, you cannot comprehend what the K-pop community was like. Because the K-pop community, 99.9% of the time, is in active war. There's always one active war going on in the corner, and you will not be able to escape it. Do you know how many times I'll be on Twitter and I'll see Blinks and armies fighting? I don't care. I don't engage with it. It's there. You can't avoid it. This is like one of 5 moments in the decade plus I've been a K-pop fan that I would actually say we felt like a community. We felt like we were actually like all one in a way that feels really sappy to say. But it is true. It's like everyone was experiencing grief at the same time, admittedly to different levels, but like everyone was talking about it. Obviously in my sphere, everyone was talking about it on Twitter, but there were major idols talking about it to people who didn't know what K-pop was and simply saw what had happened and were expressing condolences. On a personal note, I have not been subtle about how much I loved Moonbin, right? And even do, still to a certain extent, love Moonbin. Like, that was my favorite member of my favorite group who was just gone out of nowhere. I left work. Like, I vividly remember texting with the bestie being like, I want to go home, and I can't because I have shit to do. And then at some point I was just like, fuck it, I'm going home, and I just went to bed. I will also say, if you were subscribed to me, because I did have a YouTube channel back then, in spite of my very low subscriber count, I have been here for a long time. But if you were subscribed to me back then, which you almost certainly were not, and even if you were, you probably don't remember that 2 days later is when I saw NCT Dream Live. And I have genuinely credited that experience with keeping me out of a depression spiral. The bestie dragging me out of bed and out of my apartment that next day, that Thursday, is, I don't want to say it saved me, but it did keep me a lot more mentally stable than I would have been otherwise. I'm suddenly remembering why, when I did my SHINee history of, I split the video here, because, like, where do we even go from here? How do we move forward from here? Even just, like obviously ASTRO was on hiatus. ASTRO was over, basically, at this point, but I'll talk about that later. For, like, ASTRO, in terms of this timeline, ASTRO's on hiatus the rest of the year. The members are essentially all on hiatus the rest of the year. Okay, so here's what happened in the rest of 2024, because I have it written down already. Anu was in a show in October, Sana was in a show in December. That's it. That's the rest of 2024. So I've decided we need to lighten the mood. We need some levity, so we're gonna have another intermission. Okay. Hi. We need some giggles. We need some fun, we need some goofs. So here's the deal. We're gonna do something I'm actually very excited for, which is that I'm gonna rank every Cha Anu show and movie based exclusively off the Wikipedia synopsis. Few things before we actually get into it. Thing one, I'm only doing his post-ASTRO career, so like that first stuff he was in, I'm not doing that. We're only doing after 2016 on the shows we've talked about in this video, or the stuff we will talk about in this video. The stuff that happened post-ASTRO. It's not that complicated. It's not that confusing. I'm making it more confusing. We're only doing post-2016. Thing two is that since I'm doing it exclusively based off the Wikipedia synopsis, it does mean that if a show or film does not have a Wikipedia synopsis, I will not be ranking it. Also, last thing, I'm not doing like cameos. I'm not doing variety shows. We're doing like real shows with a real plot that are not ASTRO shows, because we've talked about all those already separately. I'm not ranking those. We're doing real shows where he's playing a fictional character, and also it has a Wikipedia synopsis that I can base it off of. Also, just to cover bases, because I do know that the girls go hard for actor Cha Anu, this is just my opinion, right? This tier list is going to be based exclusively off my taste of the Wikipedia synopsis of if I like a show or not. To be clear, I have watched shows that I love that have the worst Wikipedia synopsis you've ever read in your life, and vice versa. I've seen shows that have a great Wikipedia synopsis, and then I try and watch it, and it's bad. So, it's not that deep. We just need a little giggles before we continue talking about Astro as Astro. Okay, here's my screen. Here's like a rundown of all of the shows and films. Here's my phone. My current plan for this is that I have already opened a tab to every Anu show in order, so I will just read you the synopsis, and then I will rate the show. But before we get into that, we do have to run through the tiers. Okay, we're gonna start at the top. The top is I need to experience this. These are shows that, like, I'm actually intrigued by, right? Like, I'm kind of compelled, I'm kind of locked in, I might need to watch it. Then I'm a bit intrigued, I'm almost certainly not gonna watch it, but, like, it sounds interesting. If I continue to hear good things about it, I might check it out. Then, not for me. These are the shows that I don't think would be bad. I just don't think that I personally would enjoy them. Girl no means girl no. Girl no, I'm not watching that. And then bottomly, okay, what the fuck? These are the shows where, like, I'm gonna read the synopsis and be like, what the fuck is going on? I do also need to make it clear, I made these tiers based exclusively off the names of the shows, and I have no other context. Like, I've never read any of the synopses for these shows before, so, like, I don't actually know what's going on. We're gonna be vibesing, it's gonna be a moment, let's get into it. Okay, show number 1 is Hit the Top. Let's have the synopsis of Hit the Top, shall we? In the year 1993, pop idol Yoo Hyun-jae accidentally travels through time to 2017. Discovering that he mysteriously disappeared in 1994 and is presumed dead, he begins to investigate into the reason for his disappearance while trying to adjust to life in the future. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hoon is an aspiring musician who is secretly enrolled as an idol trainee at Star Punch Entertainment. Ji-hoon struggles to hide this from his parents, who believe he has been studying for his civil service exam. I want to find who Cha Eun-woo plays. And apparently it is not at all an important person, because okay, he plays, I did know this. He plays one of the other idols at Star Punch Place. Okay, this makes sense now, we're back. Based off this, I am a bit intrigued. I do have one follow-up question, which is, like, if I time traveled to the future, and then was informed that, like, society thought I died in the year-ish that I left, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Because I time traveled to the future? I don't know. Based off the brief glimpse I got of Anu's thing, it seems like Time Traveler Man is going to start, like, composing and producing. Unsure. I am a bit intrigued, but, like, I'm not locked in. Okay, next show is Sweet Revenge, aka Revenge Note. Here is the synopsis for you, okay? Ho Gu-hee is a high schooler and self-proclaimed pushover, discovers a new application on her phone that offers to take revenge on anyone whose name she writes in it. Is this not just Death Note for babies? This feels like a Death Note for babies. That said, I did like Death Note, and I am a bit intrigued by this. Who does Anu play, actually, while we're here? Oh, he plays himself. Upon reflection, I shouldn't have ranked this, because he plays himself. But I'm not going to remove it. I already ranked it. It is where it is. Okay, people. It's time for critical acclaim. It's time to talk about Gangnam Beauty. Here's the synopsis to Gangnam Beauty, a show I've actually never seen. Kang Mi-rae decides to get plastic surgery after years of being bullied because of her looks. Her rebirth seems successful at first, but as her life at the university unfolds, her plan starts to backfire. The pressure of being a pretty girl begins to get to her, and worse, those who can see through her surgery ridicule her and tag her as the Gangnam plastic surgery monster. Mi-rae tries to recover her self-esteem and gets to know her former middle school classmate, Do Kyung-suk, who is quite cold to others but very affectionate towards his sister, Do Kyung-hee. Where would I put this? I actually am, I'm a bit intrigued. I might need to experience that. Listen, I think part of it is also the knowledge that, like, it got such acclaim, but, like, that's interesting. Right, like, I'm intrigued by that. Like, I don't know how South Korean actually feel about, like, plastic surgery. I know how I feel about plastic surgery, which is simultaneously to each their own, but also we shouldn't normalize it. It's complicated. I have complicated opinions on plastic surgery, but I might need to experience. I'm intrigued. I want to know the discourse they're going to have on the plastic surgery. Like, I'm intrigued. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, in Gangnam Beauty, Anu plays Do Kyung-suk, the male love interest. Moving on to top management, here's the synopsis. Ahem. The story centers on Eun-sung, a former girl idol trainee with the power to foresee the future, who becomes a manager of the aspiring but struggling boy idol group Seoul? Okay. Anu plays Woo Yanu, who I assume is one of the like aspiring idols. Ahn Hyun-suk is in this? Interesting. Okay, anyway, where am I gonna put this? Girl, no. Girl, no. That's like low-key diabolically close to the plot of To Be Continued. Right, like, am I crazy? Or is that not the plot of To Be Continued, just like retold in a different way? Like, if we took To Be Continued, okay, hold on, I need hands to talk about this. If we took To Be Continued, and I told you, okay, well, Kim Se-dong can see the future, because she's lived through it a few times, so, like, she knows what's going on. Meanwhile, we have struggling, aspiring idol boy group ASTRO. Like, I think this is just To Be Continued, but less compelling. Also less complicated, which is probably good. No. Guys, what the fuck is the synopsis to Rookie Historian Gu Hae-ryang? I need you to understand that, like, I don't know if you can see it properly, but, like, all of that is the synopsis. That's so many... Oh, there's more. There's more. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There's so much more. That's so much synopsis. Do I have to read... I guess I do. I did say I'd read the synopsis and we go from there. Please hold while I read to you for presumably the next 5 full minutes. Okay. The scenario intertwines 2 storylines. One of them occurs in the nowadays, placed in the early 19th century of Joseon. The other occurs 20 years earlier, White Horse Year 1810. The first one is treated lightly in the Sun Kyung-kwan scandal vein, don't know what that is, with caricatures, jokes, gimmicks, student fights, etc. The second one, only depicted by short flashbacks, is about the unjust situation of rank and file people and the brutal suppression of anyone who embraces Western ideas. Can I just read you that, and we've established that that's a synopsis? That's the synopsis. No, I have to read more. Because I don't know what the fuck this show's about. We're gonna keep reading. In the Joseon period, women were objectified and undervalued, but free-spirited lady Gu Hae-ryang is brave enough to follow her own view of life. Still single at 26 years old, big mood, big me, still single at 26 years old, she focuses on studying and gaining knowledge, and in defending those who are wronged and abused. Meanwhile, the young, handsome 20-year-old Prince Do-won, who I believe is Cha Anu, has been living his life alone at the Noksodang. Isolated inside the Huang Garden, he has to stay away from the royal court and finds comfort in writing Hangul romance novels. Published under the art name Mehwa, these novels become famous all over Hanyang, especially to women readers. The 2 main characters meet at this first meeting, and this first meeting sparks a war of preferences. But politics disturb the romance. Suddenly Korean books and European translations are banned, confiscated, and burned. All the beard-bearing red robes at court are infuriated that so many noble ladies ran away to find their love of life after reading Mehwa's books. But this is only a just cause. The real target is the story of Hodam, a book about events that occurred 20 years earlier. In their frenzy to search and destroy every single copy of this book, the king and counselor Min Ik-pyong goes so far as to ask for the recruitment of female historians, with the intent of planting spies in each chamber of the royal palace. As a result, 4 female apprentices, Gu Hae-ryang among them, are selected and added to the existing 8 recorders. They write the conversations between the royals and their subjects in the everyday collection of Sachek, which will be compiled into the veritable records of the Joseon dynasty. Many gender stereotypes surface only to be derided and overcome. The 12 historians become embroiled in disputes with the court, asserting their right under law to record all conversations between the royal family and the courtiers, and even go on strike against the king. A smallpox epidemic will be the event that reconnects the 2 storylines. On the one hand, members of the court speculate on traditional remedies and even attempt to kill the prince by sending him to the infested provinces. On the other hand, Dowon organizes the state answer, seizing and distributing food, while implying the vaccination treaty. It's not even in Korean. Like, it's in fully Chinese. I can't read that. The vaccination treaty by Yong'an that was provided by the mysterious Mohwa, Haeryang remembers being vaccinated by her father in the past and convinces the prince to prove the method by being the first patient to be inoculated. Okay, now we have the 20 years ago timeline. A series of flashbacks running through the episodes describe the events of 20 years ago. Former King Igyong, Prince Huiyang, styled Hodam, founded Seon, that's not at all right, Sorewon. I need you to understand all of it is in English. Like, every single word is in English. There's no Korean for me to read. Okay, anyway. Together was Son Moonjik, styled Yong'an. The latter was Sorewon's dean, while Hodam was one of its teachers. The teach-in team, like teach-in, I assume it meant to be teaching. We're going to go with teach-in. The teaching team was completed by Barthélemy Dominique, a medicine teacher who was sent by the Paris Foreign Mission Society. As an adult, Sorewon was a school of Western studies aimed at educating people regardless of social class or gender. Sorewon, they've now told me how to pronounce it, means where dawn arrives. This is where Mowa learned vaccinations and surgery. A conservative reaction ensued, led by Min Ik-pyong, forged a letter of the king allegedly saying send more priests and turn Joseon into a Catholic country, served as just cause for a massacre. Among the rare escapees were Dowon, the newborn son of Hodam, and the 6-year-old Haeryang, daughter of Yong'an. The series ends 3 years after the nowadays Min Ik-pyong and his proxy king are gone, and Sorewon is reinstated. Prince Yi Jin has been enthroned. There are many typos in this. I need you to understand that. Dowon lives in leisure outside of the palace, wandering across the world, while Haeryang has become a full-rank member of the Yeomangwan. Prince Yirim Dowon and Haeryang are still in a relationship but not married. And then it ends with a quotation that I am going to read you because, like, it's here, and I've read you this whole goddamn thing. Even if you slash my throat, our brushes will not stop braiding. If I die, another historian will take my place. If you kill that historian, another will take their place. Even if you kill every historian in the land and take away all the paper and brushes, you won't be able to stop us. From mouth to mouth, teacher to student, elder to child, history will be told. That is the power of truth. I'm gonna be so real with you. I might need to watch this show. That sounded good. That sounded interesting. I'm moderately compelled. Like, I do know that I'm pretty sure that's what everyone agrees is the best show Chanu's done. But, like, I'm so sorry that was me reading to you for probably 5 full minutes. It was interesting. I was actually a bit locked in as I was reading. I might need to watch it. Okay, people, it's True Beauty time. This one doesn't have a synopsis, it just has a plot. So I'm just going to read you the plots. I guess spoilers for True Beauty, a show that came out in 2020. Okay. Im Joo-kyung is a high school student who has always had a complex personality towards her appearance since childhood, since she was badly bullied by her classmates for her face. Struggling with insecurity and ridicule, she decides to transfer schools to escape her past and start fresh. To overcome her low self-esteem and avoid further bullying, she masters the art of makeup, using it to transform her appearance. Her excellent makeup skills enhance her beauty so much that people at her new school believe she is naturally stunning, earning her the title of a goddess. Before transferring, however, Joo-kyung reached a breaking point due to relentless bullying and once attempted to commit suicide by jumping off a building. At that moment, she was saved by Lee Soo-ho, a wealthy but cold high school student. However, since she was not wearing her glasses at the time, she couldn't see her face, and Lee Soo-ho didn't recognize her later either. At her new school, Joo-kyung crosses paths with Lee Soo-ho again, but neither of them realizes their past connections. Meanwhile, she also meets Han Sojin, a rebellious yet talented student, forming an interesting dynamic among the three. One day, while visiting a comic store near her house without makeup, she runs into Lee Soo-ho. Terrified that he might discover her bare face, she panics. However, Lee Soo-ho recognizes her as the girl he once saved, and they slowly develop a friendship. As time passes, he uncovers her secret about wearing makeup and continues to befriend her, accepting her true self. Alongside Lee Soo-ho, another student, Han Sojun, also befriends Joo-kyung as he slowly begins to experience feelings for her. It leads to a love triangle between the three. The ups and downs throughout her high school life, Joo-kyung struggles to keep her bare face a secret, but eventually the truth about her appearance is exposed. Despite facing initial embarrassment and fear, she grows stronger, learning to embrace herself as she is. In the end, she pursues her dream of being a cosmetologist, turning her passion for makeup into a career and providing that beauty is about confidence rather than just appearance. Through all the ups and downs, Isuo and Jukyung support each other and grow stronger together. Eventually, they find happiness in each other, cherishing their love and embracing their true selves, while Sojun gives up his feelings for Jukyung. Anu is Suho, I should have mentioned that. I do need you to understand, they full name him in every point in the synopsis. He's Suho at every point. Anyway, not for me. Not for me. It doesn't sound bad by any means. I don't have, like, a beef with it. I just don't think I would enjoy... It sounds like the plastic surgery one, but, like, less interesting. Alright, guys, it's film time. We're now talking about Decibel. Here's the premise of Decibel, okay? Decibel is a sound terror action film revolving around a bomb designer who wants to occupy the city center with a special bomb that explodes when noise increases and a former naval commander who becomes his target. I swear to God this movie exists. Isn't there like an American version of this film where like the whole thing is that like the bomb will go off like if it gets too loud? Doesn't this exist? No, it's a train one. Hold on. Isn't there a movie where there's a bomb on a train and the train will like explode if it gets too loud or too fast or too slow or something? This film exists. Something with a very similar premise to this exists. It's not for me. I can tell you it's not for me. Yeah, I'm curious what a sound terror action film means, but like not enough to watch it. Alrighty, next show is Island. I need you to know I did skim this synopsis beforehand, and I need you to know it's really bad. Okay, so get ready for a really bad synopsis. Based on the graphic novel, which was later published as a webtoon series on Naver Webtoon, this series is set on Jeju Island where 3 people fight against an evil that is trying to destroy the world. Girl, no. You need to give me more information. Absolutely not. That was one of the worst synopses for a show I've ever read in my life. What does that mean? I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Cha Anu plays, who does Cha Anu play? He plays Priest John, and then a different guy plays him as a young version. But Cha Anu plays a priest. If you want to see Cha Anu apparently playing a priest, is this Midnight Mass coded? Probably not. That would be interesting. That would be too interesting. Anyway, no, I will not be watching. I'm so excited for this show, because I don't know what the synopsis says, but I do know the name of the show. The name of the show is A Good Day to Be a Dog? A Good Day to Be a Dog. So, I'm so intrigued by this. I have no idea what the show's about, but I cannot wait to read you this synopsis. Are we ready? Okay. The drama tells the story of a romance between a woman who's cursed into a dog whenever she kisses someone and a man who can break the curse but is afraid of dogs due to childhood trauma. I kind of need to experience that. That sounds really funny. I think the romance elements would really annoy me, but I do unfortunately believe that that's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's everything to me. That's iconic. We're obsessed. The way I was fully expecting to put the dog one in Girl What the Fuck. And now here we are. Here we are and it's top tier. Anyway, our next show is going to be Wonderful World. So this one is... Wonderful World tells the story about an author and professor whose life falls apart after her son is killed in a hit-and-run accident. She seeks justice but ends up committing a crime herself and is sentenced to prison. The show explores themes of grief, guilt, and redemption. I'm actually pretty intrigued. I love a grief study. I've said this before, probably. I love a grief study. A show that, like, really, more often a film, actually, that, like, will really dive into grief is fascinating to me. I love a grief study. I really do. I am a bit intrigued, unfortunately. Alright, people, it is time for the most currently released thing from Cha Anu, which is The First Ride. Here is the synopsis of The First Ride. Friends for 24 years. Inseparable since childhood, the 4 buddies, Taejong, Dojin, Yeonmin, and Gumbok, have always shared the same dream, going on a trip together. On the long-awaited day of their very first overseas adventure, a dream they never managed to fulfill back in their school days, an unexpected companion, Okshim, joins the group. From then on, their journey spirals into utter chaos. This sounds like it would be, like, very much a comedy. Like a kind of like Hangover-esque comedy. and I really don't like those. So I don't think this is for me, actually. Okay, final thing is The Wonderfuls. The Wonderfuls is upcoming. It is releasing on Netflix in 2026, according to Wikipedia. So it doesn't have like an official poster yet. So this image is apparently like a still from the show. It came up when I Googled it. So we're assuming it's from the show. Anyway, it does have a synopsis. If it didn't have a synopsis, we wouldn't be including it, of course, but it does, so here we are. Okay. Set in 1999, a period when apocalyptic beliefs were prevalent. Sure. It follows a group of neighborhood misfits who gain unexpected superpowers and fight villains who threaten Hyeseong City peace. I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna say the following, having never seen an episode of Stranger Things a day in my life. Is that not the plot of Stranger Things? Is that not very similar to the plot of Stranger Things? I've never seen Stranger Things, so I don't know. But like, if you were to ask me to describe the plot of Stranger Things, the sentence I would say would sound very similar to what I just read. So, no. I chose not to watch Stranger Things. I'm not going to watch the Cha Eun-woo version set in 1999, a time I was very much alive, when apocalyptic beliefs were prevalent. I hope it does well. Best of luck to Cha Eun-woo and his apocalyptic believing besties. Anyway, that's the Cha Eun-woo filmography. I didn't put anything in What the Fuck. I was really expecting at least one Cha Eun-woo show to have a synopsis that had me reeling with disbelief, and it didn't. So good for him. I think we've relaxed. I think we've maybe had a bit of time to have some giggles, to have some fun, which means we can now get depressed again. Let's go talk about ASTRO. Alrighty, New Year. How are we feeling? Are we feeling any better? Are we feeling more joyful? Too bad. The sadness is back. It's time to talk about Moonbin's birthday, so there will be another timestamp on screen in a moment that you can go to if you want to skip it. So, January 26th, 2024, the day that would have been Moonbin's 26th birthday, was frankly a bit of an event. There were a slew of things done for Moonbin on his birthday, or at least his first birthday since passing, I should say. I do, from my own recollection, remember minimum 3 different fan projects that were going down. I'm not going to talk about any of those. I'm going to talk about 3 different things that are from much more, I don't want to say official sources, but there are things that I still engage with. First, I want to talk about Mr. Lee Ji-hoon, aka Uji, of 17 fame, who, on Moonbin's birthday, as a sort of final gift to Moonbin, released What Kind of Future as a digital single. Some backstory, some lore. What Kind of Future is Ji-hoon's solo song from 17's 2018 concerts. I believe his original intention was, I'm performing this song one time, never again, not gonna hear it from me at any point in time. However, I don't know if I've actually mentioned this, Moonbin was really close friends with like all of 17. He was besties with Seungkwan. They had been, I think, since before they even debuted, if I recall correctly, but they were really, really close, and as a result, Moonbin was close with all the 17 members, or at least most of them, I would assume. It's 13 guys, you're not going to vibe with all of them, but he was close with most of the members, including Ji-hoon, and apparently Moonbin was on a multi-year campaign to get Ji-hoon to drop an official version of What Kind of Future, and Ji-hoon just always refused. However, after Moonbin passed, Ji-hoon posted, or maybe he didn't post it. He probably didn't post it. He probably just went to the memorial and put his letter up and someone else posted it. That makes more sense. Ji-hoon's letter to Moonbin and Moonbin's memorial was posted online. And in that letter, Ji-hoon said that for Moonbin's birthday, he's going to drop an official version of the song. And also, for this hasn't come up yet, but I feel like it is relevant to what I'm about to say. I'm also a huge Ji-hoon fan. That's my favorite member of 17. So, like, as a huge Moonbin fan and as a huge Ji-hoon fan, I have a lot of feelings. Anyway, I've said a lot of things, and I haven't really said anything about What Kind of Future. What Kind of Future is beautiful. What Kind of Future is like an absolutely god-tier ballad to me. It's absolutely gut-wrenching and like beautifully painful. It's one of those ballads. If you're a ballad girl, if you're like me and you're a ballad girl, you know what I'm talking about. It's one of those ballads. Like the ballads that will leave you in tears and craving more at the same time. I will say, as a Ji-hoon fan, a lot of people refer to this as an angry song, and I do think when it was originally written and performed, it had a lot more rage in it. I don't hear the rage now. because he re-recorded it in 2023 when he was going to post it for Moonbin's birthday, and I don't get the anger anymore. Actually, I have a good comparison. Kelly Clarkson's cover of Happier Than Ever by Billie Eilish. For the unaware, I also really like Kelly Clarkson, and her like karaoke cover specifically, her Happier Than Ever cover is, dare I say, one of the best things she's ever done. But basically, a lot of people compare the two, and they're like, Billie's is younger, it's more juvenile, it has more anger in it, and Kelly's is like older, it's more mature, it's from someone who's seen more of the world. That's how I feel about What Kind of Future. What Kind of Future, the original version, like the 2018, and also to an extent the 2020, he performed it again in 2020 also. He performed it at, I think, Bumju's concert. I want to say I should know this. I'm right. It was Bumju's concert. So he performed it again in 2020. Those two versions, anger. Anger and rage. The current form, like the recorded final version, I don't get the rage. I get like pained. I get heartbroken. It's heartbreakingly beautiful. It's such a good song. Okay, that was item one. Item one was What Kind of Future. Our next two items are both going to be covers posted by ASTRO members. We're starting with Anu, who posted a cover of Love Is Gone by Slander. And this is, to me, another gut-wrenchingly gorgeous cover. Here's the thing. For starters, right off the bat, vocally. This is Anu's best vocal performance. Okay, like, I've listened to everything the man has done, and I can tell you with confidence, this is his best work. This was his peak. Maybe he'll release something next year. Who knows? Who's to say? This is his peak so far. I'm dying on that hill. That's item one. Item two, he's the one playing the piano. So there's that, because he can just do that. And also, the cover has a description, like the description of the cover is a message to Moonbin. It ends with clips of Moonbin fucking around at the beach. Like, it's genuinely devastating. Listen, can I admit my own faults for a second? I'm gonna be real with you people. I forget sometimes that Anu's still an ASTRO. Not like conceptually, like I know he's still an ASTRO member, I mean like mentally. I sometimes forget that that's also his family, those are also his best friends. Because the thing is that Anu's so much more famous than all the other ones. Like, they're all vibing in presumably nice apartments, and Anu's in like a $10 million penthouse, currently in real time being investigated for like 8-figure tax fraud. Like, he's so much more successful than all the others. He's busy being critically acclaimed. And sometimes I forget that that's his family. And then I come to this cover whenever I'm in one of my moods, and it reminds me, and then I cry. And then we have our final thing to discuss, which is Sana's cover of 2521 by Jaden, a song that admittedly I don't like very much, and Sana has made into one of my favorite covers ever released. Also, for what it's worth, Sana changed it from 2521 to 2623, because Moonbin was 26 and Sana was 23, and that's his brother, that's his family. And also, on a personal note, I do think, because it's in Korean obviously, and I do think that loss of a syllable really helps the song. Back to the point though, I'm deranged about this cover. I'm physically and psychologically incapable of being normal about this cover. Real fact, real true fact, okay? This cover was my third most viewed thing of 2025 on YouTube.com. My first two, if you were curious, were the Purple Kiss covers that I'm also crazy about. If you watch my Purple Kiss video, you will know which two those are. But this was number 3. I watch this all the time, especially in making this video. I'm going to talk about it more later. Making this video has been such an emotional journey for me, and every once in a while, I kind of just needed to sit in the dark and cry, and this is what I went to every single time. For those who haven't heard either the original version or the cover, it's another piano ballad, and it is another absolutely devastatingly beautiful piece of music. Okay, like, Sana, God bless my boy, is built for piano ballads. We'll talk about it in a minute, because I'm almost at his solo debut, but like, I do really like the music he makes, but I frankly think if he dropped a piano ballad album, I would still eat that shit up. I think he would body it. I think he's just... It's such a good cover for starters. And then also, there's a whole section where he's just like sitting there. Also, there's an empty chair, in case you couldn't tell, for Moonbin. Moonbin has a chair. But also there's a section where like on screen is a message to Moonbin. And yes, I do know said message by heart. Anyway, those are my 3 things. How are we doing? Let's have a vibe check, okay? How are we doing? Do we need a break? Maybe you need a break. Why don't we all take a break? Let's go get some tissues, maybe get a snack, and we'll reconvene in a moment. Okay, Welcome back. I hope we all took our time, because now it's time to talk about Cha Eunwoo's solo debut, Entity. I do have both versions, however, because one version is actively on the screen, I'm going to put up this one. Entity came out on February 15th along with its lead single Stay, and unsurprisingly did do quite great. The album would peak at number 2 on the Gaon charts and sell over 200,000 copies. The single itself didn't do anything of note, but it is good. The whole album has this like chill, almost R&B energy to it. I do really like this album. In promotion of the album, we did also get a tour with Eunwoo kicking off his just one 10-minute mystery elevator tour, which began in Seoul that February. This picture shows the Asia leg, which ran through April. After that, he would do stops in like Brazil, and then he would wrap up in Seoul in June. Also in February, in celebration of ASTRO's 8th anniversary, we would get Circles as a digital single. The song didn't get a ton of promotion, and admittedly, it did not do very much, but it does exist. It's a song that I appreciate for sure a lot more than I enjoy. Like, I appreciate that this song exists. I do. It is definitely not one of my go-to ASTRO fan songs. Okay, back to solo stuff. Eunwoo actually isn't our only member to go on tour. In March, Sana would kick off his Sanite Project #1, which was a tour that stopped in both Seoul and Japan. Also, apparently there's a tour book for this tour, and I didn't know that, but I do now and I want it. I want that. Someone give it to me. That's my boy. That's my son. Give me the book. Anyway, Eunwoo and Sana are touring, so what are the other members up to? Myungjin spends the majority of this year in various musicals. That boy loves to be in a musical, so that's what he's doing. I'm actually just now realizing, I didn't tell you he got discharged from the military. He got discharged. He got discharged back in November. I'm also now realizing I forgot to tell you Jinwoo doesn't have to go. So Jinwoo doesn't have to go. Speaking of Jinwoo though, Jinwoo spent 2024 heavily doing his Jin Lab project. This is not quite a monthly single project, I'd call it, but it kind of is. He drops a bunch of singles for it, and he started with his first one, Good Enough. This one came out in March, and remember how I've been saying this whole video that Jinwoo's music is very hip-hop inspired, and I don't like it very much? Welcome to the exception. This is essentially just a pop song that happens to be done by a rapper. It reminds me a lot of the vibes I get from like Hoseok solo music, like of Bangtan fame, of BTS, Mr. J-Hope, that man. I say that, however, with the caveat that I've literally listened to his solo albums like once a pop. Actually, I have a better comparison. My comparison is going to be Bio, like the rapper from Show Me the Money. Everything he did after Show Me the Money, like when he got, well actually he was pop infused before that too. When Bio made like pop infused rap music, it reminds me of this. Anyway, that was single 1, and in April we got single 2, but more importantly, we also got Fly, which is a duet with Moonbin. Also, because it's the modern day, I do actually need to clarify, Moonbin recorded this before he died. Jinwoo did not AI his dead friend's voice to be in a song for him, because who would AI a dead icon's voice to be in their song? That's a weirdo move. Only a weirdo would do that. Anyway, Fly is nice. It's a nice song. It is very surreal to me that the last song ever to feature Moonbin vocals is a random solo single from Jinwoo. But you know what? I appreciate the song. It's a nice song. Jinwoo released it for people who missed Moonbin, and as someone who fits that description, I appreciate it. Moving on, single number 3 came out in May and it's called Self-Esteem. It reminds me of something that Pablo would have released on his, Fever's End, like on his solo album, except it doesn't have any of the deep-seated depression that makes that album goated. I got tired of Jinwoo. We're speedrunning Jinwoo. Jinwoo would release another 6 singles in 2024. The best one is Carry On. It's another poppy rap song. This is the cover of it. Okay, that was Jinwoo. Switching back to Sana. Sana was booked and busy in summer of 2024. We're starting with his show, because it's easier to cover. He was in a show. It's called Romance in the House. It aired for around a month. I would like to stress I know nothing about the show. I have not read the Wikipedia synopsis. I have not seen a single clip of it. However, based solely off this one image, I have decided that this show is about Sana fucking around with a much older man. And you know what? I love that for him. Pop off. No one tell me that I'm wrong. Cool. Now for the thing that I really want to talk about, Sana's solo debut. Sana would release the album Dusk in August. I do have both versions. We're gonna go with the silver one because I think it's cuntier. Anyway, Dusk is fan-fucking-tastic, okay? It's a very vocal album. It's ballads. It's R&B. It's everything. We open with Yobia. That song is an R&B ballad, and Sana just eats it up. Then we get Losing My Mind. I'm gonna make a controversial stance right here, right now. Losing My Mind is the best Astro-related ballad since, because it's you, if not their first ballad, like their first love, that ballad, the one on their debut, this ballad is everything to me. It's gut-wrenchingly, heartbreakingly, earth-shatteringly beautiful. It's just, it brought tears to my eyes in the making of this video. The other B-sides, frankly, don't hold up to Losing My Mind. But frankly, most songs don't either, and they're also good. Bittersweet Mistake is chill, and it's cool. Bleeding brings in these synths that have me foaming at the mouth and then climbing up the walls, and Rain Down on Me is the perfect closer to this album. Plus, we got the title track, Dive, and I gotta give Dive its flowers. Dive is really good, right? Like, the beat is really cool, the vocals are on point, the beat drop for the chorus and the chorus itself are both great. It's a really good R&B song. So now that I've established Dusk as one of our best Astro-adjacent albums, let's talk about the numbers. Dusk actually did do pretty well. It would peak at number 2 on the Gaon charts, adding to the seemingly never-ending list of Astro being blocked from the number 1 spot by Stray Kids, and also sold about 75,000 copies. The single also did remarkably well, by which I mean it peaked at number 122 on the Gaon digital chart, which doesn't sound like a lot, but Anu's solo single didn't peak in the top 200, and Anu's responsible for like 60% of Astro's fan base, so I feel like this song doing number 122 is really good. Moving on, most of the rest of the stuff I would talk about in 2024 is Jinu's solo music, and I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to. Instead, we're going to talk about Anu, who would close out the year by appearing in Rented in Finland. This ran from December through February of 2025. And that's 2024. So, for the final time in this video, we're going to go back to the retrospective corner. Alrighty, welcome back. It's been a minute. Let's talk about 2024. 2024 is so interesting to me because the year that really solidified for me that Astro was over. At least the Astro we knew, right? Like, Astro theoretically could have continued without Minhyuk, but after Moonbin died, we all kind of knew there was no going forward. Not no going forward, but like, I think the choice to not release an album in 2024 did solidify for a lot of people that Astro was done. Like, yeah, they weren't over. We do still have singles. There's a concert in 2025 that I'm so excited to talk about. But I think as far as like regular promotions, the things you'd expect from like an actual active group, I don't think we get any more of those. I didn't check. I'm pretty sure they like don't do any year-end stages, don't go on music shows, because like what would they promote? But like the Astro we knew was gone. Think post Jonghyun SHINee, okay? Like, yes, SHINee has several albums as 4 members, but I don't think any of those albums are even kind of as good as their albums as 5, but more importantly, the vibes are different, right? Like, the SHINee that exists post 2018 is different than the SHINee that existed up through One of One and Tell Me What to Do. They're different groups in so many ways, because how do you go forward after losing a member like that? On a more positive note, just because we didn't get any Astro mainline albums does not mean we didn't get anything, and because we didn't get that, we got a ton of solo music. Anu and Sana both dropped solo albums, one of which I'm diabolically insane about. Jinu essentially dropped a solo album with how much solo music he was releasing this year. I like a lot of it. And then Myungjun is busy living his best musical theater life. But with that, let's get on to our final year to discuss 2025. Alrighty, 2025, our last year to really discuss. And we're going to skip January because it's quiet and go straight to February when things actually start happening. First, Jinu. Jinu became our latest member to host a solo concert with his JinLab Find Your Groove concert, which took place on February 16th. The concert does objectively look really fun. I saw a lot of clips for it, like right after it happened. It looks like it was a good time. It looks like it was a very good vibe more than anything else. Like not more than the other ASTRO solo concerts, but I feel like if I were to go to one of the remaining members of like official mainline members of ASTRO and have a good time, I actually do think it would be Jin. In spite of my dislike for his solo music, I do actually think it would be Jin. A week later, on ASTRO's 9th anniversary, we would get Twilight as that year's anniversary single. Twilight is fine. It's a fine song. Listen, when I think of ASTRO's music, I want dance pop music, and I get that every fan song has the same vibe, but like, how we consider dance pop music? March, meanwhile, got us our next Sana concert with Sunite Project number 2, which he held on his birthday, something I find incredibly adorable. None of that matters. Actually, that's a lie. That's a lie. I was gonna say none of that matters. Everything Sana does matters to me, because that is my son, and that is my best friend, but April got us something that matters to me more, which is Moon. A song I'm really, really normal about. First starters, right off the bat, as always, gotta give credit where credit is due. Moon is Anu's doing. Anu said, I'm running this shit like the Navy, and run this shit like the Navy he did. So, Moon. Moon is a tribute song to Moonbin. If you didn't get that, it's from Moonbin. And it's not just ASTRO. That's the thing. Right? Like, Anu really said, I'm recruiting everyone for this song, and recruit everyone he did. Here's a brief list of some of the groups whose members contributed to Moon. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. 17. Monsta X. VVs. Weki Meki. Stray Kids. Anu said I'm recruiting everyone. However, most importantly to me is that this song features Minhyuk. And I want us all to sit with that. I want us all to think about that. I want us to think about how insane that is, like how impressive and how meaningful that is. Let's have a hypothetical. God forbid, let's say Kyungsoo died tomorrow. And let's say SM was organizing a tribute song for Kyungsoo, in memory of Kyungsoo. Do we think SM would willingly call up Baekhyun and let him be in the song? The song also features Moonsua, Moonbin's sister. And I actually really appreciate how they did the line distribution for this song. The only people who get like solo lines, who get to sing and be the only person sing or rap, there are rappers also. So the only person who gets to be vocally forward is either ASTRO members, current and former, aka including Minhyuk, and Moonsua. That's it. The other like litany of people are all just part of the gorgeous chorus of voices singing the chorus. Wait, actually, can I make one complaint? I have one complaint to make. And it is admittedly really stupid, but I've been thinking about it ever since this song came out, and this is my only opportunity to make it. We're 4+ hours deep into an ASTRO deep dive. This is my moment. I hate the way they listed out the features on the song. I hate it so bad. You know who the first artist they listed was? VVs. This is Moon by ASTRO featuring VVs, and then the second artist is Minhyuk. Put Moonsua first, if nothing else. I think she's last, actually. I think they listed her last. Don't quote me on that. I know Minhyuk is second, and it pisses me off so bad that they didn't put him first. Anyway, back to Moon. Moon is everything I would want from a Moonbin tribute song. I do believe that. It did leave me in a state of existential emotional devastation, as it should, as one would expect from this song. It is that kind of song too. It's another gut-wrenching ballad, and it did just leave me in some form of tears for like 20 minutes after it came out. Actually, since I'm here, can I make another controversial stance? Can we have another controversial Simon ASTRO opinion? I think this should be their last song. Like, as ASTRO, I mean. I don't mean, like, as people. Like, I think they can still do things together musically, but I think it should be credited to soloists. I don't think we should use the group name ASTRO. Listen, I think I've made it clear at this point in the video how much I love ASTRO's music. Like, how crazy I am about this group and their music. How much I adore their catalog. But, like, this is the perfect ending to their story. Turn it off, roll credits. Let's move on. So, ASTRO, okay? In our retrospective corner, when we were just there for 2024, I mentioned a concert, okay? I told you that ASTRO was going to have a concert in 2025 that I was really excited for. And let's welcome to the stage ASTRO's 4th ASTRO, Stargraphy, where Minhyuk is also present. That's right, that is correct. Minhyuk was not only invited to the Moonbin tribute single, he was also invited to perform with the ASTRO members in the group's latest solo concert with 2 stops in Seoul and then 2 stops in Japan. I'm so crazy about this concert. Like, I've always said in my videos whenever I'm talking about a concert, I didn't go. I'm obviously not flying to Korea for a concert. I have never been closer to boarding a plane to go to a concert than I was when they announced this. Like, I thought about it. I actually did. I looked at tickets and then I had to talk myself down because the tickets were really, really expensive. But, like, I want us to think about this for a second. Conceptually again. Like, this to me is like, in pop culture terms, this is like if One Direction reunited and did a concert with the 4 remaining members. This is an OT9 EXO concert. This is everything I could have dreamt and prayed for. Moving into July, we would get our next Sana show. Sana would appear as the male lead in My Girlfriend is the Man, a show I'm willfully refusing to read the synopsis about. Although, unfortunately, based off this image, I might have to watch it. However, I do know 2 things about it. There are 2 things I knew about the show in spite of my refusal to read the synopsis of it. Thing 1 is Hwal is in it, like Hwal of formerly The Boys, my former favorite member of The Boys, who went on to be in like 10 BLs. He's in this show. He also, the show also famously heavily underperformed. Like, set records for how badly it flopped. Nobody watched this shit. But I also can't judge, because I too did not watch this shit. Thankfully, we're not done with Sana. Sana would also in July release Chameleon, his 2nd solo album. Chameleon did fine. It sold a bit less than his first album did, about 65,000 copies, but nothing like horrifying, nothing too scary. It did peak way lower though, like did not crack the top 10 levels of bad. But as we know, I don't really care if the album did well. Like, I care, but I don't care. I care if the album's good, if the music is good. So, is the music good? I'd say yeah. It's no Dusk. I think Dusk is like insanely goated from him. But this is another good album. The album opens with Aura, which is more R&B excellent, something Sana's really good at. My main gripe with the song is just that it's really short, and I wish it was longer. However, then we get our 2nd song, Bad Mosquito, and that's where the album's true colors come out. This is not another R&B album. Chameleon is a pop album, and Bad Mosquito is our first pop song, and it's excellent. It's funky, it's dancey, it's catchy, it's amazing. The rest of the B-sides on here are also quite strong. I would say the weakest one is probably Love You Like Fools, now that I think about it. But I also like that song. Like, it's cool and it's chill. It reminds me actually of like early Troye Sivan. Like, Blue Neighborhood at the latest kind of pop music. That's what that song is, and I do like it. Turning our focus back a bit though to the title track, Extra Virgin, I think it's good. I controversially think it's good. I think it's fun. It's messy boots, but it's catchy and it's good. Also, Sana sounds like a third of it in a crop top. What's there to dislike? But Sana is not our only album to discuss, because in August we got Zuni Zini, which is Myungjoon and I'm now realizing it's Juni Zini because it's Myungjoon and Junu. I don't think about these two that often. Anyway, they would debut with Dice. Dice is fine. Dice is a fine album. It's, okay, Sana's last single, Extra Virgin, it's messy, but in a fun way. Their songs are messy in a way that is fine, mainly the title. The title is messy in a way that I would expect from them, but that I'm not really all that into. The B-sides are all pretty good, though. Standouts to me include Utopia, very early ASTRO coded, and then the album's closer is very Disney Channel finale, like Demi Lovato and Joe Jonas would have done it in Camp Rock levels of Disney finale coded, but also I don't mind. As for numbers, the album didn't do too great, for being honest. It sold about 40,000 copies, so by far the lowest selling ASTRO related work we've seen in many a year, but did peak weirdly high, peaked to number 5 on the charts, so it kind of balances out. Now, we've covered 3 of our 4 active ASTRO members, which begs the question, where was Anu? Anu had actually enlisted back in July. However, as we know in the modern state of K-pop, that's meaningless. Your active enlistment is meaningless if you have content prepared, and boy did Anu have content prepared. First thing we got from him was a film, The First Ride. This came out on August 29th. More importantly though, November got us Else, Anu's 2nd solo mini album. Else did pretty well, I guess I'd say. It peaked at number 8 on the charts and sold about 100,000 copies. That is admittedly far stronger than anything anyone else from ASTRO was doing. it's also half of what his first album sold. To be fair, in the defense of Cha Eun-woo, this album got literally no promotion. This album, I will say, very much felt like Fantagio forgot they had it and then suddenly remembered and were like, oh, we should put it out. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I am saying that's what it felt like. But again, numbers are all well and good, but I care about the music, and Else is actually quite good. Like Sana, Anu's second album sees him veering into pop music in a way that I'm personally very much here for. The album's opener, Sweet Papaya, is dancey and sexy, and I really like it. That isn't to say there aren't the more vocally focused songs on here. The album's closer, Thinking About You, is a ballad, and it's really good. It's nice, it's pretty, I like it. Then there's the title track, Saturday Preacher, and it is good. It's very much like standard male soloist dance pop music. But, like, I enjoy standard male soloist dance pop music, and I do enjoy this one. I just feel like Sweet Papaya should have been the title track. I think it would have been a better one. However, that's all I got in this moment. We're done. This is it. For things that have happened since then, the literal only thing of note happened quite literally 2 days ago, which was Anu's tax fraud case. And I don't have an update for that, because it's been 2 days. And also, I don't care. So, this is it. Thank you for watching. That's a lie. Usually this is the point where I just ramble for like 5 minutes and I say my goodbyes and that's it. I actually feel like for this video in particular, I want to sit and like talk, because I do have like things I do want to say in relation to the making of this video. So we are actually going back to the retrospective corner. I did lie to you. We're going back one final time to do our official goodbyes and our official thank yous, but in case I forget to say it there, thank you so much for watching, because this bitch has been long. Now let me go make it even longer. Okay, so hi. Here's the thing, is that I don't know how to wrap this video up, right? Like, I already knew going in that I was going to do kind of like what I did for my EXO video for like the really, really long ones, where just like, I feel like it needs its own outro after it's done. Right? Because, like, for most of my history ofs, I'll film my outro after I film all the main content, like, just sitting in the chair at the same time. And I feel like for this video specifically, I needed it to be finished. I needed it to be complete psychologically. And I want to stress before I keep talking, I have no notes for what I'm about to say. And I also don't plan on re-recording, so if I start messing up, you're 5 hours deep into an ASTRO video. You get what you pay for. So just go with it. But I want to talk more about making this video. And I have thought about what I wanted to say. I just haven't written it down. But like, this was not an easy video for me to make, like emotionally, for obvious reasons. I've said it like 100 times, but like, Moonbin was my favorite member and ASTRO was my favorite group. And I feel like after he died, I just refused contact with them, right? Like, I just wouldn't listen to their music. I wouldn't engage with them in any way. I needed a break. And I don't know when that break became permanent, but at some point it did. And every once in a while, I would go back and I would listen to really one of the 3 albums of theirs that I'm, like, the most crazy about. And then that would be it. And I'd be like, nope, we're done now. Like, I think the furthest I got is, like, one of their anniversaries. I made it through Autumn Story, and then I was like, okay, we need to take a break, and then we never came back. But it's just, I feel like it feels dramatic to say I have my family back, but like, that is how I feel. Like, ASTRO was like the one constant in a very tumultuous run of years of my life. Like, I got into ASTRO when I was 16 years old, and they remained my #1 group until I was 23. That's a long time. And like, just making this video and getting to relive so much of that, like both the happiness and the sadness, because even Moonbin aside, like, I associate ASTRO albums with various events that were going on in my life at the time. Like, fun fact, Rise Up came out like right after my dad died. This is a real fact about me. So like, I listened to that album on loop, because that was kind of how I coped at the time. So like, getting to relive all of that, I don't want to say it's been a delight, because I have cried a lot making this video. This has been a very emotionally draining experience for me. but I also got to relive all the good things that I got to experience with Astro. Like, I got to rewatch Astro Zone, a show that I completely forgot about, and I've since rewatched it like 3 times. I feel like this video was what I needed to get my family back. And like, that's what Astro is to me. Like, I think about my connection to Astro all the time, because Astro are the ages of the people I went to high school with. Like, if you think about it, when I got into Astro, it was like 2015, 2016. The ages of my favorite members, I have not been subtle about who my favorite members are, but the ages of my favorite members are, Sana's a year younger than me, Minhyuk's my age, and Moonbin's a year older than me. And I essentially got to grow up with them. Like, I remember Sana when he got his braces off. I remember Sana when, like, his voice dropped. I remember these things because I grew up with them. That's my family. And I just feel like I have them back now. I know I've said that a lot. And again, I have no notes. I'm just rambling at this point. But I did miss them so much. I feel like there's a lot of Astro content that, like, I just locked away in a corner of my brain where it's like, I don't have the emotional strength to deal with this right now, so we're not going to. And at some point that lock became permanent. And getting to re-experience it all was so fun. Again, I have not been subtle. I had the time of my life making this video. Like, for my EXO video, I feel like by the end, I was ready for it to be over. And admittedly, I'm kind of ready to stop constantly thinking about Astro for a little bit. Like, I have listened... Astro is, I believe, not my most streamed. I believe they were my 3rd most streamed artist last year. I started making these notes in October. So, like, for 3 straight months, I listened to exclusively nothing but Astro, pretty much. I engaged with nothing but Astro content. I listened to Sana's solo album all the time. An album that I was not crazy about, like, 8 months ago, is now one of my favorite solo debuts. Because getting to re-experience it all was delightful. And I want that to be the experience other people had. Because I know there are other people like me. I know there are other people who may have been big Moonbin fans and may not have been, and were just big Astro fans, who just kind of stopped after Moonbin died. And I hope that this video finds them. And I hope that they do get to, like, re-experience all the joy, all the happiness, all the fun that came with being an Astro stan. Because this was so fun for me. Like, I had a delight. The bestie can attest, I have been yapping about Astro non-stop for months, to the point that she is tired of it. Like, at first she was very supportive of me and my yappings, because, like, she was a Jonkan stan, so, like, she knew what I was going through. And at some point she was like, I need you to stop. Because, like, it's just... those are my boys. Those are my best friends. That's my family. And I feel like I have them back now. I'll just go and listen to Astro just, like, randomly now. Not even, like, relation to this video. Like, even just, like, at work during the day, I'll just put on an Astro album and I'll have the time of my life. Because I don't have the same holdups that I had before. And I'm so grateful for that in a way that I didn't expect to be going in. Like, going into this video, I knew it was gonna be emotionally trying. And I don't think I realized how much it was gonna, like, emotionally drain me at various points throughout my making of this video. But it's also been a delight and a gem. And I'm so grateful that even though I don't have a lot of subscribers, and even though I don't make any money off of this channel, I'm so grateful that I have a place where I can come and I can talk about Astro for 5 hours and anyone will care. So I guess that's my takeaway. Thank you for watching. Thank you for letting me rant. Thank you for letting me have my family back. And with that, what else do I want to say? What do I usually say in the outros of these? I'm forgetting now. In the description will be all of the Astro reviews I've made. Back when they were active, I made a lot of them. Dare I say have reviewed, like, the vast majority of their catalog back when I was doing album reviews, like, consistently. So they have a playlist. I'll put the playlist with all my Astro reviews down there. I'll also put a playlist that has all of my other history ofs down there. They're not all this long. To be fair, if you made it to the point where I'm telling you they're not all this long, you've committed to 5 hours. So that, if anything, is a downside to you. They're not short, though. They're a wide ranging of times. You can go watch them. You can watch my original history of Astro. I will put that in the description as well. Again, sort of like a bird's eye view. I don't go nearly as in detail. And frankly, I don't think it's as much fun. I do have more props though. If you enjoyed props, I have so many props for that one. And I do kind of wish I'd done it for this one, but the sheer act of like organizing and figuring it out made it a nightmare, so I wasn't going to do it. But that'll be down in the description. Anything else I've said in this video will be in the description, And yeah, I guess this has been the history of Astro. So thank you again for watching. Bye!